Canadian content, so Canadian parts, Canadian steel, Canadian content in vehicles. The scope of the tariffs, the Americans wanted to limit it to autos only, not include medium and heavy autos and light trucks, to be more specific, not include medium and heavy duty trucks, which is a big change, obviously, and with respect to Ford's new plant, for example, in Oakville, which is F-350s, 450s, 550s, they would have been excluded. GM Silverado, same thing, would have been excluded from that. No rationale, just for exclusion. So effectively moving into a series of terms that would make the production more uneconomic over time. Okay, so that's a change. That restriction, that clarification, that precision was a change. The U.S. introduced in the last hours, efforts to restrict our ability to have other trade deals. You heard me say a moment ago what we've accomplished in the last year, 20 new deals, economic and security partnerships. The prospect of doubling our market access because we believe in free trade. We're the partner of choice in many respects for countries around the world, and the Americans wanted to restrict that. They had language that they wanted to restrict. Unacceptable. And I'll give you a third, et peut-être on peut discuter plus en français. Continual efforts, always resisted, as I said in my remarks, and always will be resisted, efforts to restrict our protections of our language, our culture, and in effect, our sovereignty. So elements coming in, ramping up, any of them individually, but collectively put us in a position where what had been on a trajectory, absent those elements, for a fair deal, a good deal for Canadians, not perfect, but a good deal, a deal we would not accept.
Follow-up, question suivie.
Was Howard Lutnick's involvement in the last days an impediment to getting a deal?
It's a question for the U.S. administration. Ultimately, I'm responsible for the decisions of the Canadian government. We take it as a cabinet, but I certainly bear those responsibilities, and so the head of the U.S. administration, the president, bears responsibility for the decisions they take. But I will say this, which is that the Canadian team, unified, the individuals you see here, their team members, our ambassador in Washington, my chief of staff, unified, talking together, the clerk of the Privy Council, everyone in the loop, everyone knows what our objectives are, collective decision making. As I say, ultimately, I and the cabinet bear responsibility for those decisions, but unity. You cannot say that about the United States administration. And as a consequence, last point, and I'll go to your colleagues because I think this is important. In these last few days, we were drilling down on specific issues that might have been papered over, the differences in the administration, if there were indeed differences. Ultimately, there's a decision maker at the top. And in drilling down on those, a number of those issues that I just referenced became very clear, and there was not a deal that we would sign.
Prochaine question. Next question. CP.
Good morning, Prime Minister.
Morning.
David Baxter with the Canadian Press. There's a lot of people watching this right now who are rightfully worried about losing their jobs, losing their businesses in this trade war. Yep. What's your message to those people who are worried about becoming collateral damage?
Well, yeah, thank you, David. A couple of things. First, the people in these industries, particularly the industries that are being hit today by these 50% tariffs. Many of them are small, medium-sized businesses. They're in a wide range of industries spread across the country, concentrated Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, by and large. That's not exclusive, but it's that. And they have very much been top of mind. Top of mind, it's one of the reasons why we worked so hard and stretched so far to try to get a deal. Now, but not a deal at any price, not a deal on any timetable. So a couple messages for those people. The first is we're going to hit back. Okay, we're going to hit back, and we are going to provide tariff protection where we can, where it's relevant for some of those industries. Steel steel products and others is in some cases an example of that. We're going to provide full tariff protection there to prevent Americans businesses coming in and taking business. So that provides some. But more fundamentally, we will provide support, and we will do whatever it takes to support these businesses. We'll be releasing details of this early next week alongside our tariff actions to support these businesses. And we will support these businesses for as long as it takes. In other words, beyond the life of this U.S. administration. Okay, so there's various mechanisms that we've worked up. We'll give all the details in a few days, but think of working through our regional development agencies, also working through the Business Development Bank of Canada, and those will be the focal points for a limited number of easy-to-use but very effective programs that are going to help these businesses work through this period, pivot as necessary, because part of what we're seeing is what the potential future limits are to the American market.
Follow-up. Next question suivie.
And in the last couple of days, we heard some pushback from some of the premiers, such as Wab Kinew. Susan Holt said she was reluctant to put liquor back on the shelves. Quebec's Christine Frechette was saying she hadn't made up her mind on what Quebec's response was going to be yet. And Doug Ford was uncharacteristically silent, but he did send you a letter outlining his red lines last Monday. Just did any pushback from the premiers play a factor in the decision to end talks with the U.S.?
Thanks for the question. First, let me say a couple things. I mean, the short answer is no. So just to give you that perspective. But, and this is an important but, the dialogue with the premiers in the last few days, over the course of the last 18 months, and the partnership that we've established with the premiers is crucial, fundamentally important. The essence of our first minister's discussion 2 days ago, we're going to have another one this afternoon, but the essence of our first minister's discussion 2 days ago was that it's our judgment, as we told Canadians, that we were on a path to a potential deal that would give Canada not just the best deal overall, but the best deal in all of our strategic sectors, that the price for that deal, in our judgment, was worth paying. We still had to come back to the premiers with the exact specifics, so it's entirely reasonable for Premier Frechette or a premier to say, well, I want to see everything before I make that determination. But that our judgment was going to be that it's going to be worth to take steps, a couple of steps that provinces needed to do in order to get the overall deal. I'll go back to Mr. Baxter's question, not least because of the potential impact that we will now be fighting against on these small, medium-sized businesses here. Okay, so that was the discussion. I would, as chair of that meeting, there was a consensus that that's what we would do, subject to finishing the negotiation. Now, they didn't have to make that determination Wednesday, I guess it was, when we spoke, yeah, because we hadn't finalized all the terms of the deal. We were still negotiating the deal. And as it turns out, as I've just described, that the Americans changed a number of those terms, introduced new elements, made it uneconomic, and so we're not asking the premiers to do anything today except work together to support our businesses and build the country strong. And I'll underscore that last point, which, and I said this on Monday in St. John's, for the future of the country, the Churchill Agreement, Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador, supported by the federal government, that agreement and those initiatives are the most important initiatives for the future of our country. As important as trade is with the U.S. and as dramatic as the issues are and the response that we have to give in certain industries, what we're doing ourselves, premiers, the federal government, truly Canadians, is far, far more important. It dominates. Thank you.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Mike Blanchfield, Politico Canada. You've outlined a few things that the Americans asked for that were unacceptable to Canada. Did they ask about critical minerals, given that their importance, their requirement for it, and how did that play out in what happened at the last?
Well, thank you for the question. Look, the critical minerals, other aspects of energy, but let's focus in on your question, critical minerals. There is a real opportunity for cooperation between Canada and the United States in critical minerals, just as there is cooperation between Canada and other G7 countries, like-minded countries, on critical minerals. We're demonstrating that cooperation right now. Over the course of the last 12 months, we've signed 50 deals, or it's on the order of $50 billion worth of transactions in critical minerals, stockpiling other forms. And having the U.S. as part of that process and merging some of the processes that the U.S. have. They have a tariff initiative that they've worked on. We have the G7 action plan, which we launched in Kananaskis. Bringing those together makes sense. Good opportunity. Kind of thing you do as part of a trade deal. One of the reasons to do a trade deal with Canada. So yes, makes sense. Now, in the context of the U.S. putting 50% tariffs on a bunch of our business, trying to influence our cultural support and language protections, not agreeing to sensible economic terms for our core industry in autos, we've got a lot of demand for critical minerals, so there's less opportunity to cooperate with the United States. That is something that is a missed opportunity as a consequence of what's happened, but we didn't cause it to happen.
Did they ask for exclusive access to our critical minerals?
We would never give exclusive access.
And did Canada do anything at the last minute that could have triggered this? Did you make any asks or offers?
No, no. There's a short answer. From our perspective, we clarified what was on offer, and we're continually disappointed by the answers.
Next question. Prochaine question.
We're listening in here to comments from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, taking questions from members of the press regarding the trade dispute between the U.S. and Canada. We'll be right back. Let's head back out to more comments from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney from over the weekend, taking questions from the press regarding the trade disputes between the U.S. and Canada.
Any deal? What do you say to other global business and government? What do you say to other business and government leaders around the world who can wonder if the U.S. can be trusted from here? If Donald Trump can't execute the art of the deal with friendly Canada, who can he do business with?
Yeah, I mean, if you execute a deal, you have to stand by that deal. And Canada stands by our agreements. We've stood by the we're only responding in the context of a series of unjustified tariffs that have been put in place, unjustified under the... We have a deal with the Americans. That's the thing. We have a deal with the Americans. It's called CUSMA. We have side letters that clarify behavior in steel, in aluminum, in autos. All of those are being violated day in, day out. They act as if, we have a deal. Okay, what message does that send? On the other side of the ledger, you have a country, Canada, that has a series of trade deals around the world that's expanding rapidly, that will continue to expand because we're trusted, because we're reliable, because we have things like critical minerals, many other aspects that the world wants. And so we're going to continue to pursue that. And one thing that we certainly were not going to accept was any restriction on our ability to execute those deals.
Follow up.
Secondly, was part of your calculation around declining U.S. bargaining power? I'm thinking of President Trump's polling numbers versus yours. I'm thinking of already elevated inflation that American consumers are facing, and also, recent instability in the U.S. bond market.
Well, let me say a couple things. No, in terms what we're focused on, as you know, is building Canada strong. It's putting Canada in a better position for Canadians, for all Canadians. Now, it happens to be the case that we are stronger and we're in a better position than we were 18 months ago, because we've recognized right from the start that we needed to focus on building at home, we needed to diversify abroad. Both of those have longer payoffs, but we're already starting to see some of the benefits of that. We recognized, and credit to the Minister of Finance, we recognized right from the start that we need to continue to maintain the strongest fiscal position in the G7, so that our borrowing, and we will borrow, but borrowing for investment, not for operating expenses, and that shift in borrowing there. And let me make this point, because the last part of your question, you know this well, that we are entering a phase where fiscal strength, discipline, focus is going to be very important. It's going to be scrutinized. I mean, it doesn't, I will say to Canadians at home, like as someone who's been in and around financial markets for a long period of time, what I'm about to say doesn't make sense, but it's the way the world works, is that markets sometimes ignore these fundamentals, and then all of a sudden they focus on them. And when they focus on them, if you don't have your house in order, it's too late. We have our house in order, and we're getting stronger. So.
Next question.
Hi, Prime Minister. Tom Parry with CBC. Can you talk more about what the United States was demanding Canada do with its other trading partners? Were they asking us to impose tariffs on other countries in conjunction with that?
Tom, there were elements of that, and in certain sectors. And to be clear, there were elements where we would see the merit of that as part of a comprehensive deal that made sense for Canada. So if you have an integrated auto market and you want to have an integrated steel market, for example, related aluminum market, then and you have concerns, as we do, as the Americans do, about non-market economies, about transshipment of steel, for an example, through third countries, etc., then it makes sense to align, and I would say that, again, within a comprehensive deal, we'd be prepared to do that. But that's us deciding to do something that is in our joint interests, as opposed to being told to do something or being restricted from doing something else. Now, the second point is there are a series of steel and aluminum related. By the way, if you do that, though, you should have an integrated market. In other words, the tariff level that you apply from Canada into the United States, because America wants to tariff everybody on everything, but the tariff level you apply should be clearly the lowest. It shouldn't be the same as other people. It should clearly be the lowest, because you have this added market protection. That's part of the negotiation. We weren't satisfied. Ultimately, we're on steel, aluminum, and related products, so-called derivative products. Think HVAC systems, nuts and bolts, anything that's Bombardier products, Bombardier recreational products. There wasn't enough movement. Then there's a separate issue, and I'll just stop with a sentence here, which was language which suggested restrictions in terms of our ability to execute trade deals, which would always be unacceptable to this government.
Follow up.
What do you think their goal was there? What were they trying to do? And if I could just, as a second part, what were they asking on culture?
You can ask the first, not double follow-up. Since you asked, could you ask? I'm going to say no, you can't ask 3 questions. Look, Sorry, now I've forgotten the first part of your question.
What was it in trying to get us gain more control over our trade policy?
Oh, why are they trying to do that? It's a power play. It's a power play, and becomes a question of sovereignty. Look, let's take a big step back, and this is what is unfortunate about the situation we're in. We're here for the right reason, but it's unfortunate. Canada and America and our G7 partners, we think about a lot of issues the same way. We're concerned about excess capacity in non-market economies. We care deeply about forced labor, child labor. We want it, and I'll take that second example where absolutely, do we want to cooperate? Do we want to share information? We want to align our approaches and our implementation of those approaches, and was that potentially part of this deal? Absolutely. There's a host of other things where absolutely we want to work together, but when it moves into restrictions and using Canada effectively as more leverage for America, clearly Canadians wouldn't accept that. We're a proud, independent country. We've got the right values. We'll make our decisions about who we want to trade with and how, and including on how we work with the United States and other partners. Thank you.
Well,
Il y a un seul follow-up.
we'll have time for one last question.
Oui.
Dernière question, Chris.
Oui.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Chris Bernardi from the National Post. The government to date seems, at least publicly, to have been very reluctant to wield critical minerals and energy as a weapon as part of this trade war. Is that going to change now? Are those on the table?
We have a range of other options to protect our industry. First and foremost, what are we looking to do with our counter tariffs? It's to protect industries that are disadvantaged by the American trade action. So we start with that, and then we think about matching in ways that have the least negative impact on Canadians. We don't like doing these, but in this environment, it makes sense. One of the things that's happening, I'm going to answer your question this way. One of the things that has happened over the course of the last 12, 18 months is that we have considerably ramped up development of critical minerals. Without a doubt, I can't put a precise number on it, but much less of that development has been related to the United States than it would have been if we were not having these trade issues. It is clear to Canadians the value of diversifying our partnerships. And it's clear to Canadians that, I'll say something, it's clear to Canadians that a pipeline to Asia that exports oil to Asia, or an LNG facility that exports LNG to Asia, is more valuable than just the dollar value because it helps diversify our economy, our partnerships. It makes us less dependent on the United States, I'll just state the obvious there. So I'm putting that in. I'm taking your question transparently and turning it to the positive of how we act to build out this, as opposed to pulling relationships that already exist, and restraining them. But we'll see.
Last follow-up. Dernière question.
Probably double barrel it because it's the last one. But first, do you plan on?
I can't now. You're
squeezing one on.
Tom tried that.
Do you plan on reviving certain measures eliminated as what previous concessions, the digital services tax, the U.S. streaming payments for CanCon, for example, those measures? And why does it feel like today Mark Carney is going to war, trade war? The tone.
Because we're attacked. You're at war when you get attacked. We got attacked. U.S. put 50%. We waited until the United States decided to actually implement these so-called 338 tariffs. That's fine. We've got the reserves. We got the resilience. We've got the plan. We've got the focus. We will respond. We're going to focus on what we can control. We're going to build. In terms of, let me say this in terms of measures and tax and others. We are constantly looking at our tax system, how we can make it as fair as possible, shift the burden to those who are most able to pay, and in a way that incentivizes investment and entrepreneurship. Right? We are. All elements of the following: build Canada strong. It's not just like it is the plan. And so we want builders to put money to work in new businesses, in big infrastructure. We want them to put to work in Canada, and that makes it strong in ways for all.
So you just heard there the comments from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. That was on Saturday as he was discussing the trade dispute between the U.S. and Canada. U.S. Trade Representative did issue this social media post on Friday after those negotiations crumbled. It gets cut off a little bit, but it says this, that tonight Canada declined to finalize the trade deal under the terms agreed earlier this week. Despite the U.S. offer to Canada to receive the best treatment of any major exporter to our market, new demands and walkbacks of our commitments by Canada have upended the careful balance reached in the past days. In addition, Canada is continuing to maintain its prolonged retaliation against the United States, including, among other things, flat-out prohibitions on certain American goods and services. For decades, Canada has enjoyed the most favorable access to the U.S. market of any country. And from the beginning of President Trump's trade program, Canada has continued to enjoy the best treatment in the world, even after, like China, retaliating against the United States. This week, the United States agreed to provide even better treatment to Canada, offering significant tariff reductions on steel, aluminum, autos, and lumber. The U.S. offer was also forward-looking and included a historic economic and national security partnership to cooperate on export controls, combat transshipment, enhance digital trade, and align certain external tariffs. The offer would have led to supply chain coordination, aerospace, complementary actions to address unfair trade practices, critical minerals cooperation, increased enforcement against imports produced with forced labor, and the announcement of formal U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement negotiations. I want to take us out to a live look at the White House. Now, that post does conclude by saying this is a missed opportunity for Canada to partner with the United States, which is the fastest growing economy in the G7. We'll keep you up to date with any developments on these trade disputes, and a reminder that the retaliatory tariffs against U.S. goods are set to take effect on September 8th. We'll be right back. Taking us out to images that we are getting over in Kyiv, Ukraine. Now, this is not live at the moment, but this is a playback. As you can see, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky welcomed several world leaders down there to the capital of the country as Ukraine does celebrate its Independence Day. I want to hang on to this look for just a little bit to give you all a chance to see how Zelensky is commemorating this day.
Вітаю вас.
Це всім нашим лікарям, насправді, я
Дякую.
точно не заслуговую. Це
Ви
нашим
заслуговуєте
пацієнтам, нашим лікарям.
і лікарям, і вам. Дуже дякуємо
Дякую.
за все.
Це ж приємно.
Навзаєм. Вітаю.
Нагороджено орденом «За мужність» 3-го ступеня Ігнатюка Леоніда Павловича, водолаза Товариства з обмеженою відповідальністю «Арсенал Будмонтаж», Миколаївська область.
Вітаю, Леоніде. Дякую вам. І для мене честь. Знаю, яку роботу ви робите, знаю результат, особливо весь той рік. Постійно були на зв'язку з громадами. Дуже дякую вам за все.
Дякую.
Дякую.
Нагороджено орденом княгині Ольги 3-го ступеня Гетьманчук Альону Анатоліївну, главу міста.
Вітаю, Альона.
Днем Незалежності.
З Днем Незалежності вітаю вас.
Дякую за лідерство.
Дякую вам за підтримку. Дякую за посилення нашого діпкорпусу. Дякую.
Можна піти?
Да, задоволення.
Дякую.
Соколову Оксану Миколаївну, ведучу програми Товариства з обмеженою відповідальністю Міжнародна комерційна телерадіокомпанія ICTV.
Дякуємо вам, Оксана.
Дякую, що тримаєте цю країну незалежно зараз на своїх плечах.
Дуже дякую вам за все, за вашу роботу, за службу. З Днем Незалежності. Всьому колективу також привітання. Дякую.
Нагороджено орденом Данила Галицького, Гавриша Олексія Петровича, надзвичайного і повноважного посла України в Королівстві Норвегія.
Дякую за службу, Олексію. Так, тримати. Більше підтримки. Дякую.
Нагороджено медаллю «За врятоване життя» поставничу Інну Васильівну, завідувача відділення комунального некомерційного підприємства «Міська лікарня номер 2 Краматорської міської ради, Донецька область.
Вітаю вас. Дякую вам дуже за все. Дякую.
Нагороджено відзнакою президента України «Майбутнє України» красоту Марію Богданівну, ученицю 3-го класу Ганнопільської гімназії Тульчинської міської ради, Вінницька область.
Мої вітання. Дуже дякуємо за все. Ви наше майбутнє. Така хальбуся. Вітаю, дуже приємно. Все.
Перемога.
Обов'язково.
Обов'язково буде. Можна фото, будь ласка, з вами?
А, ну. Працює? Так. Дякуємо.
Присвоєно почесне звання «Заслужений артист України» Жищенко Наталії Олександрівні, співачці, музикантові.
З Днем Незалежності, Наталя. Дуже дякую вам. Вітаємо вас.
Дякую.
Дякую.
Огнєвіч Златі Леонідівні, співачці.
So we are just watching here a playback of some of the moments earlier today. Ukrainian President Zelensky welcoming several world leaders to commemorate and celebrate Ukraine's Independence Day. Sitting there, you can see the European Council President, Antonio Costa. You can also see UK Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. I want to bring us out to a social media post courtesy of President Zelensky. He says this: "The fate of Ukraine and our independence is determined by the daily efforts of everyone who defends our country and helps it stand strong. And it is important for all of us to remember the price at which our freedom is won, to honor all those who fought and continue to fight for Ukraine, and to be grateful to everyone who contributes to keeping Ukraine free. Today, together, we honored the memory of our fallen heroes at the Wall of Remembrance in Kyiv. Eternal gratitude to all who defended and continue to defend our country. Eternal memory to our defenders who gave their lives defending Ukraine." We also have this live image coming out of Kyiv, Ukraine on this Monday. We'll continue to keep an eye out for any more events celebrating Ukraine's Independence Day, and we'll showcase those live looks here at LiveNOW from Fox. Thank you all for staying with us on this Monday. Let's continue on with more of the top stories of the day. Now, here we focused on the war between Russia and Ukraine, but we're also turning our attention to the Middle East and the war between the U.S. and Iran. Taking us out to a social media post courtesy of the Associated Press, it says, breaking: Iran's real currency hit a new record low as the economy has been battered by ongoing sanctions, and as Washington prepares to announce even more extensive sanctions, it said would be an economic D-Day and would add further pressure. I also want to take a look at this social media post courtesy of Reuters. It says the U.S. threatened Iran with what it called the greatest financial offensive ever marshaled as it prepared to roll out economic sanctions on August 24th that target Iran's trade partners. Iran, in turn, vowed to shut down all oil exports from the Gulf if the economic war continues. Bringing us out to a live look of the White House in Washington, D.C. Now, we also know that the new head of Iran's top security body warned on Sunday that Tehran will see any country's support for new U.S. economic measures against the Islamic Republic as an act of war, while Iran's president defended a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. as the best way out of the stalled conflict. Later on today, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is expected to announce the new measures after the U.S. vowed to impose that unprecedented level of economic warfare and isolation. But it'll be on a country that has lived for decades under sanctions. A lot to discuss here, so joining us next into the program is Jonathan Sayed. He is an Iran program research analyst with the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning. Great to be with you again.
Thanks for being here. I want to touch on one of those lines from the Associated Press reporting. Iran, a country that has lived decades under sanctions already, the U.S. promising way more economic pressure today. How much more can they really inflict on Iran to make them change course?
That's an excellent question, and it's more about the strategy than the tool itself. So assuming we can inflict more economic costs against the Islamic Republic and that can later translate into political pressure, the question really is this regime capable of behavior change? I know you and I have talked about this topic quite extensively, but getting a bit into the details, there are three different angles. One is what the United States can do in addition to the existing maximum pressure campaign. We can discuss that as to what other options there are, what other third countries can be pressured so they halt trade with the Islamic Republic. Two is what would economic collapse look like? And three, can that actually change the behavior of the regime? And on the second point there, I think oftentimes we use the word economic collapse a bit vaguely, but what we're seeing right now and what we have seen in Iran in the past few years is what economic collapse looks like. When people are no longer using cash because the inflation is so high, they always have to use card. When food prices are over 125% inflation, you see that increase in essential goods, not to mention the currency devaluation. So we are effectively at a point where the economy is in practical terms collapsing. So the question is, does the average authority in the Islamic Republic see this as enough pressure and see it as an existential threat? The short answer is it can, only if it's supplemented with other threats against the regime, and the economy is only one major pillar of that.
We're taking a look here at a social media post courtesy of the White House. It says the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country, and they are quoting their President Trump. I also want to bring us out, though, to another social media post. I want to focus on Iran's response as well here. So Iran International English, one of the news media outlets there, saying that Iran will treat any country's participation in or support of the U.S. economic campaign against Tehran as an act of war and could halt all oil exports from the Persian Gulf. That's according to the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council and what he had to say on Sunday, and they included a quote from him. It says, "If the economic war continues, not a single drop of oil will be exported, neither through the Strait of Hormuz nor anywhere in the Persian Gulf." He went on to say Iran will regard any country's participation in or support of America's economic war against the Iranian people as an act of war. Jonathan, what is your assessment of this response from Iran? I mean, how much further are they taking this war with these active threats?
There's 2 points on that. One is the individual making these threats, and 2 is about the threats themselves. First, this is the new Supreme National Security Council secretary recently appointed, part of another about 7 appointments by the new Supreme Leader. As you and I have discussed, we don't know if he's alive or incapacitated. Nonetheless, we see these recycled officials, and we cannot even call them new because they have been around since the Iran-Iraq War, even prior to the around the Islamic Revolution. So we have to keep in mind, this is a regime that is becoming more and more paranoid, but the hardline nature of it has remained more or less about the same. These individuals that have been working under the first Khamenei Senior, the second Supreme Leader of the Islamic Republic that was removed on February 28th. So it's more or less the same strategy, just implemented by different people. So these different rivalries between different factions within the Islamic Republic do not disagree on the strategy of escalation, as you see here. They want to get more concessions out of the United States. It's really a matter of who's close enough to the circle of power that can actually implement this policy. So that's one keynote. In addition to that, this is a continuation of their policies. So when they went after practically every Persian Gulf Arab country, and I'm thinking Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, and of course going beyond that to the Levant, Jordan, and Israel, any country that has any ties with the United States, whether they simply host U.S. military or if they keep any military equipment sent by the United States like defense systems, they were struck by the Iranian missile barrages and drones. So that strategy is there. But what we're seeing under this new regime is that even though it is becoming more or less more paranoid, it also is under the impression that it can gain more concessions. So it's more of a contradiction in their own policies. But nonetheless, I'm also looking at the latest threat coming against Europe. They said they're going to target any European country that's housing U.S. bases. I know Bulgaria was one of those discussions, and it wouldn't be the first time that they struck Europe. They struck Turkey, that's a NATO state. They attacked Cypriot bases that are housing UK facilities. In addition to that, they of course went after Diego Garcia, that is quite far from Iran. So they've demonstrated that they don't hesitate to escalate, and that is because they don't really fear the repercussions, because what they've seen so far is that when they take the world economy by hostage, the price they have to pay is very cheaply made military installations around the Persian Gulf. So it's a matter of shifting that or tilting that calculation in Washington's favor.
Speaking of some of these countries that have been struck by Iran, we have a post here from the New York Post. It says the UAE suspends all trade with Iran, quote, until further notice, after accusing Tehran of firing ballistic missiles toward the country. But on the other side of this, Reuters China is saying that China's foreign ministry said on Monday that Beijing will closely watch developments and do what is necessary to protect its rights as the U.S. prepares to unveil new Iran sanctions that are expected to target Tehran's trading partners. Now, Iran does have some support from China and Russia. Jonathan, how do we kind of compare these two sides here, the UAE and some countries saying they're not going to trade with Iran versus possibly some of the support that they continue to get from places like China and Russia?
This is likely part of the bigger campaign that Bessent was talking about, pressuring third countries to prevent any trade with the Islamic Republic. Now, firstly, talking about the UAE, it is a major success because that really arena continues to be, or well, yet to see, but had at least was one of the biggest fronts for Iran's money laundering operations, sanctions evasion. Now, whether that was just oil smuggling or when they brought in some of this revenue through the UAE, through Dubai, and laundered them and again it channeled them back inside Iran or purchased dollars or whatever it is that they did with their schemes. But this is to say it is not necessarily going to halt Iran's activities, because how money laundering in nature operates is that it's not part of the conventional transaction systems, which means even if formally you seize some of these relations, the third-party actors, the gray area, the front companies, the actual kleptocrats that are doing these operations, in theory, are still more or less exploiting the financial institutions that they've infiltrated, as we've seen with the UAE. But this is to say, of course, it's going to be a bigger hurdle for them. It's going to be much more challenging. And parallel to that would be China, and specifically Hong Kong, actually. That, again, is another hub. And how the regime uses some of these areas is more than just support from a local government. It's more so having the freedom to operate. A lot of weapons procurement also goes through Hong Kong and Dubai. So I remember under the first Trump administration, the Iran Action Group heavily pressured China and actually threatened to sanction their banks and different financial institutions should they continue to allow Iranian money laundering operations. Assuming a similar threat is facing China right now, and realistically the comment that we just saw is in response to some of the back channel pressure from this administration. So that would be the number one win if China actually not even necessarily stops backing Iran, but as far as not allowing the regime to exploit their financial institutions to launder money for weapons procurement or just one way or another fund the regime, that would be a major roadblock. And I'll end it with this. The blockade is achieving a lot of these key points here. Of course, physically not allowing Iran to move its number one export, which is oil, has inflicted a lot of pain. So that continues to really be the main catalyst of Iran's economic decline.
Jonathan, there is one more headline that I want to touch on here. This one courtesy of Al Jazeera from earlier today. They said that Iraq has proposed establishing a unified security coordination council with Iran and Saudi Arabia to rebuild trust between the regional rivals. They went on to report that the National Security Advisor told State TV on Sunday that the initiative aims to address what he called a crisis of confidence between both of these countries. What do we make of this going forward? Is Iran now going to be part of several other councils and coalitions? Are we going to see different shifts in alliances possibly?
It's a bit too premature to make those assumptions because there has been a recurring pattern of Iraq wanting to be an intermediary between Riyadh and Tehran, between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Now, how successful that has been, it's debatable simply because it's a contradictory policy. You cannot enact a security pact or deal with a country that you frequently bombed, whether through your own mainland or through proxies. And that's what the regime has done against Saudi Arabia. I guess it's more of a diplomatic measure from Baghdad to demonstrate that they're still trying to maybe amend ties. And also from the Islamic Republic showing that even though they're quite aggressive with their foreign policy, maybe one way or another they want to have a diplomatic messaging that's broadly more positive. And third, which is probably the most important, is it's probably in response to Saudi Arabia enacting a new pact with other countries in the region, and Iran thinks it's falling behind. As different nation states around the Middle East are forming alliances on the national level and recognizing one another's sovereignty, Iran continues to play within the gray zone, exploiting paramilitary groups, not respecting countries' national sovereignty, as we see with the militias in Iraq. Iraq, in Gaza, in Afghanistan, in Lebanon, and of course in Yemen. So throughout, that's their strategy. Maybe they're feeling that they're falling behind of this new modern trend of countries, quote unquote, behaving normally and the regime not. So I would really look at it through that geopolitical lens. But I think I'll end it with this note that from Tehran's perspective, escalation has more or less paid off with the regional countries specifically, because to them, the Iranian missile threat continues to be existential. And as Iran punished these countries for what the US and Israel led, again, make these countries maybe more or less be skeptical of the relationship with the United States, at the same time having to deal with this regional bully that's the Islamic Republic. So from Iran's perspective, they raised costs and these countries did not fire back directly. So maybe they think their strategy is working in their favor, which is why they even have the audacity, dare I say, to propose such initiatives to countries that they're bombing.
Jonathan Syed, an Iran program research analyst with the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, we touched on a lot of these headlines there in the Middle East. We'll wait to see what happens later on today, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
I do want to bring us out to a social media post here, courtesy of Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Take a look. He says President Trump has dismantled Iran's military capabilities, destroyed nearly 100% of its military factories, and buried its nuclear program. We are now entering the endgame. At dawn begins an economic D-Day, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary. The Islamic Republic has subsisted by dressing extortion as security guarantees. It has drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over, and those who fear the danger of defying Tehran ought to not discount the cost of testing Washington. The president has created the conditions to leverage every agency, every authority, and action many assumed we would never summon. Our objective is to sever any economic lifeline that sustains the tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox, where we prioritize live events as they are happening around the world. And this next one takes us back out to Beijing in China. If you have been joining us early in the mornings for the past couple of days, we have been taking this special event. It is the World Humanoid Robot Games, where these robots participate in Olympic-style challenges. Right now, it seems that they are in the boxing ring. Let's watch.
国际的战场。我们双方都有一台机器人在巴斯州设防护网的场地进行战役式全接触的演练。那么我们的自由搏击每一场有3个回合，每回合2分钟，回合之间的调整时间2分钟。那么这场自由搏击的比赛，其实我们要看到的是击打是否真正的落在了有效部位。有时候我们看到这个机器人动作幅度可能非常大，但是它可能没有切在有效部位。有效部位主要指的是我们机器人身体、身体、躯干的正面、头部和我们的大腿。压住也行。何止这样？目前就那个谁联系完赛。看到机器人已经盘坐在了一起。文书这可以啊，那个支援那个可以。高位的击砍双方都想通过一击获得更高的分数。那么在我们的比赛当中啊，如果是通过拳击常规性击打到对方躯干，其他的得分数大腿和头部就可以得1分。
看到对方都在
溜达呢，不着急吗？
关键的交位上，大力的打。
没错，腿脚移动头部或者是躯干，或者是在前他们会认定的一些组合拳、或者是高难度动作，这样的击打都是可以3分的。可以看到我们的机器人还是很努力的，在选择一个高位的东西，想要得到这个难度的3分。那么目前我们在有的2队都是上海高一队的北京大学飞豹队，这种分。红方是上海高一队，蓝方是飞豹队。
那天我估计看到一个图片，走向3分钟，就低的很高。
那么在我们的规则当中啊，击中后以外的部位或者是10秒内能够靠自身动力恢复战的，当下可以第6，但是10秒内未能恢复战力或者是会很快或者是系列赛的非常尴尬 KO。那么对于我们机器这个来说，其实咱们今天是真正的打得出来的，而且它牵到了很多关系。那么对于自由搏击来说，怎么样最高效的能够是 KO 对方？
张老师，我个人在观看你们的过程中有一个特别的感受，就是双方在缓慢的接近对方，但是呢，当他们提到对方会瞬间进行支援，这也是我们运动员选手的一个打的特质。那自由搏击中最大的挑战是双方的手部交互的能力，他们在出手的时候呢，会特别的这个比如说对大尺寸的外力的小范围的放大，但是在自由搏击的过程中呢，涉及到突然的或者说直接的外力的较大的作用力。在这种情况之下，怎么去保持自身的稳定，同时还要对对方进行击打，这才是我们比较关注的一个问题。那这也是我们一直在提到的技巧控制，怎么在之前进行在不反击的技巧的同时呢，不断的进行一个太极的过程，在运动员的规划。如果时间没有比较长，那我们如何在比赛规则的要求之下，在被击打之后还能站起来，知道自己的状态，这个是值得我们关注的关注的地方。
其实这么看出来，机器人完成要有效的击打，最难寻找的可能只是时机，并且还要在这个击打之后把它做出收回。
是的，张老师，我们看到一些能够预判对方的位置，然后呢，对这种打击这里涉及到了多少的算法。
比如说我们刚看到相当于以下的对决当中，我们的这位选手在两边一起的击击战，他所收回的过程，可能和但是他在时间内成功起身了，这为他取得后面的机会。
的确可以通过来
您刚刚提到了一个预测对方的那么现在咱们这个人形机器人当中，他们或许有没有这种能力，就是我先预测了，看你的这个出行路线，看到你的身体动态的一个趋势来判断你的攻击方向。现在是做到这一点。
是的，我认为我们现在的比赛选手一直都是采用了充分的纯算法，机器人不是说受到假的这种赛态，而是说预测到即将受到假赛，说预测到对方可能会到达这个范围之内，然后呢就会进行击杀。这也非常的威胁我们所有的算法，所有考试它的内容也在现实上是出的高水平的表现。
If you are just joining us here at LiveNOW from Fox, this is one of the many live events that we have going on around the world. It takes us out to Beijing in China, where the World Humanoid Robot Games are continuing. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break, but we'll be back out to more of your live events and keep you up to date with breaking news headlines in just 2 minutes. Time right now is 7:30 on the East Coast, 4:30 in the morning over on the West Coast. My name is Karal Lahara, and let's talk a little bit about some of the top stories that we are following for you on this Monday. Bringing us out to a live look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. And on the left-hand side of your screen is where you can see those major headlines. The first one being Economic D-Day. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is set to unveil new sanctions for Iran. That is supposed to happen later on today. Now, the U.S. did vow to impose an unprecedented level of economic warfare and isolation on the country that has lived for decades under sanctions. Also today, Pakistan's army chief is expected to visit Iran as mediators try to revive talks. Meanwhile, attacks calmed on the Strait of Hormuz, but posturing did not, as a recently created Iranian authority listed dozens of vessels it said will face restrictions on future transits. Also, over the weekend, the new head of Iran's top security body did warn that Tehran will see any country's support for new U.S. economic measures against the Islamic Republic as an act of war, while Iran's president defended a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. as the best way to end the stalled conflict. Moving down through that list of headlines that we were talking about, the next one regards Canada and the U.S. Now, we know that over the weekend we had some comments from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney revolving those tariffs. Now, trade negotiations did crumble. The U.S. there and President Trump are now imposing 50% tariffs on scores of Canadian imports, and that kicked in on Saturday. The new levies are expected to affect about 5% of Canada's annual exports to the U.S. That's roughly $20 billion in goods, ranging from hockey sticks to agricultural products. Canada's Prime Minister, at the same time, quickly promising on Saturday that his government would roll out dollar-for-dollar retaliatory measures starting September 8th. And then finally, I want to bring us out to the last bullet point and also some images that we are getting out of Reno in Nevada. Take a look at this, because wildfires are continuing to burn in that area, forcing thousands to evacuate. The Associated Press is saying this, that an out-of-control wildfire that jumped over fire trucks and made it difficult for crews to reach hotspots destroyed homes in northwest Reno on Sunday. Shifting winds challenged firefighters trying to bring it under control, and authorities urged some 90,000 people to evacuate. At least 6 people, 3 first responders and 3 civilians were injured. Officials said the fire was human-caused, but did not provide details on how they reached that conclusion or whether it was intentionally set or accidental. This fire is being dubbed the Hawk Fire, and it began Saturday and grew to more than 23 square miles as it spread Sunday across the Peavine Peak area of Humboldt in a national forest there, where rugged foothills are ringed by homes and businesses near the California state line. As of this moment, or the latest reporting, there has been 0 containment. So we're waiting for possibly some more updates later on today from officials down there battling these flames. All right, let's continue on, though, on this Monday. And I want to get us back out to more of these live looks and events that we have been showcasing throughout the last several hours. It means we are heading back out to Beijing, where the World Humanoid Robot Games continue.
站的这几位小运动员，拿着紫色的花球，红扑扑的脸庞，看上去特别的喜庆。那我们的运动员在不断的调整自己的站位，把自己的队形放在镜头看。相应的，稍后我们的配合也会更加的整齐划一。
是的，每一个运动员首先在调整自己的体位，然后呢跟队友进行良好的配合和互动。
那么其实我们刚刚看到，这个拉拉操的过程当中会有一定的队形的变换。那么这种队形变化和交叉的时候，机器人是怎么样避免互相干扰或者碰撞？
其实这要归因于我们这些高配的各种类型的感觉它的设备，能够呢在高速运行的方式上监测队友的位置，然后呢进行相应的，比如说单脚或者三次的转体等等的，能够进行来监测它的速度的。
就是我们现在看到三位小小的运动员拉开了距离，把他们的队形站得更齐整，随时准备看他们的展示。好了，现场的观众朋友们，科大讯飞为大家配备了 AI 实时的中英文同传，整套技术由讯飞同传提供支持。稍后您只要扫描屏幕上方的二维码，讯飞同传二维码就能同步获取到赛事的中英文双语语音直播，获得无障碍的观赛体验。我们可以看到场馆靠近南侧的屏幕那边，已经把我们讯飞同传二维码展示上去了。现场的观众朋友们可以拿出手机进行扫码，来体验中英文双语的直播。听到现场传来了特别动感的拉拉操的音乐，小队员们开始了他表演。开始赛。
张老师给我们在拉拉操的项目会对队员的数量有要求吗？因为我有看到当时我们参赛的是第3位运动员，但是我们上一次参赛的是队员。
在拉拉操的这个过程当中啊，实际上数量可以是3台最多的参赛，但是最多是12台，而且对于机器人的高度其实也是高度不能低于0.8米。那么这个比分的评分标准呢，是分为以下几个部分：满分100分，我们刚刚提到的这个技术的唱片呢，占40分，完成的质量占40分，整体效果结合在一起占20分。
拉拉操的比赛是十分考量我们原始人的精准控制以及手的发力，和多个个体之间的这个智能的表现。
我们现在看到了足球比赛的开场。其实，在前几天的足球比赛当中，我们已经可以看到，对于有进攻的队伍，实际上在场上得分会更加的凌厉一些。现在我们看到场上的比分是红方比蓝方6比2。那么目前进行的是足球中型足球比赛。机器人的足球也可以像人类一样，正常射门空间，但是更多看起来强调的机器人都在这个全自主的运行，谁去带球，谁提供接应，谁回防，这个是挨个的检查实验。那么每一次他们的这个障碍或者一次面对出球的迟缓，就立刻可能会形成局部的多打少的情况。
是的，我们观众朋友们可以重点关注一下我们机器人运动员的头部，他们在不停的进行转动。事实上，他们的传感设备还是目标的检测，寻找我们的球我们对手和队友的位置。接下来呢，机器人首先要进行自定位， 以及建立我们现场整个世界的模型，不断的把自己的位置、独处的位置以及对手队友的位置，在世界模型中进行更新。
在我们运动员的脑中，其实已经有了这种世界模型，相当于已经构建起来一个小小的、简单的世界观了。
是的，在世界模型之后呢，我们的机器人会建立自己的行为树。当发现有射门的机会之后呢，就会拿产生射门的机会；如果没有的话呢，他们就会进行自己的传球。
好，我们看到现在在拉拉操的赛场上，单人的机器人在进行他的比赛。相对的更多空间会展示，可以看到他现在这个随着音乐节奏的微微的屈身，膝盖的动作，也非常有人类在舞蹈。
后面表现越来越达到一个状态，从建筑的搭建到跟高空人际关系到对整个世界的感知和一种控制，都在慢慢的。
其实我想，对于这个单人出场的运动员来说，他单个人对于身体控制，刚刚提到这一点，他能够最淋漓展现的。而对于多台。
We are continuing to watch this live. It is day 3 of the World Humanoid Robot Games happening in Beijing, China. We'll be right back. Taking us back out live over to Beijing in China as we are continuing to showcase day 3 of the World Humanoid Robot Games.
现在看到的是场景赛当中的工业场景包住货。打包入货是一条连续的药品包装流程。首先，我们把成品要和规范装箱，再把药片和说明书放入到药片当中。而且在这个过程当中，其实还有一步是要把我们里面的这3个环节其实是难度逐渐加大。
拿怎么放，精准的实现这个抓取，所以我们也在讨论。这其实涉及到目前让大家普遍关注的一个研究路线，我也要视觉，还有我们的语言，还有我们的行为进行统一。
让我们再把目光看到100米障碍赛当场，第11组的比赛，凌云铁骑现在目前正在 S 型的弯桥上。这里我们刚刚提到了，如果在过桥的过程当中掉落在赛道掉落在 S 弯桥之外的情况，它就必须重新的回到开始，重新回到这个障碍的开始。可以看到选择了一个相对稳妥的走法。那么在拉拉操的比赛场地上，即将开始卓越星空赛队的展示。我们卓越星空赛队，你看这个服装非常的炫酷。
是的，而且我们看到当前的运动员高度也是非常优秀的。
没错，他的这个身体姿态其实已经和人类的身形已经很像了。
是的，拉拉操比赛其实其中的难点呢，在于我们同时要让多台机器人一起拍手，或者说一起完成相应的舞蹈的动作，而每个机器人呢，它的内部都有自己的控制器，来有自己的控制周期。那么所以呢，怎么去协调多个机器人的控制的时间的偏差，而让整个比赛看起来更加的协调和优美，这是我们观众朋友们可以关注的一个内容。
看到这三位选手随着音乐的节拍看着自己的步伐，其实我感觉这个仿佛是机器人真的是音乐一样，他们在这个音乐的配合当中显示着非常流畅而且自然。那么王老师现在当然我们可以感觉通过对音乐的节拍的编排，自主对整个产生一些互动或者技术。
目前我们的眼镜机器人是可以实现了这部分的功能。我们认为机器人它首先在对环境的感知、对自身状态的确定之后呢，它会协调跟现有的一个姿态表现，然后呢，进而实现这样的一个体的运动的理解。
可以看到我们的这个三位选手在配合之间的节拍上面也是有一定的变化，所以说实现这个三角形我们称为弧线。如果咱们比如说这位有选手他产生一些轻微的摇晃，或者是落后的拍子，他们是怎么样去调整跟上他队友的节奏，或者说跟上这个音乐的节奏？
其实我们严谨在进行这个练习的时候呢，是我们小脑来负责平衡。同样呢，我们机器人的小脑的抽拉呢，涉及到我们的眼线、关节的控制，提高出的反馈。我们会让机器人在毫秒级的时间之内呢，进行这个修偏，然后呢，来实现各机的一个稳定性。
机器人的小脑现在发展的也是特别的成熟了。
是的，我们机器人拥有大脑进行运动的规划，同时也具有小脑进行运动的执行。这样呢，整体就表现出来我们一个非常类人的运动形态。
好了，我们感谢卓越星空赛队为我们带来刚刚精彩的展示。不但是身上的花纹特别炫酷，而且刚刚整体的表现以及对音乐的诠释特别炫酷。我觉得他们这个艺术靠边，完成质量都非常高。
是的，音乐的节拍的跟随以及整体动作的仓促都是非常 有关上的。
好了，我们现在看到了乒乓球的，这是1/4的比赛。乒乓球的比赛和其实观众都很熟悉，但是机器人的比赛还有几个特别的地方，因为我们看到这个周边啊。
If you're just joining us here at Live Now from Fox, we have been showcasing the World Humanoid Robot Games happening over in Beijing, where we see these robots participate in Olympic-style sporting events. They do obstacle courses. Some of them are boxing. Some of them are running track. And we even saw some cheerleaders moments ago. We do have to step away for a quick commercial break, but we'll continue with more of the day's top stories after this. Thank you all for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox on this Monday. It is August 24th. My name is Carol Lahara. My time at the desk has almost come to an end, but joining you in just a little bit is going to be my colleague Josh Breslow, and he has got you covered with everything we need to know. Coming up, Josh, what do you have?
Going on, as always, on this Monday here. I had to remind myself of what day it was, but I can also tell you that it is going to be what's called Economic D-Day. That is what we've been hearing from President Trump as well as Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent. Now, it's important to note, and I apologize if my audio is super loud. I'm turning it down here. I can see you, Carell, looking over at me. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said that this is going to be that quote-unquote economic D-Day. And essentially what that means is new economic sanctions on Iran. So we are going to have an expert join us to break down exactly what that means, what we can expect. And then we're also going to have those remarks from Secretary Bessent. That is going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And right after that, the White House says that President Trump is going to, quote, make an announcement. That's going to happen at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. He'll be over in the Rose Garden there at the White House. However, we don't know at this point what that announcement is going to be. So we'll keep an eye on that and bring you those comments in full, as we always do, right here on Live Now from Fox. Also around 11 a.m. Eastern time, an event will take place with RFK Jr. and Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins. Not really a lot of details on that either, but another live event. Now, we, of course, prioritize those live events here on Live Now from Fox, so we'll have you covered with all of those as they get underway. We're also following the latest on the Hawk fire. It has now led to the evacuation of 90,000 people and several buildings there, including homes, destroyed by that fire. It's burning out of control over in Reno, Nevada, and we have just some of the video that you're looking at on your screen. This was shot from far away, so Reno City Guide there providing it and trying to make sure that they stay safe. But you can see the flames that are burning over there. Again, that is the Hawk fire, leading to the evacuation of 90,000 people over in the Reno area. We also have about 6 people who have been injured there as a result. So as I keep mentioning, Correll, a lot going on here on Live Now from Fox in the coming hours. We will keep you up to date and posted with all of that.
All right, Josh, thanks so much for that, and we'll see you here in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I do want to take us out to some more comments that we had earlier today. First off, a live look that we have over in Kyiv, Ukraine. I've mentioned this a couple of times, but Ukraine is commemorating its Independence Day today amid its ongoing war with Russia. Now, President Zelensky did welcome several world leaders to a ceremony that happened earlier. That included UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham. Prime Minister Burnham also made some comments during that ceremony. Let's take a look at that, and then on the other side, Josh Breslow will be taking over.
Великої Британії та Північної Ірландії Енді Бернем.
Please. Mr. President, Presidents and Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it is an honor to be here with you to mark Ukraine's Independence Day. It is 35 years since this country took control of its own destiny. But we know you have had to earn it again and again. Since the early days, you have dealt with attacks on your language, your culture, and your elections. You have endured 12 years of naked aggression, the occupation of Crimea, and now 4.5 years of Russia's full-scale invasion, all aimed at crushing the independence that we are here to celebrate, trying to break your will. But today and every day, you prove that they have failed. Russia's actions have not changed the path this nation is on. It's confirmed it. You have stood tall and defiant in the face of everything Russia has thrown at you, and you have taken your place as a proud sovereign European nation, a vibrant democracy with a bright future ahead. My nation, our nation, kept the flame of European freedom alive in the 20th century, Great Britain. You hold that flame in the 21st. And I think that is how Ukraine is seen today, certainly across Europe, as a light in the world against the aggression that increasingly darkens our age. Fiercely brave, fiercely independent, fiercely defending the values that we hold dear. Your resilience, the sheer strength of the Ukrainian people is truly awesome. You inspire us every single day. So I want to tell you something you probably don't hear enough. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you for the incredible stand you have taken, because we are all stronger for it. Europe is stronger. NATO is stronger too. As President Zelensky has said, Ukraine is not a poor relative, but a strong ally. I'd go further still. Ukraine has been Europe's protector, not a drain on our security, but the front line of keeping Europe safe. That's why I believe the Ukrainian people deserve not just our continued support, but our gratitude and our respect. This ceremony is a moment to reflect all of that. It is a day of pride and hope. So I have two messages today for the Ukrainian people. First, on behalf of everyone in the United Kingdom, Sedanam Nazalashnosti, Happy Independence Day. Second, I want to assure you once again that we recognise your independence and your sovereignty in full, and that international borders cannot be changed by force. We see the terrible suffering you have endured and still endure today. We see the crimes and injustices perpetrated against innocent civilians, the thousands of children abducted and deported. So my second message today to the people of this country, from Lviv to Luhansk, is that we are with you in this struggle all the way, heart and soul. And as Prime Minister, let me say that I am with you personally. I've worked closely with Ukrainian mayors over the last few years in the Unbroken Cities network. What I see before me today is an unbroken country. I hope, as Prime Minister, that this will not be my last visit here. It is my first overseas visit, and I chose to do this, and I hope it tells you something about the importance that I attach to your cause. I will honour every commitment my country has made to Ukraine in full. We will continue to build the 100-year partnership between our two countries, bringing together our cities and our schools, our businesses and our communities, learning from each other and growing together for decades to come. And despite Russia's outrageous threats to my country, we will continue our support for Ukraine's defence. I know you need more help to protect your skies and your civilians. I know how hard the winters have been and the need to be ready this year when the nights draw in. That's why later today I will take up the reins of the Coalition of the Willing alongside President Macron and Chancellor Merz. I am determined that we will work together to deliver the support you need, Mr. President, stronger than ever. That means not just air defence, but stopping Russia launching their missiles in the first place, with sanctions that cut off their military supply chains, with support to destroy missiles before they are launched against Ukrainian cities, and with help for Ukraine to develop new technologies and deepen our industrial cooperation. This is the moment to keep up the pressure on Russia. The moment to squeeze their ability to fund this illegal war. This is how we will speed up their realization of something we all know already, that Russia cannot win this war. That the cry for sovereignty and independence 35 years ago is stronger today than ever, and it will never be silenced. You are asking for nothing more than the chance to live your lives in peace, to build a better future for yourselves and for your children, to hold your own future in your own hands. This is your right. This is what you deserve, and we will be with you all the way until that day comes. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
All right, that was Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky as he was hosting Andy Burnham and several others. Of course, Burnham, the UK Prime Minister, who you were listening to right there, providing those remarks on Independence Day. If you are just joining us, the time now is 8:07 on the East Coast and 5:07 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. A big thank you to my colleague, Karel Lahara, who has been here with you for the past several hours to break down all of your top stories and live events. I'm going to be here until about 11 a.m. Eastern Time to do the same. Right now, I want to take a live look here over some of these images that we have coming in out of Canada. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, that is a live look over Calgary, and on the right, that is Winnipeg. We're going to head to a quick break, but on the other side, we're going to talk about everything related to that tariff battle between the U.S. and Canada, where things stand now, and what happens next. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 8:10 on the East Coast and 5:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and wherever you're watching us from, thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday. I do want to get to the latest on a big story that we have been following over the past several days as we take a live look at this hour over the White House. Take a look at your screen. The back and forth continuing there between the U.S. and Canada, as Canada's leader says that his country is going to match new U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney posting on X in part, quote, Canada will match the U.S.'s new tariffs dollar for dollar in order to protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses. We take this step confident that it is the best interest of Canadians. And we do have this post here from Mark Carney that is, of course, the one I was talking about. Now, he started off, we cannot accept what the U.S. has offered, and we will not give what they have asked. President Trump's 50% tariffs on a large array of Canadian imports kicked in over the weekend after talks between the U.S. and Canada fell apart. Trump posted about this on Truth Social just a few days ago, and you can see this popping up on your screen as he said Canada wants the benefits of being a state without being one. They have also charged our great farmers for many years massive amounts of tariffs no more. President DJT. No further talks have been scheduled so far between the U.S. and Canada's retaliatory tariffs are expected to go into effect September 8th, the day after Labor Day. Jonathan Doe is a senior associate dean and professor of international business at Villanova University, joining us now live to discuss what all of this means and, as I mentioned, what happens next. Jonathan, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Good morning, Josh.
Good morning. Well, first off, can you break down for folks out there, the average American or even Canadian, exactly what this means, what these tariffs are going to do, and how they could potentially be impacted?
Yeah, so American consumers will be impacted in higher prices. It's difficult to discern exactly what those higher prices will be due to this latest round of tariff volleys and how much is due to previous tariffs and the Iran war. But no question, tariffs are taxes. Consumers pay those taxes. It means higher prices.
What does it kind of mean to you? How do you break down exactly what is currently going on there between the U.S. and Canada, which are considered allies, and you have this kind of back and forth?
It's really quite unprecedented. You know, U.S. and Canada have been cooperating in trade since the mid-60s. I was involved in the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement, which was concluded in 1989. Then, of course, we had NAFTA after that. Historically, U.S. and Canada and then Mexico had really thought about the North American economy as a single integrated economy, as opposed to three economies competing against each other. But it seems we're now in a different era, at least from the U.S.'s perspective.
And you're looking at some of the video here. As I mentioned, we're talking allies. President Trump and Mark Carney shaking hands. He's, of course, been to the White House. They've had many a conversation, taking questions from members of the media there. What industries would you say on both sides of the border are going to be most vulnerable here?
Yeah, so these tariffs work in two ways. One, they're taxes that consumers pay on the things that they might buy in the grocery store, in the pharmacy, in the department store. But they also have an indirect effect because U.S. manufacturers are dependent upon inputs, that is the parts and accessories that go into assembled products. So the automotive industry in particular is affected not only by the tariffs themselves and the Canadian retaliatory tariffs that will come into effect September 8th, but the purchase of steel, aluminum, and other metals that are used in the manufacture of automobiles. So that increases the cost of the final cars and trucks, and somebody pays that. Either the consumer pays that or the producer has to take a hit.
Looking at all of this kind of a little bit further, again, you're taking a look right here on your screen at two of the big cities there over in Canada. The Trump administration essentially arguing that Canada unfairly disadvantaged U.S. businesses. What would you say, again, based on your experience, the, I guess, kind of argument there?
It is true that historically Canada has protected its industries more closely than the United States. But as a result of the NAFTA and then the USMCA, which was a new form of NAFTA that the first Trump administration negotiated, U.S. and Canada are both pretty open economies to each other's products and services, with a few exceptions. Most countries protect agricultural industries because they're important to their culture, and U.S. and Canada certainly do that. Then, of course, Canada is a country of two major languages, French and English. And Canada wants to preserve the right for French to be required on things like product labels and instructions.
Could we actually see any of these tariffs, the 50% tariffs on the U.S. Imports, really impact overall, not just the economy in the U.S., but really the consumer? Because you talked about the fact that this could lead to higher prices there for the U.S., talking, of course, about the retaliatory tariffs there by Canada. Could this have a major impact?
It could, but not on any particular, but only on a few particular products. So these are relatively little impact in terms of the overall size of trade. U.S. and Canada trade about $450 billion going each way every year. These tariffs only affect about $20 billion of that trade. So in aggregate, the impacts are not that great, but they will be felt in certain products. Let me name one: alcoholic beverages. The Canadian provincial liquor boards have already basically stopped buying any U.S. alcohol. And so producers of, say, Kentucky bourbon are now shut out of the Canadian market, and it will continue to be so.
We've seen President Trump talk about these tariffs that are being used as quote unquote leverage in all of this. We've seen it against several countries here. We also know that there are going to be some sanctions later on today announced against Iran. How, I guess, impactful is something like that when you talk about sanctions, when you talk about economic interactions there? How successful have tariffs been in providing leverage?
They certainly get other countries' attention, no question about it, especially coming from the U.S. that has a lot of economic power with our North American neighbors and around the world. But in aggregate, it seems that these constant announcements of tariffs, withdrawals of tariffs, create a kind of a confusing business environment, not just for our foreign trading partners, but for U.S. businesses themselves that, as I said earlier, depend on these inputs to manufacture their own products. The Trump administration has made at least 60 announcements, policy changes, executive orders related to tariffs, and this creates kind of chaos and confusion in the marketplace more broadly. Add to that the Iran war, and I think things are quite economically uncertain right now, and that puts groups like the Fed in a tough position about what to do next with regard to interest rates, because the inflationary effects of these tariffs and sanctions will result in higher prices and, in a sense, force the Fed's hand in raising interest rates.
One thing that you kind of touched on already, but I want to go a little bit further into it, is the relationship that exists between the U.S. and Canada, because as we mentioned, they are considered allies. They closely work together. We've seen Carney show up quite a bit there at the White House. There are talks that take place over the phone. So how could this maybe impact the relationship between the two countries overall down the line?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think this administration takes a very different view of this North American economy. In prior years, we looked at it as one integrated economy, and that was the goal of NAFTA and then the subsequent USMCA. But right now, it seems we're looking out for ourselves and looking at both allies and enemies as competitors. And so the goal here seems to be to gain competitive edge over our allies and all countries.
What needs to happen essentially for both sides to get back to the negotiating table and maybe move forward here?
So when we had tariffs applied across the board in spring of 2025, the stock market swooned quite a bit. And that seemed to cause the administration to take a little bit of a step back and put its foot on the brakes. I don't think these tariffs are going to have a major effect on markets because, as I said earlier, they're a relatively small share of overall North American trade. It does seem like the negotiators were quite close to getting to an agreement last Friday. So you have to believe they're not that far apart. And you just hope calmer minds will prevail and the two will get back together and try to work something out.
Do you think we'll actually see those Canadian tariffs go into effect, the 50% ones that are retaliatory, or do you think this is also just basically a threat overall that they hope will bring people back to the table?
Well, as I said, they were quite close last Friday, so my hope would be that they continue to work together, even though no talks are currently planned. Canada, it seems, has decided to take a tough position. I think the view is that if we keep making concessions, the U.S. is going to ask for more concessions, and then we make more concessions, and pretty soon we're negotiating against ourselves. So it seems the Prime Minister and really all of Canada has decided to put its foot down and say enough is enough.
Jonathan Doe, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. And before I let you go, I wanted to ask here, is there maybe any misinformation, disinformation, misunderstandings that people have about this kind of back and forth situation involving tariffs that you want to make sure they are clear on before I let you go?
Yes, there's one. Tariffs are taxes, and the taxes are borne primarily by the consumers that buy the goods, not the foreign producers, not the foreign country. We in the United States are paying about $1,000 to $2,000 more per year because tariffs are adding to the everyday expenses that we incur at the department store, at the grocery store, at the supermarket.
All right. Jonathan Doe, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and helping to break this down. We definitely appreciate it.
Good to be with you, Josh.
Good to be with you. And of course, I want to continue to follow everything related to the situation there involving the U.S. and Canada. So we'll keep you updated as those talks potentially are scheduled once again. In the meantime, I mentioned this earlier, but today is the quote-unquote economic D-Day that we've heard President Trump talking about in relation to sanctions against Iran. We know that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is expected to hold some remarks, to make some comments later on today. That is slated for about 2 p.m. Eastern time, though some reports there do say that it could happen maybe a little bit closer to 1:30. So we're going to bring those to you in full as we get them all related once again to Iran and those economic D-Day sanctions. We have this post right here that I want to pop up from Secretary Bessent, kind of lengthy, but it came in just a few hours ago as he said President Trump has dismantled Iran's military capabilities, destroyed nearly 100% of its military factories, and buried its nuclear program. We are now entering the end game. At dawn begins an economic D-Day, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary. The Islamic Republic has subsisted by dressing extortion as security guarantees. It has drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over, and those who fear the danger of defying Tehran ought not to discount the cost of testing Washington. The president has created the conditions to leverage every agency, every authority, and action many assume we would never summit. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains the tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. So again, those remarks from Secretary Bessent right now are scheduled to take place at 2 p.m. Eastern time, so we'll definitely bring those to you on Live Now from Fox as we get them. And as we take a live look over the White House, another reminder that President Trump is expected to make an announcement here in the Rose Garden. Now, that is slated for 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. We know sometimes those run just a little bit late, but as of now, that is set 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, an announcement in the Rose Garden. The White House has not released any details about what that announcement is going to be, but as always, you can watch it here in real time on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break at 8:24 on the East Coast and 5:24 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:26 on the East Coast and 5:26 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you are taking a live look here over some of the images outside Oklahoma. You do have Oklahoma City there on the left-hand side of your screen, and that is the state capital on the right. Important to note here that Oklahoma voters are going to head to the polls tomorrow. Now, this is going to be a big race as they decide which Republican candidate makes it on the ballot in the race for governor. It's either going to be Attorney General Gentner Drummond or former Oklahoma State Senator Mike Mazie. During the primary election, Drummond won by just about 1,000 votes. So the race is considered very, very close. It is neck and neck. Mike Mazie has been endorsed by President Trump and Oklahoma's outgoing governor, Kevin Stitt. Mazie joining us now live to talk about all of this. Of course, Mike, you have been very, very busy, so we definitely appreciate you taking the time to be here.
Thanks so much for having me, Josh.
Of course. And I want to start from the beginning here, because for people who maybe aren't familiar with you, specifically people in Oklahoma, tell them about who you are and what you stand for.
I'm a small business owner, a certified financial planner. We built a company called Trinity Strategic Wealth, and the Lord has blessed it. We have $1.7 billion in client assets, and that afforded me the opportunity to serve in the Oklahoma State Senate for 12 years. I was 10 years the finance chairman, and then I was the current governor's first Oklahoma Secretary of Budget for a couple years. So we had a lot of accomplishments for the people of Oklahoma. I passed some big tax cuts, killed about $2 billion worth of corporate welfare, rescued the almost bankrupt pension systems, and even launched the Oklahoma Back to School sales tax holiday. So I do have a bit of a mastery in money and finance, and I was able to build a plan that we've been telling the people of Oklahoma about for more growth and prosperity.
And I want to pop this up on your screen because this is from President Trump. He, of course, offered his endorsement, as did Governor Kevin Stitt. Now, this says right here, MAGA warrior Mike Mazie is running for governor in Oklahoma, where I was the only president to win all 77 counties in 3 straight elections. Additionally, I won more votes than any candidate in the state's history. I love Oklahoma, and Mike Mazie has my complete and total endorsement for governor. Meanwhile, his runoff election opponent, Gentner Drummond, is a fake Republican who donated to Sleepy Joe Biden and the totally corrupt and anti-American Lincoln Project, which is now in shambles because of their views on open borders, men playing in women's sports, and transgender mutilization of your children. So again, that is a portion of the post where President Trump offered that endorsement. What does that endorsement overall mean to you?
It's a pretty big deal in red state conservative Oklahoma, where, as the president noted, he won all 77 counties in the last 3 presidential elections. So the people of Oklahoma are grateful that the president is making America great again with lower taxes, less regulations, good job growth, and a strong national security. And the Mazie plan, if you will, aligns so well with the Trump agenda that we were grateful and honored to earn his endorsement to be Oklahoma's next governor.
What about how you compare to the current governor, Kevin Stitt? Important to note that he is term limited. He is not running, but did offer you his endorsement. How would maybe your administration, if you were to win, kind of differ from his, but also how would it be the same?
I really enjoyed my 2 years working with Governor Stitt on the finance and budget issues. Together, we orchestrated a plan to build the state savings accounts to $1 billion for the first time in state history. And thank the Lord we did, because that was in 2019, and in 2020, we needed every penny for or during the pandemic. Given my financial background, I want to take things to another level in terms of the focus on waste, fraud, and abuse in state government. We have $32 billion of spending and I plan to launch an Oklahoma Office of State Finance and Fiscal Responsibility, where we take some of the audits that have been done off the shelves and some evaluation reports on our tax incentives and deploy ways to save hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, audit our top agencies from a financial perspective, and do something that shockingly doesn't happen right now, Josh, require every state agency to put on my desk every 90 days a financial report comparing budgeted expenses to actual expenses so we can have great transparency and, again, save hundreds of millions of dollars, in part to launch my plan to make Oklahoma as well a no income tax state.
And you're looking at a post here from you on social media where you talk about this 5 p.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Eastern. President Donald J. Trump and I are holding a statewide tele-rally as we head into the final day of this campaign. Now, we talked about the endorsement there from President Trump, but to have rallies that include him, we're talking the leader of the U.S. here, what does that say? How does that help your campaign? What are your thoughts overall? Because, again, this is going to be later on today.
Yes, everyone's really looking forward to the tele-rally with the president today at 5 p.m. Central. As noted previously, the president really loves Oklahoma. He just treasures the MAGA warriors that are out here, and he wants to make sure Oklahoma has good, solid, conservative leadership. He's aware of the history of my opponent who gave thousands and thousands of dollars to liberal Democrats running against Republican icons, U.S. Senators Jim Inhofe and Tom Coburn, and he wants to rally everyone to get out the vote so we have a very positive and victorious day tomorrow.
And I wanted to ask you, because this has almost become a race that's fairly personal. You have health, drug results, a lot of different testing there that's come out. Do you think that's distracting from the key points here?
Well, campaign races get a little odd sometimes, and this one is no different. It's been disappointing that my opponent decided to take the aftermath of a car accident I was in and had to deal with a broken back and some nerve damage and turned it into, issues of medication. And we just wanted to dispense with all that as easily as possible. So I did submit a very clean drug test. So the people of Oklahoma could be confident this was a nonsense issue, and so it would not become a distraction, and we could focus rather on my plan to create growth and opportunity by making Oklahoma a no-income tax state and abolishing property taxes for seniors and veterans.
And popping up a look at the actual election itself, back on Election Day, you had the Republican runoff where Drummond got 26.3%. You got 26%. This was only a difference, though, of about 1,000 votes. Does that change anything for you as you go here into the runoff? Is there anything you do differently, or do you say, look, it was just a difference of 1,000. It really could have gone either way?
Well, there were 9 candidates in the primary, Josh, on June 16th, and some of the other candidates, friends of mine, actually, Jake Merrick, Charles McCall, Chip Keating, we have been blessed with, for example, the endorsement of one of those previous opponents of mine, Jake Merrick, and we continue to reach out to the supporters of McCall and Keating, and as true Republican conservatives kind of coalesce around our campaign, I think that'll make a big difference tomorrow, because my opponent is a liberal trial lawyer who's done things like align with the ACLU to put a pause on the legislature's ban of transgender surgery for minors. So when all the conservative Republicans align together tomorrow, we look forward to a good, victorious day.
If you are to win that nomination, how are you going to go about bringing supporters of Drummond over to your side and make sure that they understand to vote Republican? And of course, you have your opponent there, Cindy Munson. But as far as bringing in the people who supported Drummond, how are you going to do that?
Well, I think the same way we have reached out to the supporters of Jake Merrick and former Speaker of the House Charles McCall and Chip Keating, we will reach out to those good Oklahomans that have been supporting Drummond by, again, focusing on what our plan can do for the people of Oklahoma, in addition to changing our tax code so we stop losing energy headquarters like Devon Energy to the no income tax state of Texas. I know many of Drummond's supporters are focused on what we need to do for education, and I also have a plan to launch a massive statewide literacy program so we get our students reading at grade level, and that's a big difference between me and the Democratic solutions of my eventual opponent in the general election, who just wants to tax more and spend more and pour money into a dysfunctional system that's 49th in education.
And of course, my last question for you, and I think I know the answer, but will you, assuming, let's say, that Drummond does win this nomination, will you support him in the general election?
Well, we're excited about likely winning tomorrow, Josh. So at the end of the day, Republicans always need to stand together against the almost communistic ideas that have become the Democrat Party. But when we have a good turnout tomorrow and all true Republican conservatives go to the polls, we look forward to a pretty good day and telling President Donald Trump and our current and former conservative state legislators that have endorsed me a big thank you for all their support and belief in us.
Mike, thank you so much for being here with us. I know you have a very busy couple days ahead of you, as the last several weeks and months have been very busy. So thank you again for your time. Anything that we missed, anything that you want to make sure we highlight here before I let you go?
Well, we would greatly appreciate everybody remembering to vote on August 25th, tomorrow, Tuesday. For more details about my plan to create more growth and prosperity and opportunity for our kids and grandkids, Josh, everyone can check out MikeForOK.com. We'd love to have you on our team, and we certainly are eager to answer any last-minute questions you have before tomorrow's runoff.
All right. Mike Mazzei, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh. Have a good Monday.
You too. And of course, again, that is the matchup set in that Republican runoff. You have Mike Mazzei versus Gentner Drummond. Again, looking at the results here from the race itself, you can see that they almost tied. You had Gentner Drummond at 105,832,000 votes there, or I should say 105,832, 26.3% of the vote. Mike Mazzei at 104,691 with 26%. Very, very close. So all eyes are on the situation as it plays out tomorrow. Now, we are going to have Drummond join us here about 9:45 a.m. Eastern time. Want to make sure we get both candidates here on the air. So that'll be in just about an hour as he breaks down how he kind of goes against Mazzei and what he can expect. Again, that is 9:45 a.m. Eastern time here on Live Now from Fox. Now, arguably, one of the biggest races, if not the biggest one tomorrow, is that runoff for the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate. That is over in South Carolina. Senator Darlene Graham winning the primary election 2 weeks ago, but she did not get at least 50% of the vote, so that triggers an automatic runoff with the next highest vote getter, Congressman Ralph Norman, who has joined us plenty of times here on the show. As of right now, we have not been able to lock down Darlene Graham for an interview, but we are going to continue to try here. Now, that race is going to be for the seat held for decades by Lindsey Graham, who died suddenly last month. Darlene Graham, his sister, appointed to the seat by South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster after being suggested there by President Trump. Now, Darlene Graham has been endorsed in the race by the president, and Ralph Norman is a very well-known name in South Carolina politics. The winner of Tuesday's runoff will face Democrat Annie Andrews in November, so all eyes will be on this race as well. Also, as we take a live look here over the Oklahoma state capitol, I want to pop this up on your screen here because there's also another race in Oklahoma, the U.S. Senate runoff for the Democrat spot in the November election. You have Jim Priest and Nikayla Thomas. They are the two Democrats that are going to face off, and one of them will take on Republican Congressman Kevin Hern for that seat in November. There's also a Democrat special election to fill the seat held by the late Congressman David Scott. That is in Georgia's 13th congressional district. Either Everton Blair Jr. or Marcy Scott will win that seat in Congress. With no November election in that race, this is for the seat altogether. We will continue to bring you all of that here on Live Now from Fox, up-to-the-minute results tomorrow night as they come into the newsroom. Right now, we are going to head to a break at 8:43 on the East Coast and 5:43 on the West Coast. A beautiful shot over the Oklahoma State Capitol, transitioning here over to the U.S. Capitol. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stick with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:46 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 5:46 over in Los Angeles County. That takes us to some breaking news that we are covering at this hour. As you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, that is coming in from Sky Fox with our Fox 11 LA team. Massive flames there in LA County, and we do have limited information, but a little bit of information at this point coming in from our crews with Fox 11. I'm going to pop this up to give you that live look that is coming in again. You can see an aerial view with massive flames, and and many, many crews on the scene. So per LA County Fire, they say the call came out around 3 a.m. local time. That would be 6 a.m. Eastern. It was a 3-alarm commercial fire. So it sounds as though there are 3 businesses, a theater, a restaurant, and an auto body shop that are all fully involved, according to investigators and fire crews. Again, those are some massive flames that are shooting from those buildings. 100+ LA County firefighters are on the scene working to fight this fire at this point. It is not quite clear just yet what is the cause of the fire, if there are any injuries, but it does look as though our Fox 11 LA team is on this, so we're going to lift up the audio here and listen to their live coverage.
Open businesses down there, but the actual structure itself are built probably in the early 1900s. Wood frame, and with not really this type of fire in mind when they built those buildings, or with the knowledge of how to prevent that from spreading to building to building. LA County Fire calling this a 3rd alarm right now. They have probably close to 100 firefighters there on the ground, maybe a little bit more at a 3rd alarm. You can see a number of ladder pipes are up out here, and that's the way they're battling these flames. It is too dangerous to send their firefighters into that building with their hose lines because of all those roof collapses, and also, again, the age of these buildings. Right now, though, the fire definitely continuing to burn out here. Main Street, not really the main street that you would be driving down if you're in this area, but Railroad Avenue, definitely going to be a busy street down here in the morning hours. It's going to be closed in both directions right there at Market. Sending it back to you all in the studio, I'm Stu and Sky Fox.
Yeah, Stu, this is a historic little corridor that the city has spent years really working to turn into an important arts and entertainment district. As you mentioned, more than 100 LA County firefighters out there. Your shot actually gives us a good look at how they are attacking this and just how bad this is, giving you a look at how many firefighters are out there working on this, trying their hardest to get this stopped and stop it from spreading. I believe there's an auto body shop also in the area, a couple other businesses in this little corridor. It's a really bad fire.
It was over the past 15 years that the city of Santa Clarita decided to really focus heavily on this area, the Old Town Newhall area. It is next to Hart Park, the historic area where people go and visit because of its historic significance. And over the past 15 years, there was a master plan to give this an arts and entertainment focus, to make it a cultural and a commercial hub. And so we have dozens of businesses here side by side in this Old Town area. What makes it challenging for these firefighters is all these structures are mostly wooden, so these fires can spread very quickly. And this is why we had these roof collapses, and the reason why firefighters decided not to go on the roof here. Call came out just around 3 o'clock this morning, and so firefighters immediately taking a defensive position here. And one of the things they really want to do is try to prevent this fire from spreading into other structures, as the LA County Fire sends out multiple fire trucks in there to try and prevent this fire from spreading. The good news at this point is that we're not hearing of any injuries at this point, but they really want to keep it that way. So that's why there has been such an aggressive response from all of these firefighters. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on the situation right there throughout the morning as they continue that firefight.
All right, wanted to bring you that live coverage coming in from our Fox 11 LA team as we continue to cover all the latest on that. Again, that is Sky Fox flying overhead there on the right-hand side of your screen. The flames shooting from the building, but as you heard from Fox 11 LA, it sounds as though while there is quite a bit of damage, that no injuries have been reported. Crews expected to be on the scene there for quite a while, and as we pop this up really briefly on your screen here, the LA County Fire posting this, but while I read it to you, I want to pop up that live image once again because, again, you can see the massive fire that is on your screen there. They say this was a second alarm commercial building fire, 2400 or 24,000 block of North Main Street in Santa Clarita. At about 3 a.m., the fire department arrived on scene of a one-story commercial building with smoke and fires showing. Crews currently operating in defensive mode, they say. And again, there are several businesses that are over in this area that appear to be fully involved, according to investigators. You have a theater, a restaurant, and an auto body shop. Extensive damage there, but crews are still working to put this out, so we don't have an assessment on everything just yet. We will continue to bring you all of this coverage here as we get it on Live Now from Fox, with the help, of course, of our Fox 11 LA team. And from that fire to another one that we are covering here at this hour that takes us to around the same area almost as we pop this up on your screen. This is some of the video of the Hawk Fire, as an estimated 90,000 people have now been urged to evacuate from the Reno, Nevada area as the Hawk Fire continues to burn homes, threaten others there, a lot of structures that are gone. Now, the fire is considered to be, quote, out of control, jumping over fire trucks, making it difficult for crews to reach any of the hot spots as the winds just keep picking up, and that, of course, means it's spreading a lot faster. At last check, at least 6 people have been injured, including 3 first responders and 3 civilians. Now, we have a lot of different witness video that's coming into the newsroom here, so I want to pop up a lot of this here. Investigators have now said that fire was, quote, human-caused, but have not provided any more details about what that means, including whether or not this was set intentionally or if it was purely accidental. You have to imagine that all of that at this point is under investigation, and we do have this post right here coming in from Fox Weather. It says crews are battling the fast-moving Hawk wildfire in Reno, Nevada. The human-caused fire has burned more than 93,000 acres and forced tens of thousands of residents to evacuate. #fire, wildfire, Hawk, and Nevada. Now, in a post on X overnight, Governor Joe Lombardo wrote, quote, I joined Hawk Fire response leaders tonight for an operational update and to thank the crews working around the clock to protect Washoe County. The state is fully engaged alongside local and federal partners to protect lives and property, with additional resources continuing to arrive. Now, again, we have all of this video, so I want to pop up some of it on your screen to give you a look at what you're seeing. And this is actually coming in from a traffic cam in that area. It appears to be the Red Rock Park and Ride over there in Nevada. Now, California Governor Gavin Newsom saying that crews from his state are helping to battle the fire, providing those crews, but he also added, quote, we're closely monitoring the Hawk Fire across the Tahoe region and Nevada, with state and local partners deployed and coordinating on the ground and in the air. Residents in impacted areas should continue following guidance from local emergency officials. So this is all developing here at this hour, and we have a lot of these different images showing that fire continuing to burn here on your screen. So many different people sending in their video. This is Tim Walton, who was trying to stay safely away from the fire, zoomed in on the flames that are in the streets. 6 people injured at last check. 3 of them are first responders. 3 others are civilians. But sadly, that number could potentially go up. We're keeping an eye on that situation as well as we continue to follow that, but also another live look as we head to our final commercial break of that fire over in LA County. Again, this is our Fox 11 LA team flying overhead. I believe we actually have a ground image of this as well. So they have crews both in the air and on the ground here. You can see the flames shooting from the building. Again, 3 different businesses that have now been impacted as a result of this fire. It's going to continue to develop, and we're going to continue to get a lot of new information. So we will take our Fox 11 LA team's coverage if we do get anything more. But again, a side-by-side view showing the aerials as well as the ground shot, as this is considered to be a 3-alarm fire. Right now, we are going to head to that final break of the hour, but so much more live coverage coming up in just a few. Stick with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:57 on the East Coast and 5:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world here. What I want to do is give you a look at what we're working with here as we are keeping an eye on all of the different feeds that are coming into the newsroom. You can see we have quite a few of them. As I mentioned a bit earlier, we continue to follow this fire that's coming in out of LA County. No new information just yet, but you can see the ground shot that we have showing the fire, the flames there burning from the building. It looks like from the angle we have that some of the fire has been put out, but again, several different businesses that have been impacted as a result. And we have both that ground shot as well as the aerial shot that shows, if you've been watching over the past, I would say 10 minutes or so, that the flames have gone down a little bit, but crews are doing everything they can to make sure this fire is out. 3 alarms as of right now. Looks as though our Fox 11 LA team might be back on the coverage, so I do want to dip in very quickly.
Hey, good morning, Roxy and Bob and everybody else just joining us. There's huge fire happening out here in the Newhall area in Santa Clarita. This is right off of Main and Market in the old school, old town Newhall area. Now, when the LA County Fire arrived here in the early morning hours, they had one building with smoke and fire showing, but those flames quickly jumped from building to building out here, and there's a lot of historic buildings that are burning. What we're showing you right there is the main. That is an older theater, but next door you also had the refinery. That is a cafe. That is pretty much level to the ground, and then several smaller ones. As we pan, the smoke is so thick out here this morning. The only plus I can say is that there isn't a lot of wind, and that's probably helping the firefight at some point. But right now you can see this is a 3rd alarm fire. A lot of LA County fire vehicles out there. So we're going to have some road closures as well. I'm pushing into that area right there. That's going to be Railroad and Main. Railroad does get busy out here in Santa Clarita in the mornings. This morning it's going to be closed in both directions for that firefight. Right now, though, we hear no injuries to firefighters or any civilians. Cost and cause, that's going to be difficult because a lot of these buildings are going to be so historic, and they have been putting such an effort into bringing this area back. Right now, though, those flames continue to burn. Roofs are still collapsing down there. Firefighters are trying to save right now the main. That is going to be that historic theater right there. That's pretty much going to be the end of that row of buildings right there at the corner of Market and Main Street. Right now, though, the firefight definitely continues. They're in a defensive mode. They're on their ladder pipes, hitting it from the outside, mostly because of the age of those structures down there. The fact that they're made from wood and stucco. Those flames moving very quickly. They're trying to save those businesses that are on the outer skirts, meaning the theater and the one that you see here. But right now, the firefight's still continuing. Hopefully, they will be able to save some of those other structures. I'm Stu Skyfox, sending it back to you.
I think with daylight, we're going to be able to see some of the damage here, and a lot of people who live in the Santa Clarita area I'm sure are very concerned about this because this is a beloved spot, a really popular hangout spot. It's become a commercial and a cultural hub for the city of Santa Clarita. That theater that you're talking about there, Stu, the Main, a historic theater. And recently, the city of Santa Clarita had taken it over, so it's become sort of a welcome center for the city of Santa Clarita and the old Newhall area. Over the past 15 to 20 years, there has been a big master plan, in effect, that they have been working on to redevelop this area, to turn it into this commercial and cultural hub there. That's why we have seen so many businesses. That gastropub called the Newhall Refinery, believed to be in the thick of that fire right there. We believe that Newhall Refinery, the restaurant and gastropub, is at a loss right now. And of course, because these businesses are old and they are made of wooden structures, old wooden structures, this is why the fire had spread so quickly, and we saw that roof collapse. And right now, the effort is just to try to save some of the other businesses that are nearby. But a really big response here that we're seeing from firefighters, of course, taking a defensive posture. The good news here is that no one has been hurt.
A massive fire, massive response. You see that. It is a bit difficult to see, obviously, with all the smoke and the haze at this point, but you really get a sense of just how quickly they responded to this. Any idea exactly where the fire began? Because I know you mentioned it jumped quickly from building to building, and at this point, we don't know how many businesses have been impacted by this.
Well, we don't know for a fact exactly where that fire did start, and when you look at it from the backside, it definitely looks a little bit different. The smoke is getting very thick. That's I have to excuse some of the shots we're showing you. That was the reason why I did that wide shot. You can see all that thick smoke that we actually have to shoot through just to see the buildings down there right now. But I would say that it's going to probably be, and also this comes back as one address for almost this entire block down there, and that address is actually the theater itself. They did make it very clear that when they arrived, they said that they had fire in a restaurant. I'm not sure if that is the refinery or if it is one of the other smaller ones down the block a little bit farther. The smoke right there is so thick, and you can't see because there's no light back there anymore, but there are definitely structures that have collapsed. I'm going to see if we can get Sky Fox. Dylan's at the tiller today, see if we can get him to move around just a little bit. Maybe we can poke through the smoke in a different spot, but you definitely see the visual fight that we're having. Those firefighters down there still working to keep those hot spots contained and keeping some of those other structures from being destroyed.
All right, Stu, well, obviously keep an eye on things. Mario also on his way there, so we'll get a ground perspective, and he'll bring us the very latest as well. We continue to follow this closely, and you did mention how, of course, weather plays a role and a factor, and let's get to Maria so she can touch on that. The fact that there is no wind.
All right, so that was our Fox 11 LA team. Again, as they mentioned, they do have Mario who's headed out to that scene, so we'll probably get more information from him as he arrives. But a side-by-side view once again, as you can see the ground shots there as well as the aerial shots. The Fox 11 LA team's Sky Fox zoomed very closely in as the flames are still coming out, but it looks like less in the way of those flames than we saw earlier. Those businesses likely destroyed as a result, including an auto body shop, as well as a theater and some other businesses in that location. We'll keep an eye on the situation here with the help of our Fox 11 LA team. In the meantime, I do want to get to some of the other big stories that we are covering. And of course, a big one is the latest on the U.S.-Iran conflict. There on the right-hand side of your screen, a familiar image that is over in the Strait of Hormuz, as there is once again not a lot of movement. But we are hearing today from President Trump. He just posted a short time ago on Truth Social, and I want to pop this up on your screen. He simply says, Iran is completely collapsing, President DJT. And that comes on the heels of an announcement later on today regarding the quote-unquote economic D-Day that the U.S. is going to put forth against Iran. Iran, though, already vowing to retaliate ahead of that announcement. Here is what Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent posted on social media. This was just a few hours ago. He said, President Trump has dismantled Iran's military capabilities, destroyed nearly 100% of its military factories, and buried its nuclear program. We are now entering the end game. At dawn begins an economic D-Day, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary. The Islamic Republic has subsisted by dressing extortion as security guarantees. It's drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over, and those who fear the danger of defying Tehran ought not to discount the cost of testing Washington. The president has created the conditions to leverage every agency, every authority and action many assumed we would never summit. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains the tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. Right now, to talk about all the developments there, and there are, as always, a lot of them, I want to bring in Javed Ali over at the University of Michigan to help break it all down. Javed, as always, thank you so much for being here with us.
Josh, nice to be with you. Thank you.
Of course. And first off, I want to start by talking to you about this quote unquote economic D-Day that we've been hearing a lot about. Where does that kind of progress things, assuming we get more information about the sanctions later on today from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent? What does that say about where things kind of stand between the U.S. and Iran? And could this escalate things even further?
So definitely a different tone in the administration's kind of language about the pressure they're putting on Iran. It doesn't seem like we're near the potential for high-intensity military operations the way that we've seen over the past 6 months. And this language about an economic D-Day, that's really interesting because it's unclear what that means on top of the existing set of economic pressure against Iran, which has been significant and has lasted now for years, if not a couple decades. And that includes sanctions on hundreds and probably more of companies and individuals in Iran. Obviously, the naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, which is preventing Iranian oil from getting in or from leaving, and that's the lifeline of their economy. They have tens of billions of dollars of frozen U.S. assets. So that's the existing state of play right now. What this D-Day set of tools and sort of penalties look like on top of that, that'll be really interesting to see. And as you hinted at, Josh, too, Iran may retaliate over the next couple of days if they sense that there is even more economic pressure that is going to be applied to them.
And as I mentioned here, President Trump posting this on Truth Social just minutes ago, simply saying Iran is completely collapsing, President DJT. So continuing to make those statements. But in the wake of this quote unquote economic D-Day, we also have Iran saying that it will retaliate, not sure quite how. But as we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, which you and I have discussed, I would say countless times over the last 6 months, as it's also important to note that we are nearing that 6-month mark since the start of Operation Epic Fury with the U.S. and Israel joint strikes there, I would say, over on Iran, where all of this kind of began. We're not seeing a lot of movement there in the Strait once again. So what do you kind of make of that? Who is in control of the Strait? A question I have asked you so many times before.
Well, the issue of who's in control of the Strait, it is basically both Iran and the United States, because they're both trying to impose a mutual blockade against the other. Now, what we've seen news reporting that the U.S. warships have, through the southern coastline of Oman and probably other locations, have escorted tankers and other ships carrying commerce to and from the, maybe not into the Gulf, but at least out of the Gulf. It's out of range of Iranian long-range weapon systems. So that's interesting. But Iran clearly has not been able to move its oil and gas. And the biggest consumer of that, or purchaser of Iranian oil and gas, is China. And so with this economic D-Day that's going on and this mutual blockade that's happening, how are China's economic interests going to be affected by this? Because again, they have been traditionally the biggest purchaser of Iranian oil and gas. And have they been able to offset that significant amount they purchased from Iran with other countries over these last 6 months? I don't think the answer to that is clear. So this is going to affect China as well. And then how does that affect U.S.-China relations? So this is very complex.
And speaking about China there, I wanted to ask you, because we know that Iran has fired at ships in the Strait of Hormuz that are connected to Gulf Arab nations. You have them firing missiles at the actual different Gulf Arab nations there. Who are, at this point, Iran's allies? Because President Trump and Secretary Bessent have said that allies would be penalized as well. So who are those allies, maybe other than China?
Well, Iran has trading relationships with lots of countries in the region. And whether they're allies or not at the diplomatic level, they definitely have economic and commercial interests. And so that extends all throughout the region. And we have seen over the past 6 months, too, countries like Qatar and UAE and Bahrain, even Saudi Arabia, also weigh in to try to mediate and get to a ceasefire or get the MOU across the line. even though that's the timeline for that has now elapsed. So we've seen countries that Iran has even attacked over these past 6 months also at times weigh in on the diplomatic side to protect their national interest or to preserve those commercial and economic interests they've had with Iran. So yes, Iran does not have a lot of natural allies in the region, but they do have ties with a number of countries in the region, and that's another issue in this economic D-Day plan. How will those economic ties be affected with those countries that do engage in commerce and trade with Iran?
And as we pop this up on your screen, this is a live look over Khan Yunis in Gaza, because it's important to note that as we see everything playing out between the U.S. and Iran, we also have the Iran-backed Hamas terror group that's over there in Gaza, Israel continuing its operations. Israel has essentially said that it is not going to withdraw from Gaza until Hamas disarms. And kind of touching on this here, do you see any world where Hamas actually says, because they have said they will disarm, but any kind of world where they actually disarm?
Hey, Josh, we talked about this the last time I was on, and sort of a chicken and the egg kind of moment where who's going to blink first? So Hamas has said, and then the new leader of Hamas said that they will disarm, but it wasn't exactly clear when that would start and what that would look like and who would oversee it and how long it would take. And Israel has said all the while that until Hamas disarms and perhaps demobilizes its armed wing, the Al-Qassam brigades, that it is not going to withdraw the 60,000 troops that it currently has deployed around what's called the sort of yellow line perimeter in the Gaza Strip. And so you've got this standoff between both sides, even though we saw statements from the White House saying that Hamas had agreed to disarm and that Israel was going to withdraw. I don't think Israel has bought into that, and Hamas doesn't seem to be making a lot of concrete steps on the disarmament, even if they said they were. So this is going to be another factor in this complex landscape in the region, in the Middle East, because even when it gets to Israel and Hamas, doesn't seem like there's a lot of momentum beyond sort of the status quo right now.
And of course, we've watched kind of the situation play out between the U.S. and Israel here, because we know that Netanyahu has been on the phone many times with President Trump, and he's also visited the White House quite a few times. But does it appear that Israel would launch any kind of attack on Iran without the okay, so to speak, from President Trump and the U.S.? Because that's been discussed a lot, too.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen Israel attack Iran directly, or at least on Iranian territory, probably since the summertime, if my memory is correct. May have even been earlier in the spring. And so Israel has been restrained, whether that's a calculation Prime Minister Netanyahu has made, or in collaboration or coordination with President Trump and the White House. But Israel has not attacked Iran directly in quite some time. Now, as we get closer to the election in Israel in about 6 weeks, I believe, in October, and then the midterms here in the U.S. In early November, I see it very unlikely or far less likely for Israel to get back to the type of attacks they conducted against Iran in 2024 and those different salvos of attacks that we saw, and then even what we saw in late February to sort of mid-April of this year. Now, a lot of things could change that dynamic, but right now, just based on domestic politics alone, based on what's going to happen in Israel and the United States, I think it's unlikely or very unlikely for Israel to unilaterally start attacking Iran again.
And of course, got to talk about the Houthis as well and the role that the Iran-backed proxy group is playing in this entire conflict here. It seems as though we weren't hearing about them a lot. We started hearing about the Houthis again a little bit more recently. So where do they kind of stand in this conflict overall, as again, they are backed by Iran?
Well, the Houthis have been a player in the region for more than a decade now and have been backed to the hilt by Iran and have developed their own military capability inside of Yemen. And despite being attacked over that decade by Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Israel, the United States, that they are still firmly lodged in Yemen and still have a significant amount of capability that every time it seems like the Houthis have been hit really hard and lost missiles and rockets and drones, they, months later they pop back up and they conduct attacks again. So seems like their inventory or their military capabilities are deeper than perhaps were assessed. They probably have an ability to produce these weapons internally or indigenously and not rely on Iran shipping everything now or flying it in. So the Houthis are still a player, but yes, they have been quiet for the past few weeks, but things have been relatively quiet on the military front. And now, again, things have transitioned more into this economic warfare type of situation, but things could very quickly get back into the military domain if Iran decides to retaliate and the Houthis jump in and Hezbollah and others.
Okay, and of course, my favorite question to ask you at the end here is, what are we watching for in the coming hours, days, weeks, and months?
Well, I think we just have to take it day by day at this point. So let's wait and see what this plan looks like for the economic D-Day. Again, on top of the existing set of penalties and sanctions that Iran has already been laboring under for so long, and their economy is under so much pressure. And the details of that will be interesting. And then how will Iran respond? Well, they can't do much on the economic side, but they might decide to start attacking U.S. interests in the region again, or attacking shipping in the Gulf, launching cyber attacks that we've seen recently with the water facilities here in the United States. So there's a whole host of things Iran could do. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. So I think we just have to wait and see over the next couple days.
Javed Ali, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything we missed that you want to make sure we add?
Nope, covered a lot of ground today, Josh. Thank you.
We did, and I definitely appreciate it. Thank you again. Have a good rest of your day.
All right, thanks, Josh.
And I want to pop up this live look over the White House here at this hour, as we expect President Trump, according to the White House, is going to make a quote-unquote announcement in the Rose Garden set for 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't know a lot about this announcement, but we are going to carry that live. Not quite sure on the actual topic of discussion or any of that, but we will make sure to bring that to you 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And a reminder, sometimes those run a little bit late. And also at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, that's when we're expecting to hear from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about that economic D-Day against Iran. So I have to imagine if that goes a little bit longer, President Trump will probably wait to hold his event, as, you know, we have two events that are of equal importance there. Again, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump holding that announcement in the Rose Garden. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break at 9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We will be right back. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:22 on the East Coast and 6:22 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and there on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see some of the big stories that we are covering on this Monday morning. A big one, of course, we keep mentioning it, but 2 p.m. Eastern time today, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent expected to hold remarks here where he's going to speak about this economic D-Day that's been announced by him and President Trump. And it's all connected, of course, to sanctions against Iran. So we're going to get details of all of that as they unveil this so-called economic D-Day, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Now, there's also the latest on the trade war taking place between the U.S. and Canada. We know that President Trump this weekend enacted those 50% tariffs on many of the goods coming in from Canada. And Mark Carney, who is the Prime Minister of Canada, responded by saying he would match that, quote, dollar for dollar. And that's going to take effect September 8th, which is the day after Labor Day. So we'll keep you posted on talks and whether or not any of those are scheduled. Now, we also are following the latest on the Hawk Fire, where 90,000 people at the very least have been urged to evacuate over in the Reno, Nevada area as the fire continues to burn homes. We also know of at least 6 injuries that have been reported, 3 of those firefighters and 3 other civilians. A lot of big stories that we are following here at this hour. And another big one is the Lindsay Clancy trial. You can see this post coming in from Fox News and Nate Foy, who has been on the ground following this. The Lindsay Clancy trial enters a critical stretch as dueling experts offer sharply different accounts of whether she understood her actions were wrong when she killed her 3 young children. The defense says postpartum psychosis, medication, and command hallucinations left her unable to control what she was doing. But prosecutors argue Clancy was not suffering from psychosis and point to what they describe as methodical actions leading up to the killing of her children. Now the case is moving toward closing arguments, with the jury ultimately deciding whether Clancy is criminally responsible. Again, that could be this week. We could see the jury get the trial this week and potentially make a decision. All of this kind of in flux, but we should see those closing arguments start either today or tomorrow. What I want to do, though, as we have that live look inside the courtroom, want to dip in for just a bit, as coming up at about 9:40 a.m. Eastern time, Kaylee Schuyler over at Fox News will join us from outside the courthouse there with all of the latest. Let's lift up the audio here and listen in inside the courtroom.
Your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
Yes.
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right. So to answer your question
the answer is right.
Yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Helbrun. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
You'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February date?
I think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home. Okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
know? No, he didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Heilbronn at Tewksbury Hospital, yes.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Heilbronn, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
or in the lobby.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy, but creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the records would be, obviously, cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbronn.
To Dr. who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbronn. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained, obviously, after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't the conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and that would be interviewing Pat, the father, and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that is the core component of that report.
Okay, that's the component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts?
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yes.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony, you read all that too, right?
Correct.
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
more.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the district attorney's office. Yeah.
All right, and let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety.
No. This is Doctor.
I would like to deal.
Hold on, Doctor. Please listen to the question. And answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has a idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Ms. Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
The first day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
All right, so you're listening there to the Lindsay Clancy trial. We are hearing from Dr. Avram Mack, who is a psychiatrist, and you may have heard from him a few days ago as well. But all of this, of course, questions being answered by the defense. We do expect that this is going to get into closing arguments very soon. But what we're going to do is step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll check in live with Kaylee Schuyler over at Fox for a look at the latest information over in that trial. We'll be right back. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:42 on the East Coast and 6:42 on the West Coast. Right before the break there, we were listening in to the Lindsay Clancy trial, which is now nearing an end as closing arguments could begin as soon as this week, and then the case itself could go to a jury. Right now, I do want to bring in Kaylee Schuyler over at Fox News. She has been following everything related to the trial and joins us now live. Kaylee, a lot going on, but still a lot left to happen there.
Yeah, hi there, Josh. So the prosecution is expected to call 3 rebuttal witnesses before closing arguments. And one of those witnesses we are all just listening to, psychiatrist Dr. Avram Mack. He's on the stand now, and he believes that Clancy was severely depressed, but not psychotic when she killed her children and still knew right from wrong.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacities that were required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Now, the jury heard pretty different testimony when the defense rested their case on Friday. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick was hired by the defense, and he specializes in filicides, cases where parents kill their children. Resnick says he met with Lindsay Clancy around 4 months after the murders, and he testified that Lindsay heard a male voice commanding her to kill her 3 children and herself, and he believes she was experiencing postpartum psychosis.
She was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings. Ms. Clancy had the dichotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless.
This case will soon be in the hands of the jurors, and they will have to decide what they believe was going on in Clancy's mind when she killed her children. If she's convicted of murder, she faces life in prison without parole. But if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, she'll be committed to a state mental health facility. Josh?
And I did want to ask, because I know, Kaylee, that there have been different events of sorts that have happened in different locations, including out there where you are, where folks have come together, they've been holding hands to actually show support for Lindsay Clancy. Are you seeing anyone out there now who's showing support, or is it pretty much quiet?
Yeah, so every single day that this trial has gone on, we're starting to see more and more people come out. So last week, we saw the women in pink who say they were standing in solidarity with Clancy. They said they weren't rallying, they weren't protesting, and they wanted to raise awareness for postpartum mental health. So a lot of them now are inside the courtroom. But something different that we're seeing today that we haven't seen yet during this trial is actually there's kind of a counter group of people. They're holding signs. It's about maybe 5 or 6 of them right now, and they say they're trying to bring awareness to the real victims in this case, who they believe are the children.
All right, Kaylee Schuyler there at Fox News. We're going to be in touch, of course, as we have been, as we get close to the closing arguments and then the jury getting the case. Thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And as we mentioned here, we are going to be following all of those developments on Live Now from Fox. We will bring you inside of the courtroom and out as we gather all the details. Again, this could be over this week, but the second that a verdict comes out, you will know here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we're also keeping an eye on the different feeds that are coming into the newsroom, so we'll bring you any live events as they pop up. Right now, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have much more live coverage coming up in just a few right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look over the Oklahoma State Capitol there on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right, that is a beautiful view over Oklahoma City. Now, it's important to note that we are following many of the runoff elections that'll take place tomorrow, and one of them that's being watched very closely is in Oklahoma, where voters will decide tomorrow which Republican candidate makes it on the ballot in the race for governor. It's either going to be Attorney General Gentner Drummond or former Oklahoma State Senator Mike Mazie. During the primary election, Drummond won by just about 1,000 votes, so the race is considered to be a very tight one. Now, a bit earlier on today, we did have Mike Mazie, and right now we are joined by Gentner Drummond to talk much more about all of this ahead of the runoff. Gentner, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us on this Monday.
Josh, it's great to be with you this morning.
And we appreciate it. Now, first off, for folks kind of going back to the beginning who maybe aren't too familiar with you, can you explain who you are and where you stand on the issues?
Right. I'm born on a cattle ranch, a 8-year fighter pilot, fought the Gulf War, been a businessman, a rancher, a banker, a lawyer, and I'm serving currently as the Attorney General.
And just kind of explain to me what you would do maybe in the first 100 days if you are elected there as governor of Oklahoma down the line. What would you want to do in your first 100 days?
Right. Oklahoma is 50th in the nation in education, 48th in healthcare, 46th in mental health. Those are the key three issues that must be addressed by the next governor, not some gimmick to take us to zero income tax. We need to grow our economy, and we do that by focusing on education, early child care, for those young people to get them ready to learn when they hit grade school, focusing on our rural healthcare system, focusing on our mental health system. We have to have that. And Oklahoma's unique. We have 38 tribal nations. We need a governor who partners with them. If they were Fortune 500, if they were publicly traded, we'd have 3 Fortune 500 companies, the Chickasaws, Choctaws, and Cherokees.
And I mentioned this a bit earlier, but President Trump did endorse your opponent here in the race, and he actually posted that endorsement on Truth Social, essentially calling you a liberal and saying that you are, quote, a fake Republican. What do you make of that, and what does it mean to you to hear those words from the president?
Oh, I'm the president's greatest ally in Oklahoma. I sued the Biden administration successfully 17 times. I've been in the White House twice in the last 4 months, meeting with Vice President Vance on Medicaid fraud, meeting with Patel and Blanche on how we in Oklahoma are taking on organized crime. So I'm a partner to the president. Now, I didn't hire Roger Stone. I did give the president $75,000 during his campaigns. I should have hired Roger. Roger got Mike to flip on Oklahoma and endorse a Muslim monarchy-owned aluminum smelter that will devastate our hay capital of Oklahoma.
Can you explain what the situation is? Because this has been a topic of discussion over in Oklahoma. It's been brought up in the race. But as we take live looks here, your opponent accusing you of using your position as AG to fight a proposed aluminum smelter, saying it's for political reasons. Can you explain exactly what that all relates to?
Right. So our president and our governor made a deal with the United Arab Emirates to sell out Oklahoma, basically have Oklahomans give a Muslim monarchy 633 acres and Oklahoma to underwrite who the president calls the richest people in the world, $1 billion of our taxpayer dollars, so that they can come in and pollute our air, water, and land. And I won't tolerate that. I'm fighting that. I'm putting Oklahoma first. He can put that in the desert. He can put it back in the United Arab Emirates. We don't need to have it in Oklahoma.
And going back to a question I kind of asked you off the top, if you are elected as the governor of Oklahoma, what would you maybe keep the same about what Governor Kevin Stitt has done, and what might you change?
When Governor Stitt took office, we were 17th in the nation in education. We were in the mid-20s in healthcare and mental health. We've dropped to the bottom. And I think it's frankly an indictment of bad leadership. We need a governor that puts Oklahoma first. I have a policy to increase our measurables in education, healthcare, and mental health, and Oklahomans understand that. I'm polling ahead in the polls, and I anticipate getting the nomination tomorrow night.
If you are to get that nomination, as of course we saw you win by about 1,000 votes during the election itself, What, I guess, would you do to bring over Maisie's supporters who have been supporting him throughout, I would say, the last several months? How are you going to bring them over to your side?
Right. I think once we have a united candidate, a nominee, I think that all the conservative Oklahomans of all our conservative Republicans will unite around a conservative nominee, me. I'm a consensus builder. I'm a uniter. I'm not a divider. As governor, I'll represent all 4 million Oklahomans, whether they be Democrat, Independent, or Republican. And I think that's what Oklahoma is hungry for.
As far as if Maisie, let's say, were to win, what would you support him? Would you give him your endorsement?
No, I would certainly coalesce behind the party's nominee. I don't see that happening. I think he has a true credibility problem. He appears to flip and flop on every major issue. He's called all of our school districts throughout Oklahoma, led by liberal, left-leaning socialists. He's attacked our ranchers and farmers by threatening to take away their sales tax exemption. He's really been divisive in that he is so smitten with carrying the president's water that he forgets that he's actually on the ballot to represent Oklahoma.
All right. Gentner Drummond, thank you so much, Gentner Drummond, for taking the time to be here with us and helping to kind of break down where you stand ahead of the runoff election. Of course, it's going to be a busy day for you tomorrow. Anything we maybe missed, anything that you want to make sure we mention here before I let you go?
I think that what I tell Oklahomans is I'm 62 years old. I'm self-aware. We're not going to agree 100% of the time, and that's okay. But Oklahomans can trust me 100% of the time. My yes is yes, my no is no, my handshake is my word, and my integrity is the most valuable thing I possess.
All right. Gentner Drummond, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you. And of course, that is one of the big races that we are going to be covering here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the candidates right there, and that is the Republican runoff for Oklahoma governor. The winner of Tuesday's race is going to take on Sidney Munson, that is the Democrat there, in November. And another big race, of course, that we will be paying attention to is that U.S. Senate race. This is another runoff in South Carolina to fill the seat of Lindsey Graham. Now, Senator Darlene Graham, his sister, is running, of course, for that seat and won in the primary. However, she did not get at least 50% of the vote, so that means that essentially it triggered a runoff. So she'll take on a big name in South Carolina politics, Congressman Ralph Norman. Again, we will have all of that political coverage here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. Right now, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, but so much more news on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:58 on the East Coast and 6:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're taking a look at some of the video coming in out of the area of Reno, Nevada, as of course, we know that there have been thousands of people who have been ordered to evacuate from this area as this massive fire known as the Hawk Fire continues to burn. Right now, I do want to bring in Max Gordon over at Fox News. He is live out there, and you can see behind him a lot of crews. Max, what is the latest?
Hey there, Josh. Yeah, right now we're standing at the Hawk Fire's Incident Command Center. Firefighters just finished up with their morning planning meeting. Essentially, firefighters are getting their assignments for the day. They're getting ready to hit the fire line. And, you know, we're seeing some equipment driving on by here as firefighters continue to battle this dangerous and fast-moving wildfire. So far, the Hawk Fire has burned around 15,000 acres. It's been fueled by dry conditions, very strong winds. Officials say the fire was human-caused, but they wouldn't elaborate further as an investigation continues. 6 people have been injured, 3 firefighters and 3 civilians. Thousands of homes are inside the fire's perimeter, though at this time it's unclear how many houses have been lost as damage assessment teams work to determine what's burned. Around 42,000 residents have been ordered to evacuate, and 45,000 more people have been told to get ready to leave soon.
Didn't even pack anything. Took the dog, the dump trailer, and titles to vehicles and left.
Power went out. My husband was on oxygen. The smoke was filling our house. You could smell it, and it was just time for us to go.
The majority of Washoe County schools canceling classes today. Meanwhile, more than 800 firefighters continue to work around the clock, assisted by aircraft.
This fire is a lot closer to a lot denser population, and so we need to make sure that we're staying ahead of these evacuation orders, getting the citizens to a safe location so that we can get fire personnel in the right locations to get a handle on this fire. This fire is a lot closer to a lot denser population, and so
The National Guard has also been called to help out, and Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo, he's issued a state of emergency here in the state of Nevada to help unlock additional firefighting resources. Josh?
Yeah, and of course, Max, those crews are on the scene there. As we mentioned, those evacuations there, I have to imagine that, you know, a lot of times people will listen to the evacuations. You've only been so close, but are you seeing where crews are saying that people are heeding the warnings and evacuating?
Yeah, I think for the most part, people are heeding those evacuation warnings. Officials have talked about some traffic backups in some areas as a lot of people try to get out at one time. You know, one of the biggest challenges of this fire is that it is so close to Reno. It's in what firefighters like to call the wildland urban interface, right? Where you have wildland, you have kind of forest area interspersed with houses. And so that's one of the real dangers here, is that you've got people living in the fire zone. So a lot of people evacuating at one time. And then you also have large animals, horses, cattle in some cases. And so officials have opened up evacuation centers where they can handle those large animals and people can go. So for the large part, people have been heeding those evacuation warnings, and rightly so.
All right, Max Gordon there at Fox News. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely.
And of course, we continue to follow all of the latest there on the Hawk Fire, and we'll keep you updated as we get any live updates there. Now, we're also following another big fire taking place over in Los Angeles County, and I want to pop this up on your screen because we have so many different images that are coming in here. This is a live look at this fire in Los Angeles County. Again, the smoke is still rising, but one thing you are going to notice is that the flames, for the most part, do appear to be out. Now, again, we continue to bring you all of these updates here on this fire itself, and I'm trying to pull up what looks to be this aerial view that we still have coming in from Skyfox as it's flying overhead. Now, I can also tell you that this appears to be businesses, as you can see there. It looks to be called The Main. Now, we know that there is a theater there. There's also an auto body shop, a lot of different businesses there over in Santa Clarita in Los Angeles County that now are appearing there to be destroyed. But crews at this point have not had a chance to assess any of that damage. There's been no discussion about the cause of the fire itself just yet. Of course, the priority is going to be putting out the fire and then working to investigate it. Also, no word on any injuries just yet. We continue to check in with our Fox team, and it looks like Mario Ramirez, who has been out there on the ground, actually just wrapped up a conversation here with those crews on the ground. So I do want to lift up the audio and listen into some of that.
I mean, there's a lot going on, multiple streams of water flowing, and there's still some pretty good flames. So the firefighters haven't been able to get inside yet. They're still in defensive mode. Walk me through this. Started around 3 o'clock this morning. Walk me through this.
Right. So we were dispatched at approximately 2:55 a.m. this morning to the 24,000 block of North Main Street in Santa Clarita. And up on arrival, they identified smoke and fire showing from the roof of one of the commercial buildings. So it was a one-story commercial building that was with smoke and fire showing. So they immediately began fire attack. So they did go inside, but the conditions of the fire started to progress. So they came out to go into defensive mode, and it escalated to a second alarm.
Now, Stu was just showing us part of the roof that actually collapsed. So that, of course, has to be a concern here. What is that like? What does that mean for as things move forward with the, obviously these buildings are sort of old here.
Right. Well, any fire can compromise the integrity of a structure, right? So that's what happens. So this fire is fully involved. It's multiple commercial buildings here that are in flames. And so although we have a lot of water on there, it's so much fire that it has expanded over to the neighboring building, which caused, the multiple buildings being involved.
Okay, and you have multiple fire trucks out here. It seems like the fire's now contained to these few structures. Is that right, or is there concern that there could be more?
Yes, the firefighters are trained to fight fires such as this. So they have it contained to the restaurants. So it's an auto body shop, a theater, a restaurant. It was a clothing store. And another restaurant that I don't know the name of. But, yeah, they have it contained here. They're working hard. We have our aerial ladders putting water on the fire. We have our ground monitors. So we're fighting it from the ground and from the top to make sure that we extinguish this fire.
And when we cover these types of fires, I mean, this is closed for a major part of the day. What can you tell us about road closures, what people need to know about it?
A great question. So road closures, there are some road closures. So the fire's on Main Street between Market and 6th. So of course that's closed off, right? And then we have the railroads in Newhall closed off, 8th and Railroad closed off, as well as 6th and Railroad closed off. So those are the areas that we want the community to avoid, because our number one priority is safety of our firefighters and the community.
Definitely, and a big response out here. So if this is part of your morning commute, the Old Town Newhall area, make sure to avoid it here for the next several hours. This will be a huge scene. So we'll be out here throughout the morning giving you updates, but for now we'll send it back to you in the studio as this active firefight continues here.
All right, a big thank you to Fox 11 LA, as well as Mario Ramirez, bringing us that quick interview there with officials as they continue to work to fight that fire. Now, we do have the aerial view coming in once again. This is from Skyfox flying overhead, a lot of smoke. So if you are in the Los Angeles County area, or specifically Santa Clarita, you can imagine that you are going to see that smoke in the air, and that is why, of course, it looks like many of the roads around this area, no surprise, are shut down as well, so you will have to take a detour. We'll continue to check in with Fox 11 LA, Mario Ramirez, and others there to get you the latest information. It is now 10:07 on the East Coast and 7:07 on the West Coast. Going to head to a quick break, but we will have a lot more coverage coming up on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:10 on the East Coast and 7:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and as you take those live looks over Canada and Washington, D.C., we do have some breaking news that we're following as the back and forth continues to happen between the U.S. and Canada over tariffs, and President Trump just announcing that he is increasing the Canada tariffs 50% in 2027. So what I want to do is pop up this post right here coming in from President Trump. And again, this was just moments ago on Truth Social. So he says Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. Their ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products has made life impossible for these great American patriots and has long created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries. Not sustainable and not anymore. On January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. Billed in the U.S., and there are zero tariffs. Canada will be treated like a state no longer. On trade and in other ways also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada. They need us. They do 95% of their business with the U.S. and with us, the exact opposite. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So again, President Trump announcing there that tariffs on Canadian goods will increase 50% in 2027, talking here about specifically those on cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts, and steel. So we'll keep you updated as that develops here on Live Now from Fox. Now, as we take a live look over the White House here at this hour, we want to remind you that President Trump will be holding an announcement here that's coming up later on today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be an announcement over in the Rose Garden. Not sure on the topics, but normally he takes questions, and I'm sure there are going to be a lot of questions here about those tariffs. Now, we know that President Trump's 50% tariffs on a large array of the Canadian imports kicked in over the weekend after the talks between the U.S. and Canada fell apart. Trump posting on Truth Social, quote, "Canada wants the benefits of being a state without being one. They have also charged our great farmers for many years massive amounts of tariffs. No more." Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney did say that his country will match those U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar. And we do have a live look right here. One of our many images over Canada here at this hour. And this is a live look over Vancouver. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney posting on X about all of this, saying in part, quote, "Canada will match the U.S. new tariffs dollar for dollar in order to protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses. We take this step confident that it is in the best interest of Canada." No further talks have been scheduled between the U.S. and Canada's retaliatory tariffs will go into effect on September 8th. That is the day after Labor Day. So again, kind of this back and forth that is going to continue to happen here between President Trump and Prime Minister Carney. We'll keep you updated on all of those developments here on Live Now from Fox as we get them. Also important to note that later on today, about 2 p.m. Eastern Time, that is when we're expecting to hear from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He's going to announce what is essentially the economic D-Day, as it's been called, against Iran amid the war here. So as you take a live look over the White House, I want to go over just some of what that will consist of, as Iran has vowed to retaliate ahead of that announcement. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent expected to deliver remarks about the sanctions targeting Iran and its potential allies. He wrote, quote, "President Trump has dismantled Iran's military capabilities, destroyed nearly 100% of its military factories, and buried its nuclear program. We are now entering the end game. At dawn begins an economic D-Day, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary. The Islamic Republic has subsisted by dressing extortion as security guarantees. It's drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over, and those who fear the danger of defying Tehran ought not to discount the cost of testing Washington. The president has created the conditions to leverage every agency, every authority in action many assume we would never summon. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains the tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. Again, that announcement is set to take place about 2 p.m. Eastern time prior to President Trump's remarks in the Rose Garden. We'll bring all of it to you here on Live Now from Fox as we get it. Right now, I want to head to a live event that's getting underway over in New York City. You can see Mayor Zohran Mamdani just walking up here. So let's pop up the audio and listen as it looks like he is about to make remarks on renewing the crew.
To be joined by friends and partners here in Queens to make a very special announcement. I want to acknowledge we have leaders from both inside and outside of city government here with us today. We have our Deputy Mayor, Julia Kirsten. We have our Parks Commissioner, Tricia Shimamura. We have Kathy Park-Price from New Yorkers for Parks. We have Maxime, who is one of New York's foremost advocates for better playgrounds for all. We have Jane, Maxime's mom, and Georgie, Maxime's dad. We also have the Forest Park Trust. We have our Queens Community Board 5 District Manager, Gary Giordano, Queens Community Board 5 Chairperson, Walter Sanchez. And can we have a round of applause for the incredible parks workers that we have joining us here today? Truly love and appreciate the work that you all do. So here at Dry Harbor Playground, days are filled with the sound of sneakers on the basketball court, the crack of a bat on the baseball field, and kids perched on top of the ship structure shouting, "All hands on deck," which makes sense for a park called Dry Harbor. But even if that ship may have never set sail, it still has a captain, and every captain needs a crew. Today, that crew is here. Say hello to New York City's first ever Renew crew. This is a team dedicated to transforming playgrounds, sports courts, and rec centers at parks across the 5 boroughs. The basketball hoop that is hanging on for dear life, the water fountain that has not worked since spring, or the fence that looks like it's about to give up entirely. If it is broken, this crew will fix it. The overgrown tennis court, the rusted swing set, the bench that needs a new coat of paint. If it is run down, this crew will renew it. No longer will New Yorkers have to wait months for city government to fix their parks and their playgrounds. The Renew crew will show up, get the job done, and move on to the next location that needs them. This kind of efficiency is long overdue. Over the past 12 months alone, 311 has logged more than 5,000 complaints for the exact kind of work that this crew will tackle. Broken equipment, surfaces cracking underfoot, and fields overtaken by weeds. Our parks are the beating heart of the city, where families can relax together, where children can play, and where people can find peace amidst chaos. And we will not allow them to be neglected any longer. That is why we have invested $2.3 million to support the work of this team. With the Renew crew and the fixes they will deliver, we will build on the work we have already done to bring public excellence to public spaces across our city. Since January, we have filled more than 191,000 potholes, cut the number of sidewalk sheds darkening our sidewalks by nearly 10%, and announced our plan to expand trash containerization to new districts in every borough, bringing more than 6,500 Empire bins from Woodside to Weeksville. That same urgency belongs in our playgrounds, too. A bent backboard should not have to wait years for a fix. Starting this month, this very crew will be hard at work in parks across the 5 boroughs. Fort Ford Playground in the Bronx, American Playground in Brooklyn, Annunciation Playground in Manhattan, Old Town Playground in Staten Island, and right here at Dry Harbor in Queens. That means a new safety surface, resurfaced basketball courts, a refurbished bocce court, and a fresh coat of paint on that very ship that the Renew crew let me help with and that they may or may not be correcting as I speak. And that work will not only continue, it will expand. To the workers of New York City Parks who are here with us today, thank you for all that you have already done to better our city and all that you will do in the months and years to come. To the rest of New York, if you see something broken in your own park, do not hesitate to call 311. The days of those kinds of complaints collecting dust for months are no longer. And to every kid who's ever called themselves captain of that ship or gotten a whole playground reopened like Maxime did for McKinley Park, now you have a crew of your own. Thank you.
All right.
And now I would like to invite up Parks Commissioner Tricia Shimomura to say a few more words about this work.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At New York City Parks, we know that the small things can make a big difference in how New Yorkers experience their neighborhoods and in their parks and their playgrounds. A fresh coat of paint, a repaired fence, a restored bench. These are the details that make a park feel cared for, feel safe, and welcoming. Renew Crew allows us to respond to those everyday needs faster and to make improvements that New Yorkers can feel and see. Our 24 skilled Renew Crew tradespeople will be out in our parks across all 5 boroughs from April through October, tackling projects and delivering results in 3 weeks or less. I'm so proud of the dedicated park staff who care for these spaces every day, and I'm excited for New Yorkers to see the work of Renew Crew in action. Thank you so much to everyone who helped make this initiative possible, and most importantly, thank you to the New Yorkers who use and love our parks. This is about doing the work, doing it well, and making sure that New Yorkers can feel and see the difference. Thank you so much. Next, I'm thrilled to introduce our partners from New Yorkers for Parks, Kathy Parker-Price.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Park-Price with New Yorkers for Parks, and I'm also a parent. So I know the particular disappointment when you take your child to the playground and the chain on the tire swing is broken or the drinking fountain has been broken for months on and it's a hot summer day. Those things can sound small on paper, but when it's your neighborhood park and you go every day, it's not a small thing. At New Yorkers for Parks, we fight for high-quality parks and open space for every New Yorker in every neighborhood, and that's why Renew Crew is so exciting. It focuses on the things that people actually experience every day. Playground equipment that needs fixing, fountains that need repairing, courts that need some love, and the basic infrastructure that tells you a park is cared for. In our advocacy, we highlighted the importance of getting these basics right, and we're excited to see that focus is reflected in Renew Crew. And it's part of real creativity and joy that Commissioner Shimomura has brought to our park system, from Parents' Night Out and expanded sports hours to investments in playground associates and now Renew Crew. They're finding practical ways to make our parks work better for all New Yorkers. We applaud Mayor Mamdani and Commissioner Shimomura and the parks team for this initiative. And as the administration continues to build towards 1% for parks, we're excited about what greater investment will bring to our park system and make possible better maintenance and even more improvements in our parks across every neighborhood. Thank you.
I'm thrilled to introduce our next speaker, who is arguably one of the most important people here, because we know that our park system are here to serve him and others like him. Just behind you, there are many children who are playing on the play equipment, and so we're so happy to always welcome kids into these spaces. Max, we'd love to have you join in and say a few words.
Hello everyone, my name is Maxime and I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you Mayor Mamdani for inviting me. I really appreciate it. Well, do you guys want to know how I ended up here? About 2 months ago, I recorded a video asking Mayor Mamdani to help open the playground in McKinley Park. It had been closed for almost 2 years. But guess what? A few weeks later, the park was finally open. So thank you, Mayor Mamdani and NYC Parks, for hearing me out. I really appreciate it. I'm really passionate about parks being opened because kids need a safe and fun environment to play in. My parents always told me that my voice matters, and I want to thank them for believing in me and encouraging me to speak up. And I want other kids to know that your voice matters too. If you see something that needs to be changed, never be afraid to speak up. Thank you to the Renew crew and every team member working hard to make New York City a better place to live. And thank you, Mayor Mamdani. Let's keep the New York City parks open for kids.
Very good. You're so good,
All right, thank you so much, Max. We've got time for some questions about today's announcement. And also off
Before we
topics.
go to the questions, can we have one more round of applause for Maxime? Okay. Hello, everyone. Missed you. Yeah.
Do we have any questions about today's announcement? Can ask an off topic too, but if not,
okay.
We'll go ahead to off topics. We'll start with Katie Honan, who had the exclusive for today.
It wasn't like I reported it out. You guys, thankfully, let me have an early look at it. I have two questions. The first is about, I know you were away for it, and I know it's a persistent issue, but with the Deputy Mayor of Operations here, the really bad flooding we saw not too far from here, it was in Bushwick and other parts of the city and here in Queens. I know what we're up against with the sewers not being able to handle this much rain, but is there really nothing more that the city can do to help stop some of this flooding? I know we're supposed to clean up catch basins, but at a certain point, what more can the city do on that? And then I have a second question about the U.S. Open. I don't know if you want to hear it now or wait.
Fighting off my curiosity. I'm going to go for the first question, and then we'll come back to your second one. This is one of the foremost priorities for our administration. Because as you said, yes, we know the facts of the context, which is that we have a sewage system that was built for the rainfall of a century ago, and that the climate crisis has intensified and increased that rainfall. And also, it is not going to be the case that we are simply going to sit on our hands until the day in which this sewage system is entirely overhauled. So we are exploring every single avenue that we have, whether it is from the installation of cloudburst technology to the use of permeable pavement to the question of floodable parks that are actually built to absorb that kind of excess rainfall. I'll pass it over to our Deputy Mayor for Operations to add some additional details.
No, thanks. And I think we think about this thing in a few layers, right? We have the, real-time event management where we have our agencies out there responding, doing things like clearing catch basins and checking our highways and doing additional passes with street sweepers. And then we have, as the mayor mentioned, a number of sort of like midterm programs, investing $100 million in modernizing catch basins, all the cloudburst programs that we've done, the rain-guarded projects that we have to do much, much, much more of. And then we have the bigger, longer-term investments like the $3 billion program that we're putting into place to build more stormwater and sewers in Southeast Queens. So we put all of that together to try and create a comprehensive strategy to manage the future of climate change.
But for, a place like, I think, Knickerbocker Avenue flooded in Bushwick, is there a current project nearby there? Because that place floods a lot.
Yeah, and as we see these places that have more common flooding, we have our agencies take a look at the specific situation. Sometimes it's a larger catch basin there, and sometimes it's a bigger project, and sometimes it's a repaving that changes the grading. So we have to look at each neighborhood and figure out exactly what it is that is creating that flooding condition and then attack that problem.
And quickly, my second question is about the U.S. Open. I know, Mayor Mamdani, you've made affordability one of your core issues. When it came to the World Cup, you gave away tickets. The U.S. Open, which happens on city-owned parkland, that gets taken for the U.S. Open for a few weeks out of the year, and generally the public can't access a lot of the borough's largest park. It's more expensive than ever. They've reduced the number of Fan Fest tickets. I think they even reduced the number of cheaper tickets to favor more expensive tickets and then tickets given by sponsors. Is there anything you would want to do to make the U.S. Open more accessible to regular New Yorkers? And would you ever want to revisit the current deal that USTA has with New York City, so New York City and particularly Queens actually makes more money if it's going to be more expensive and more unable for the average New Yorker to attend? Would you want to find a way to make New York City be able to actually better financially benefit from it, and particularly Queens?
I think we never want to accept the premise that something has to be unaffordable when it comes to a sporting event that is part of what so many love about our city. Some of my favorite memories as a kid growing up in New York City are going to the qualifiers for free before the Open began. I remember when I bought a grounds pass, I think it was $50 for day one. And I know that that number has skyrocketed over recent years. So we are always going to look to ways to make these kinds of events more accessible to everyday New Yorkers. That is not something that will be limited to the World Cup. And the reason for that is that it is a moment that can really open so many kids' eyes to the wonder of a sport that they may not know before. And as you've said, it is happening in one of the jewels of our city. So that's going to be something that we continue to work on, and it is something that continues to be a part of our affordability agenda.
Would you do it for these? I mean, you're their landlord, so can you get some free tickets for people who want to go? I don't care about tennis, so I'm not asking for myself, but for other people, like...
You don't care about tennis?
I'm not a tennis fan. But
Have you ever gone?
No, I never will. But
Never will? Okay, I'll leave it.
It's happening right now, and there's been lots of coverage of how much more unaffordable it is this year. So is there anything you can do for this session of it to...
That's something we'll get back to you on.
Thanks, Katie. All right, we're going to go to Marcia and then Kelly.
First of all, Mr. Mayor, I thought I'd apply to be the chef at Gracie Mansion.
Come on over.
I actually am trained... never mind.
You're a trained chef?
Yes. I went to the Culinary Institute.
Why are we only finding out about this in August?
But I thought I would apply because I think, another career might be...
Look, all applications are being...
Just a joke. So, 2 questions. The first one is this. A group of about 15 minority groups that represent bodega owners are filing suit to stop your city-run groceries. They say that your city-run groceries, and I quote, are a direct assault on minority businesses by a mayor who claims to be a champion of the disenfranchised, poor, and working-class New Yorkers. How do you feel about that? They feel that they're being disenfranchised, and what's your response to their suit and their attempt to stop your city-run grocery stores?
I continue to be fully confident in both the legality and the importance of our initiative to deliver 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 in each borough, to the people of our city. We are talking about a reflection of a cost of living crisis that has seen grocery prices increase by about 30% over the last few years. And we're also talking about delivering 5 city-run grocery stores in a city of 8.5 million people that has more than 1,000 grocery stores. And we've seen, in fact, with Essex Street Market in Manhattan, as well as Moore Street Market in Brooklyn, a model where the city has subsidized groceries and it has not had a negative effect on bodegas around them or on grocery stores around them. And I'm confident both in the legality of this, that it will stand up in court, and in the importance of delivering it.
That you can do to help these... I'm sorry. Is there anything that you can do to help these bodega owners who feel that they're going to be losing money?
Absolutely. What we can do is continue with our approach citywide of looking for ways to cut costs and cut the regulations that so many bodegueros as well as grocery store owners have to jump through in order to do their work. And what we found through our open task force is already the identification of more than 50 potential changes that target things from the current necessity of having 2 different licenses to sell hot food and cold dairy frozen dessert, as well as the kinds of things that make it harder for bodegas to both sell items outside of the store and inside of the store.
So my second question has to do with your decision to take on the reconstruction of the BQE.
Yes.
And the amount of money it's going to cost. Where are you hoping to get federal funds, or do you think that you'll be able to pay for it out of the capital funds that New York City already has?
What we have announced today is something that will be done through city funds, and that is something that we have put forward because the cost of inaction is frankly too high. Every year that the city does not act on the BQE costs the city at least $160 million. And there have been many administrations that have understood the importance of this. We want to be one that also delivers on the fix to this central part of the BQE. I'll pass it over to our Deputy Mayor of Operations to add some additional details.
Yeah. As the mayor mentioned, this program, we aren't anticipating having any federal funds, and that enables us to advance this project on our timeline with our design, our scope, and having complete control over our community benefits. So it's a benefit to the program to be issuing those federal funds.
Disruption you're going to cause by the construction, the fact that you're going to have to build that overpass or whatever you call it, and will there be a disruption to local communities?
Yeah, so the plan does require a bypass, a 4-lane bypass at the level just below the promenade. Previous proposals had put that bypass on the promenade, which would have been quite disruptive. We feel this proposal does lessen the community impacts of prior proposals.
Thank you, Marcia. All right, we'll go to Kelly next.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Kelly, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
How was your trip? Can you tell us where you were?
You know, I can tell you I went to an incredible Uzbek restaurant called Alan's Family. I know, I'm sorry. I saw the T-shirt, it says cool Georgian dude, and it just threw me. I don't know where he is now. He has the dog with him. But it was a lovely time upstate. Bounced around, missed the city, missed you guys. Happy to be home.
I'm sure you did. I wanted to ask you, one of the leaders of the New York City DSA is facing questions about his background, his work history, where he lives. I wanted to know, for you, somebody who comes from the DSA, do you still stand by him? And do you think that what has come out about him undermines the credibility of the movement that the DSA is about affordability and trying to keep people here, especially because his home is in Bed-Stuy, where a lot of Black New Yorkers are having to leave because homes are being bought up and are just unaffordable? And then I have an unrelated question.
Why don't you give me both?
Okay, and then the second question is, while you were away, the hearing on the pied-à-terre rollout happened. Before you left, you seemed to hint that your officials would be at the hearing, saying that you were confident in their ability to answer the questions despite the lawsuit that was ongoing about it. But then the day before, they didn't show up. So I'm just wondering, do you think that New Yorkers deserve to get answers from your administration when it comes to this rollout? And did you know at the time, the Thursday or Friday before, I can't remember, that your administration officials weren't going to show up at that hearing?
So the reason to not attend that hearing was on the basis of the legal consequences of doing so, because we are in the midst of a legal case on this very question. And so we know that the hearing last week was explicitly focused on the very issues that are at the heart of that case, and we didn't believe that it would be in the legal interest of the city to send a senior representative. However, we did send a written statement from Commissioner Lee, and we also did inform the council that the commissioner would be available to take any kinds of questions after August 31st, because by that point there would not still be that same question of the legal concerns. And to your first question, look, I think anyone who is focused on delivering a more affordable life for the people of New York City, a fairer life for the people of New York City, and frankly, of those of the world, should be welcomed into this work. And that's what I see so many doing. And that's the kind of initiatives and efforts that we continue to encourage.
Thank you, Kelly. We're going to go to...
All right, so you are listening to New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. That was an event about New York City parks that was taking place live, but now he's taking questions from reporters on unrelated topics. We do have to step away for a quick break, but if that is still going on the other side, we'll make sure to dip back in. My name is Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday. We're going to dip back in to New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani taking questions on a variety of topics from reporters.
I oppose them because they are an attempt to circumnavigate the will of voters. And what we should see is a Brooklyn Democratic Party that is a reflection of what New Yorkers want to see in their home, as opposed to a representation of so much of what has led New Yorkers to become, and Americans to become, disengaged and disaffected with politics at large.
All right. Thank you. We're going to go to Melissa next, and then we'll go to Sophia up in the front. Thanks.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Melissa.
Did you really miss us?
I did.
Oh, okay. You mentioned here for the parks announcement.
Yes.
You mentioned peace amidst the chaos. So I wonder how much peace amidst the chaos does a mayor actually get on vacation? Can you give us a sense of how many calls you had to take? What was did you get any middle of the night phone calls, or when the 911 system went down, for instance? And then I have another question.
You are checking in with your team on a regular basis, not just only in the event of a crisis. And then obviously, if there is anything that comes up that demands your attention, you have to be there. You have to be in some kind of cell service. But the peace of mind is also just a time to reflect and a time to rest. And I think it's also part of what we want for every New Yorker, that they also get time to actually step away from the day-to-day. And I'm incredibly appreciative of my team, who ensured that the work to deliver for the city continues unabated.
Okay, and on Legionnaires, Mr. Mayor, on Friday I reported that the health department is now saying that they don't expect to have the results of the source testing that they're doing, the genome sequencing, to try to determine the source. Originally, the health department had said August, then they said late August, now they're saying mid-September, which means it'll come after the September 2nd hearing that's scheduled with the City Council. Do you still anticipate your team testifying before that hearing, and do you expect a more difficult hearing on the Legionnaires outbreak because those results will not have been in? Or will it be an easier hearing for you because we won't know the source?
I think the council has a role to play, and it is in conducting those kinds of hearings, and our job is to ensure that we're answering and delivering for New Yorkers. When it comes to Legionnaires, I'll get back to you specifically on the genome sequencing question. What I will say is that the cluster has been closed. It's been about 5 weeks since the identification of a new case. However, we know that Legionnaires has been something that has afflicted our city on an almost annual basis. And we are looking at ways to ensure that this is something that we deliver on for the weeks and months and years to come. But I do appreciate the question.
All right, got time for a few more. We're going to go to Sophia, and then we'll go to Josie.
Hello.
Hi.
So 3 cyclists were killed by hit-and-run drivers last week, and 1 pedestrian was killed by a hit-and-run driver this weekend. Do you still support Vision Zero? And if so, what will you do to end these preventable crashes?
Yes. I still support Vision Zero. I still support any initiative that we have to reduce the number of crashes across the city and to ensure that there is no longer a hierarchy of safety based on what mode of transit you're using. Whether you're a pedestrian, a cyclist, a driver, a public transit rider, you should be entitled to the same level of safety. And so one of the things that I've spoken to with my deputy mayor for operations, with our DOT commissioner, is how do we implement the changes to the streetscape that also understand the ways in which we are either incentivizing or disincentivizing safe choices made by New Yorkers. And so a lot of this is actually delivering on the protected bike lanes that we have seen forgotten over many years in our city, as well as delivering more bus lanes and busways and bringing the first bus rapid transit corridor to Flatbush by 2030. These are all different steps that we're taking to address this. However, as you said, it is something that is immensely concerning because we're talking about fatal consequences and families whose lives are irrevocably changed.
Thank you, Sophia. We've got time for just 2 more. We're going to go to Josie and then Morgan.
Hi, Mayor.
Hey, Josie.
So 2 questions. I first wanted to just get your reaction to Times reporting on Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner. I mean, what do you think of Jeffries potentially being speaker in light of this? And then my second question is, it's now 2 weeks until the first day of school, and there's still no AI policy, and principals aren't supposed to buy new tech until there is one. So can you just give any update to that? Will it be coming? And the next few days? I know this is a stressful issue for schools.
It is, and it is an issue of immense importance to us in the administration, and it is an issue that we will be speaking to soon. And to your first question, I continue to support Congressman Jeffries and his bid to become the leader.
All right, thank you, Josie. Morgan will be last question.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. Last week, when the 911 system went down, nobody knew about it the outage went out for 7 hours. No one found out until the New York Times released an article that night. I guess city council members are now trying to call for an oversight hearing, not just looking into what exactly happened, but why your administration didn't say anything, not only to the press, New Yorkers, but during those 7 crucial hours, nobody told New Yorkers who are desperately trying to call 911 that their calls might not be answered because of this outage. I just want to know exactly why your administration decided to not tell New Yorkers when this was happening.
So our first order of business when being alerted as to the issue with the call system was to resolve the call system, and that was the focus. And after, what we found is that a significant number of the calls that were coming in over the course of that period of time were being rerouted to another part of the 911 system, and there were fewer than 400 calls, unique calls that were not connected. And so over the course of the time since that was resolved and as it was going through the day, the work was being done to do everything we could to reach out to New Yorkers directly to ensure that we could provide them with whatever service was necessary. Because again, this is one of the most critical parts of our city's infrastructure. And we have identified that this was from Motorola software update. And now we are looking to take all of the steps we can to ensure that this does not happen ever again.
Thank you.
Members said that they were not informed.
All right, there you have it. That was New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani as he was taking questions from reporters after holding that news conference related to New York City parks. Again, taking a lot of questions about the vacation that he was on and whether or not he had to answer a lot of phone calls, but also some other serious topics as well. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break at 10:47 on the East Coast and 7:47 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we will be right back. Stick with us. Welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 10:49 on the East Coast and 7:49 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're taking a live look over the White House there on the right-hand side of your screen, where we remind you that 2 p.m. Eastern time today, that is when we are going to hear from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on what he and President Trump call Economic D-Day, with sanctions announced against Iran. So we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as it happens. Right after that, at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, President Trump is expected to make remarks there in the Rose Garden. So we'll make sure to have those for you as well. Now, it could potentially be postponed a little bit, as you have to imagine that he's going to want Secretary Bessent to get his comments out first and then hold that event at the Rose Garden. Either way, we will have those for you on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. And at the same time, we are following some breaking news as the back and forth continues between President Trump and Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Now, you can see he posted here about increasing auto tariffs in Canada in 2027. He said, quote, Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. Their ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products has made life impossible for these great American patriots and has long created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries. Not sustainable and not anymore. On January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts, and steel will be increased to 50%. Built in the U.S. and there are zero tariffs, Canada will be treated like a state no longer on trade. And in other ways, also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada, they need us. They do 95% of their business with the U.S., with us, the exact opposite. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That, of course, comes amid that back and forth that we've seen between the U.S. and Canada, with President Trump initiating those 50% tariffs on Canada over the weekend on certain products. And then in response, Carney said that they would be doing a dollar-for-dollar tariff situation, 50%, starting September 8th, the day after Labor Day. We'll watch as all of this unfolds, as we can tell you essentially that at this point, no additional talks there between the U.S. and Canada have been announced. And of course, we're following several other big stories right here. I want to take you out to this video showing really the situation that's playing out there with the Hawk Fire. Now, this is over in Nevada. Specifically, it's in the Reno area where we had Max Gordon join us just a little bit earlier on today. But the latest information, an estimated 90,000 people have been urged to evacuate from that area as the Hawk Fire continues to burn homes and threaten others. The fire is considered to be, quote, out of control, jumping over fire trucks and making it difficult for crews to reach the hot spots there as the winds make it spread even faster. Now, you can see some of this video that's coming in. This is actually from a traffic camera, but you can see the roads that are blocked off there. Also, the crews that are off to the side staying pretty far back, making sure that people do evacuate and don't go to that area. Now, we also have some of the other video taken by residents, as we know that at least 6 people have been injured, including 3 first responders and 3 civilians. Investigators have said the fire was human-caused, but they have not provided any more details about that, including whether or not this was set intentionally or if it was purely accidental. Again, that is just one of the big stories that we are covering here at this hour. And as we take a live look inside of the courtroom here over in Massachusetts, we are awaiting the continuation of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Now, this has been going on here for several weeks, and the trial could go to the jury as soon as this week, with closing arguments set for the coming days. The defense rested its case on Friday after several days of testimony about her mental state before and after she strangled her 3 young children. Prosecutors began calling rebuttal witnesses in the trial, which is likely entering its final days here. You can see they are in a break right now. Clancy, who is 36 years old, has pleaded not guilty to murder charges in the death of her 3 young children, who ranged in age from 8 months to 5 years old. Again, as that gets back underway and as we see those closing arguments, we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we do have to head to our final break of the hour, but a lot more live coverage on the other side. Stick with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour on this Monday. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. There on the right-hand side of your screen, a live look over the White House as we remind you that 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump will be making remarks from the Rose Garden, so we'll bring those to you here in real time on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to take you back out to that Lindsay Clancy trial that is now back underway. Now, again, this is over in Massachusetts, and you can see as we have the defense, the prosecutors, they are all doing their rebuttal, so to speak, with the witnesses here. So as that gets underway, we are going to lift up the audio and listen in. On the other side, my colleague Stephanie Quinu will be right here in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Monday.
Types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was
okay. If you can answer that, and then go ahead.
My understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility?
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset or atypical features or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar-related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right. As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier. Okay. Yeah. And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
That's that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about, and then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9 in order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
Sure. Concentration.
So a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No, overruled.
Bleeding?
Correct.
No, overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I imagine your office was aware.
Thank you.
But I don't know.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right. Next. Anything further? Anything further, Como? All right. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Take a break. All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point. And we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness that'll go on the stand after we get back. All right. So we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jury, sorry, close the notebook. Please come to chairs, please. This way.
All right. Anything we need to discuss before the break, Como?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you. All right. So we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so you were just hearing the judge. This is now going to be going into the morning recess right here. They're going to take a break and they will resume this as prosecutors are calling their final rebuttal witnesses before the case moves closer to closing arguments. You can see the camera there panning to the seal, indicating that the court is now in recess. Once this resumes, we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on it, of course, bringing you all of the live major developments from inside that courtroom. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to just step away for a moment as we have other live events to get to. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a new live event that takes us to Nashville, Tennessee, where we're hearing from officials regarding the arrest of 44 individuals in what they are calling Operation Last Call, involving the sale of illegal firearms and narcotics. Let's turn to that now live.
44 and a 49, so. Yeah, it spans the entire range. I think it's from 19 to well into their 60s. Was it 44 or 49? It was 44 individuals. Okay.
When it comes to the statewide impact, I know this is focused on the Nashville area, but I imagine getting the guns off the street is, helpful for people outside of Nashville. Is that true? Can you kind of expand on that?
I think that's absolutely true. I mean, the nature of an illegal weapons rink is nobody knows where these guns go after there's the initial distribution. So I think this has a much broader ripple effects throughout not just Nashville and Tennessee, but the broader Southeast.
Can you tell us the shooting that happened earlier in August with ATF agents? Was that initiative or operation that was happening at that time related to this initiative?
It was related, but according to court documents that are now public, this individual was indicted for firearms trafficking at the time that ATF attempted to arrest him on that indictment. He had already sold 27 illegal firearms to undercover federal agents and was in the process of selling another 10. And those firearms were not just pistols, but included high-powered assault rifles. Had the matter gone to court, we would have shown audio and video recordings of this individual illegally trafficking firearms to undercover agents. Since the agent-involved shooting is still under investigation by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I can't comment any further on the shooting, but we do want to note that the individual was federally indicted at the time, and agents were attempting to arrest him on that indictment as of August 10th.
I have another question.
Please.
Bloomberg reported last month that there may be some sort of mandate or new initiative in the DOJ's office for prosecutors to carry up to 5 minimum cases at a time. Was this at all related to that mandate coming out last month?
No, it was not. I mean, in my office, there's no issue with anybody carrying 25 cases. This is a very hard-working district, and all of my individuals here, unless they are just brand spanking new, carry way more than 25 cases.
What happens with all these weapons from here?
The weapons will be, for now, they're evidence, and these individuals have the right to try their cases in court, and they'll be preserved in case there is a trial, but ultimately they're slated for destruction.
How rare is a bust of this size?
I think it's pretty rare. I mean, I do think that this is a very innovative approach to law enforcement, and I think that everybody here used a data-driven approach to try and ensure that this wasn't, as Chief Drake said, a crime saturation strategy, but rather one that's targeted in the neighborhoods that are most afflicted by violence.
Can you speak about some of that data? What were all the kinds of data sets and tools that were used?
Sure. It was a study of shots fired called, shooting incidences, and information gathered from what's called the NIBIN database. And then we had another ATF office in another state review all of that data to identify target zones. And as I said in my initial comments, this was done without regard to socioeconomic or any of their demographic features.
Chief Drake, could we hear from you? I know the attorney had mentioned that some of this kind of came up because of poor crime stats from a couple years ago. Can you kind of speak to how crime stats are right now and how that's been kind of improving, and then now this on top of it? Just give us your...
I see this is going to be extremely helpful in our efforts to reduce crime even further. Post-COVID pandemic, 2021, we saw a rise in crime across the nation. We saw a rise in violent crime, especially gun violence. And in particular areas, there was historic data that showed that these areas were plagued by violence. And so this is going to be extremely helpful in getting these guns off the street, getting these violent people off the street, and holding people accountable, and hopefully make safer neighborhoods where people can enjoy peaceful days and peaceful surroundings.
And Chief, do you have any response or comment on the 16-year-old who was shot on Friday?
Yes, that's still under investigation, and we're looking into that. It's an unfortunate incident. 16-year-old from Hunters Lane High School had left was at the Pearl-Cone game parking lot and a drive-by shooting. We do have some information we're developing. Can't get into it too much deeper, but it's very, very unsettling when someone goes to a high school game, which should be a great time for students, and you have this happen. But we're investigating that further. So.
That's it. Is that all questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming today. We really appreciate it.
All right, so there you have it. This is a live event happening out of Nashville, Tennessee, wrapping up right there. But if you're just joining us, we were hearing from officials on the arrest of 44 individuals on federal indictments over the weekend as part of a joint enforcement initiative combating the illegal sale of firearms and narcotics in Nashville. So a total of 44 people were arrested for what law enforcement says are illegally selling firearms and dangerous drugs like fentanyl, methamphetamine, and crack on the streets of Nashville. So we did want to bring that to you as it is live right there. What we are going to do is, because we do have a number of other live events that we're going to get to, we are just going to step away for another break. We're going to head over to one of those live events coming up. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. Our next live event takes us to Illinois, where we're hearing from officials on the Lake Michigan Regional Water Supply Initiative.
Union jobs to the whole northern Illinois area. Again, I'm lucky enough to have a lot of friends in the trades. We get stuff done. I think they know that, and they're great to work with. They're very reasonable all the time, and they understand a project like this. Water's a right. Everybody should have the right to clean drinking water at an affordable amount. So with that, I'd like to introduce Rich Fahey, who will speak on behalf of International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 150. Rich is the business agent for Local 150. The International Union of Operating Engineers is a labor union representing over 24,000 working men and women in Illinois, Indiana, and Iowa. The union represents workers in various industries, including construction material development, public works, concrete, pumping, steel mill service, slag, and many more. Rich, thank you for coming out and always your support.
Thanks very much.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out today. I just want to say thank you, Congressman, for helping us push along a project of this magnitude. Jim Zay and the Water Commission have been great to work with. We have multiple projects going on right now as we speak, with the Water Links project going out to Minooka, Yorkville, and to Montgomery, again, as part of this. So we partnershiped on a lot of these projects in the past, and we look forward to supporting them in the future. We want to talk about the importance of this project and from a labor perspective. As a business representative for Local 150, I see firsthand the importance of investing in infrastructure that keeps our communities, businesses, and economy moving. The Lake Michigan Water Supply Initiative is a landmark infrastructure project. At the projected size and scale, it has the potential to be one of the most significant water infrastructure investments in the Midwest and one of the largest in the country. This isn't simply a water project. It's a long-term investment in our communities, our economy, and our workforce. A project this magnitude with an anticipated 10-year construction timeline is requiring thousands of skilled workers across numerous trades and professions. From my position at Local 150, I know that you cannot simply turn on a project of this size and expect the workforce to appear overnight. We have to train people today for jobs tomorrow. Local 150 has already been doing that. In 2025, we brought in approximately 450 apprentices to the workforce to help meet the growing demands of skilled operators in the heavy equipment industry. In 2026, we anticipate to bring in approximately another 400 apprentices into the workforce. That means in the last 2 years, Local 150 is approximately 850 apprentices on the path towards becoming skilled operating engineers, helping meet today's labor demands and training the next generation in our workforce. These aren't just numbers. These are 850 people given the opportunity to learn skilled trades, build a career, support their families, and contribute to the infrastructure of our communities. Projects like the Lake Michigan Water Initiative are exactly why the workforce development is so important. A long-term project of this magnitude gives us the opportunity to continue training and preparing workers when the demand arrives and we're ready to meet it. Long-term projects give labor unions, contractors, and training programs the certainty they need to recruit apprentices, train skilled workers, and develop the workforce necessary to complete work safely, efficiently, and on schedule. The project represents $4 to $6 million in investment dollars in 2026. That kind of investment just doesn't create jobs on the project itself. It creates a ripple effect throughout a regional economy. Every $1 billion invested in infrastructure is estimated to generate approximately $2.6 million in economic output, $832 million in labor income, and more than 10,000 labor jobs. From where I sit, those numbers translate into real people, workers earning a paycheck, families supporting businesses, apprentices building careers, and communities benefiting from the long-term economic investment. As a representative of organized labor, I believe the magnitude of this strong commitment to local hiring, skilled labor, and apprenticeship opportunities and workforce development will pay forward. If we're going to make a multi-billion-dollar investment in our region's water infrastructure, we should also make an investment in the people who are going to build it. We have the training programs, the skilled workforce, and the experience necessary to help deliver a project of this scale. Local 150 has demonstrated that we're willing to make that investment, training hundreds of apprentices today because we know the demands for skilled workers is going to continue to grow. The most important thing about a project of this impact that it doesn't end when the construction is completed. We're building infrastructure that will serve our communities for generations. At the same time, we're building a workforce to create career opportunities that will have an impact on families and communities for decades. That's what makes this more than a construction project. It's an investment in the region and the future. From my perspective as a business representative, I see this opportunity as to accomplish two things at the same time: build critical infrastructure and build a skilled workforce needed to support our region for generations to come. We've approximately put 850 people in the apprenticeship, as I mentioned before, and we're continuing to train the next generation of skilled operators, but it's projects like the Lake Michigan Water Supply Initiative that give us an opportunity to invest in our workforce. If we do this right, we won't just deliver a world-class water system, we'll create good careers, strengthen our communities, and leave the next generation with a better infrastructure and better opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. And thank you again to the congressman. As he said, you know, without his help and his foresight to see, this is going to be helping families. This is going to be people getting clean water. And with his vision, we can do that, and it means a lot to us. And again, like you said, water's not a partisan issue. Water's a people issue. So again, thank you so much for your commitment to us and getting us this money. It's going to go a long way to help people in Northern Illinois. I want to thank our staff here at the DWC and at JAWA. These are the true professionals that run water. We have the second and third largest water suppliers in the state of Illinois that work day after day to provide water to all our residents and communities and businesses, to our local labor unions who are out there every day working for the people. We appreciate you being here. And again, we appreciate, I have to reach out to Metro Strategies for setting this up. We appreciate your work today. And just thank you for everybody for coming. We're going to get some pictures right now. So thank you.
Thank you, and that does conclude the formal presentation and media event, but please, Congressman, if you would like to take your big check, and we'll take some photos here. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes this live event here in Elmhurst, Illinois, as officials were talking about a $1 million grant put towards the Lake Michigan Regional Water Supply Initiative. As they were saying, this money will go to help with clean water for residents right there. We are also, of course, continuing to monitor some of these other live events. And this one takes us out to Tampa, Florida. It hasn't started just yet, but we are expecting any moment now Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to deliver remarks right here. We don't know exactly what he'll be speaking on. However, we might be getting a clue when it comes to this background. We see it's in a warehouse. We see that there is fresh produce right there. So perhaps they're talking about fresh, locally grown fruits and vegetables and perhaps pricing. So this was slated to get underway at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. So in just 2 minutes or so, and you can see that folks are still walking up right here. And we are going to keep a very close eye on this and bring this to you as it gets underway. We also want to share a couple of other major events that we're expecting to happen in the next coming hours or so. You're taking a live look here at the U.S. Capitol, and it's a very busy day in Washington, D.C. In fact, at noon Eastern time, we're expecting to hear from Secretary Rollins and HHS Secretary RFK Jr. as they host Harvest to Hallways. They'll also be speaking to the media after that. So we are expecting that to get underway at noon Eastern time. Coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern time, we're expecting to hear from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on what is being labeled as economic D-Day. So more sanctions against Iran. And he is set to outline what these economic measures against Iran will be. Then at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to transition with this live look here at the White House, where we are expecting President Trump to be speaking. And the information that we're getting is that he will be speaking with Education Secretary Linda McMahon, talking about school choice. So that is expected to get underway at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. A very busy day with a lot of events there out of our nation's capital, and we'll be bringing you those events as they happen. For now, though, we are going to step away for another break as we do anticipate Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to be speaking at an event out of Tampa, Florida. This is another live look right here. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are still waiting on this live event from Tampa, Florida to get underway, where we're going to be hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, during the break, I did listen in, and there was a woman who went up to the podium saying that it was going to be about 20 minutes. So it does seem as though Governor DeSantis might be running just a little bit behind schedule. We're going to continue to monitor this live event for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we do have another one that is happening right now out of New York City, and New York City Mayor, or I think it's D.C. Is it D.C.? Okay, it's Washington, D.C. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is speaking about students heading back to school. So let's dip into that right now.
Please welcome the Interim Chancellor of D.C. Public Schools, Dr. Kim Jackson.
Thank you for that introduction, Joshua. Happy day one, DCPS. Okay. All right. Happy day one, DCPS. There is nothing like the energy in the building, the excitement of students, and the promise of another year's success. Can we make some noise for Dr. McCrae and the John R. Thomas Jr. High School educators and staff for making and hosting this celebration? Thank you, Dr. McCrae. To Mayor Bowser, thank you for always putting young people first, and you've done that throughout your career. As you often say, D.C. is the sports and education capital, and today's ceremony truly captures that spirit. Because this school now carries the name of D.C. sports legend, Coach John R. Thompson Jr., who led the Georgetown Hoyas to the NCAA championship in 1984. Many remember him for that championship, but as Joshua pointed out, he took equal pride in seeing his players earn their degrees, build meaningful careers, and thrive long after their playing days were over. Coach Thompson's dedication aligns with priorities outlined in the DCPS strategic plan that every student succeeds academically and is prepared for what's next. We're coming off of a summer in which 5,000 students sharpened their literacy and math skills and explored new opportunities through summer learning. And as the mayor mentioned, we're also celebrating DC Cape results that show DCPS has surpassed pre-pandemic levels in literacy and math, continuing our trajectory as the fastest improving urban school district in the nation. Behind us, Jaguars are getting a head start on their post-secondary journeys through the NAF Academies of Engineering and Information Technology. And they're part of more than 6,000 high schoolers who gained critical workforce skills and experiences through career and technical education programming last school year. John R. Thompson Jr. high school students embody how DCPS prepares its students for what's next. And we are fortunate to have a guest with us today who reflects that journey. Dylan Thompson is a DCPS alumnus, a Morehouse man, and the grandson of Coach Thompson. It is so special to have the Thompson family here to share this legacy with DCPS. And we're so happy that Dylan represents the success we hope for every young person who walks through these doors. Thank you, Dylan. And that's why the facilities in which students learn, explore, and discover their potential absolutely matters. For that, we're grateful for Director Hunter and our partners at the Department of General Services for their hard work. and we appreciate the support of Councilmember Fruman and Georgetown University for their continued commitment to the students across D.C. It is now my pleasure to introduce a fellow Georgetown Hoya, a champion for youth in our city, and a friend of Coach Thompson. Please welcome Reverend Ray Kemp.
Mayor Bowser never fails to remind me that my sister Carol Ann, taught her in the 10th grade. Mayor Bowser, Principal, you have done a job here, sir. You can tell just by walking through, and I'm glad I got here early to walk through. What a great, great job. Council member, you should be proud. We've got an executive master's in leadership as our from Georgetown University as our interim chancellor. Kim, good to be with you. John, the Thompson family, the faculty, the leadership team here. Georgetown University is represented here by our president, brand new. Give a wave, Eduardo. Whenever you say Dr. Peñalver, he says, say Eduardo. He is the man, just arrived. Let's make him welcome from the other Washington, Seattle, where he has come from. I'm looking at Georgetown folks, Lee Reed and Coach Cooley and Maurice Jackson and Charlene Brown McKenzie, and I'm looking at, you don't have to look too hard to see, Patrick, and the whole Thompson family. There are Thompsons in the hereafter, and I was privileged, one, to know John for a long, long time, from back in the days at St. Anthony's, and to know him all through his career at Georgetown. I didn't get there until '92, but I'm asked, and I'm very grateful, very touched, Thompson family, for you asking me to bring the greetings from Georgetown University, where I've been since 1992. I want to bring greetings, too, from a guy who's across the river. His name was Jack DeGioia, and Jack DeGioia stood next to Big John through thick and thin, and there were some thick times and some thin times, and Coach Cooley and Professor Jackson and others can talk about the thick and the thin. I want to remember, too, one of Jack DeGioia's great heroes was Father Tim Healy, who came to us from New York. There's a guy here who's got 2 kids at the NYU, and Tim Healy had a stint at CCNY where he developed a vision for a university that had a relationship with the city. And I'm convinced that Tim Healy in heaven, the former president of Georgetown, an inspiration for John and for Jack, that he's smiling down here as well. All the doers from Georgetown, we are so happy to be part of your school. And we want to become even more intimately a part of your school. I've seen the indications thereof. We thank you. We thank you for honoring Coach Thompson with this designation. We are delighted at Georgetown to share name, image, likeness. Hello? We got an NIL thing going here, friends. The name, image, and likeness is a perfect fit. John and I were born 7 months apart in the year 1941. We grew up in a Washington very different from the one we know now. Strictly segregated. John's dad traces his Catholic roots down that river over there, almost to the mouth, where his great-great-great, go back to 1804, was baptized in St. Francis Church in Compton in Maryland. It was a very segregated society, to say the least. It was a slave society. Enslavers and enslaved grew up there and tilled that land. It's likely very likely that Coach can trace his roots to that whole culture and that whole time and that place. And I want to think, stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, that there is a turn that happens when you come to this generation and look at this school. And the turn that happens is a turn of the victory of faith and grace. I can't believe. Believe? I can believe. Yes, I can. Belong. Become. The Spirit of the Lord was upon Big John. I said that at his funeral a couple years back. He wanted to share it with others. It took a lot of work. Jesse Washington is here. He helped John get his memoir organized. And Jesse is, I saw him back there, but I see his son, but I don't see him. He's hiding. Yeah, just wave, Jesse, just wave. You've got to read I Came as a Shadow. You've got to read the book. And in that book, he tells the story of the nuns in Southeast. If I may repeat this, who told John's mother that John was stupid. And he couldn't make it. And she and her husband moved the family to Northwest, the 1400 block of W Street, and enrolled John in Harrison Elementary School. Bring back Harrison. 13th and V. That elementary school and that rec center were the heart and soul of my early days in the priesthood, and that's where this white boy who was clueless when he got there got clued in, I got to tell you. Hello. His 6th grade teacher, Samantha Wallace Jackson, told John's mom he wasn't stupid. He just couldn't read. And she, the 6th grade teacher, scoured the city to find a reading specialist. This is before we had all these learning disability kinds of tests, you know what I'm talking about? They found Dr. Lewis, Dr. Harry Lewis, who patiently, and it's pretty well described in the book, patiently and precisely got John reading. Miss Jackson had Big John repeat the 6th grade so he could pick up all that he missed because he wasn't able to read. John understood only later. When I got to Georgetown in 1992 to do a project, I had come from 2 predominantly historically black African-American Catholic parishes. All due respect to Georgetown, I was stunned at how vanilla Georgetown was. Can I get an amen? I'm talking about 92. If you were black, you probably could run or jump or, yes, maybe Coach Cooley put that ball in the basket. That was 1992. John caught me the first month I was on campus. I was going to run a project for priests, and he said, "You got to teach a class. I want to get my guys with you." I smiled, and I said, tongue-in-cheek, "John, you want to make sure your guys stay eligible." He said, "Kemp, you got it all wrong. I want a class at Georgetown where my kids can bring their gifts. Their gifts. Their gifts are something that you have come to know living with black folks for 25 years in black parishes. You know these kids are ready to learn and can make it with any other kid on this campus. They can compete in the classroom as well as on the court. And I want you to create a class where they can know how good God is and how good they are, and that their gifts can be developed here." That's your job. You got it, right? And that's your job. And together, that's all of our jobs, to help our kids know there's nobody stupid. They can all grab their own life, can grab the whole steering of their life and develop their gifts. John Thompson High School All who walk in his name, his image and likeness, keep creating that environment where there's no room for thinking anybody stupid, only room for us to get to know the gifts we bring, the talents we develop. I'm going to do it again Wednesday. Believe it or not, they're letting this old guy teach one more time here. I'm going to do it Wednesday, and Dominique Butler, where did she go? She's going to help, and Tiffany's going to help, and Jesse's going to help, and God knows how many other people are going to help me create an environment and a place where kids can know their gifts. They're the ones that cause us. That's where the bake happens, where the loaf rises, to get to know the gifts we bring and the talents. John's up there smiling. Can you see his smile? He's also shaking his head, saying, what is all this talk? Get on with it. Get on with it. Believe, belong, yes, yes, you got it. Go.
Dylan.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank all of you for coming out today. It really means a lot to my family. It's clear that this city values what my grandfather did for basketball. But now to see that the city is recognizing him for his belief in the importance of education is truly incredible. Many of you may not know this, but my grandfather has a master's degree in teaching. And so to see now that, this isn't a small charitable organization or rec center or program for kids. This is a DC public high school that is named after him. Incredible. I myself attended a DC public school. And at the time that I was there, it was named after someone whose family owned slaves. And to see now that a high school is not only named after a black man in this city, but my grandfather is amazing. The last time that I spoke about my grandfather was at his funeral. And to see now that I'm standing before you today, 6 years later, at a school that is named after him, and all of my family, my friends are in the crowd. Some of the teachers that taught me are in this crowd. There's nothing more that I could ask for. It's crazy to me that, if I strike up a conversation one day with a student who's in high school in this area and ask him or her, what school do you go to? They'll be able to say, I go to Thompson. That's amazing. Dr. McCray, you now have a piece of my family's legacy that you are responsible for carrying out. And we put that trust in you, and we believe that you will do the right thing with this school. I'd like to thank Councilman Fruman, Mario Bowser, and everyone that was a part of making this happen. Thank you all, and let's have a great school year.
So that is a live event happening right now in Washington, D.C., as we're hearing from the mayor, officials, and students at John Thompson High School right there. We do have a number of live events that we're keeping a very close eye on. This one is in Washington, D.C., where we're expecting to hear from Secretary Rollins and Secretary RFK Jr. as they host Harvest to Hallways, and they're going to also be delivering remarks right there. So we are expecting that to get underway. We also have this live look here out of Brewer, Maine, and this is where we're expecting Vice President J.D. Vance to be speaking at one of the local facilities there. It's a manufacturing facility, and right there in the background, you can see it says "Defend Our Future." So no words specifically on when we might be expecting Vice President Vance, but this is a live look inside that facility. We can see the presidential seal right there. So we are anticipating this event to get underway at some point. Meanwhile, we're also continuing to keep a very close eye on Capitol Hill. 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That is when we're expecting Secretary Bessent to outline the economic D-Day sanctions against Iran. So there have been some changing times. The very latest time for this particular announcement is 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And then at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting a live event with President Trump, as he will be speaking in the Rose Garden with Education Secretary Linda McMahon, talking about school choice. So a lot of major events on this Monday. We're going to be carrying them all for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Before they begin, though, we're going to step away for another break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are anticipating remarks from Vice President J.D. Vance as he is currently in Brewer, Maine. He hasn't arrived to this manufacturing facility just yet. However, Secretary Loeffler is now speaking. So let's transition to that live.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Now, y'all may know that Paul started this business about 15 years ago with a big idea and a purchase of a single piece of equipment off of eBay. Now, thankfully, he took a big bet on his American dream because today, this is the fastest growing manufacturer in the entire state of Maine. Yeah. Good job, guys. That's right. That means nearly 100 hardworking Mainers from this local community are producing life-saving ballistics for our U.S. Army, our brave men and women of the U.S. Army right here. And that story is only possible right here in America. You know, all you need here is a good work ethic, a refusal to give up, and a little grace from God. That is the beauty of America. That's the American dream. You deserve it, and President Trump is fighting for that for you every single day. Now, and I see it firsthand. You know what America First means. It means that our first duty is to you and to our great nation, not to illegal aliens, not to big government bureaucrats or globalist elites. And now you've seen this. That's right, you've seen this. There's a whining group of malcontented radicals that disagree with America First. You know, they disagree with everything that built this great nation for the last 250 years, and instead of rolling up their sleeves and getting to work to build an incredible future, all they do is peddle fake grievances and crazy lies. And perhaps the craziest lie they're peddling is socialism. Socialism is the opposite of the American dream. They want to punish your success. Look, they also want to take over small businesses like this one. They say ownership is bad. They say that the government should run business. And instead of working, they want you to work and subsidize those who refuse to work. Well, that's a crazy idea. And it's not just government control over our businesses, over our main streets. It's big government socialism like healthcare, taking over our borders and opening them up and allowing the Green New Scam to drive massive regulation and shut in our energy. And worst of all, perhaps, these communist comrades want to defund our police and defund our military. We're not going to let that happen. Let's give a hand to our police officers and our military. I mean, you know what that would do? It would create the type of devastation, the type of poverty that you see in Cuba and Venezuela. That's what they want for America. That's how much they hate America. And my friend, the only thing socialism brings is mutually assured poverty. We're not going to let that happen because President Trump believes in the American people. He believes in this nation more than ever. Now, let me tell you, it is the hardworking men and women that make this country great, but I don't have to tell you that because that's you. And thanks to all of your hard work in this administration, a Main Street comeback is unfolding across this great country because for the last year, the Trump administration and our congressional Republicans in Congress has been laser focused on one thing, putting American workers, families, and small businesses first. I have seen it firsthand. Since day one, President Trump and Vice President Vance have worked with urgency, with resolve, and unapologetically to make America great again. And you see it, we're bringing back what made this country great, the nation that we knew, where freedom and grit, not the government, created generational opportunity. Instead of punishing you with high taxes, we reward you with the biggest tax cut in American history. Instead of crushing you with Green New Deal mandates, we're cutting thousands of regulations every day. Instead of closing great factories like this one and sending millions of jobs overseas, we're protecting American jobs with fair and reciprocal trade. Friends, thanks to President Trump, common sense is returning to America. Common sense. It's common sense. Now, despite the obstruction of congressional Democrats, we're throwing fraudsters in jail when they steal billions of dollars of your taxpayer money. They got to go to jail. Against the protests of the radical left, we're shipping criminal illegals back home when they commit violent crimes against Americans. You know, common sense. And while the WNBA can't seem to make up their mind about this one, we're fighting to keep boys out of girls' sports and out of girls' locker rooms. Common sense. It's common sense. Now, the mainstream media and the liberal elites said it couldn't be done, that we should just manage America's decline into dependency. But they were dead wrong. All we needed was a new president. Now, you know, the working family tax cuts put thousands of dollars back into hardworking families' pockets. Whether it's no tax on tips, Social Security, 20% pass-through deduction for small businesses like this to reinvest in their businesses, to add workers. We see it happening every day. This is the most pro-worker, pro-America, pro-Main Street legislation ever passed in the history of our nation, and yet every single congressional Democrat voted no. They voted so that you would send more money to Washington. They voted against you keeping your hard-earned money in your pocket. But President Trump, Vice President Vance did not stop. They are fixing it. They didn't break it, but they're fixing it. They're working for you, not for the big government socialists, not for the Green New Deal scam artists, and not for our global elites, but for our workers, our job creators, our families like yours who make our nation great. Now, my friends, we are seeing a historic comeback on Main Street, and there's no question the best is yet to come. But none of this would have been possible without the incredible leadership of President Trump and our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. And you know his story, from humble beginnings, a man of deep faith, to a husband to Usha, the father of 4 beautiful children. He was the deciding vote on the working family tax cuts, and he's leading the White House task force to end the fraud that is draining billions from taxpayer coffers. Yeah, there's so much fraud. We got to end it. We got to end it. But above all, he unapologetically fights for American values, for you, and he does it all alongside President Trump. And it's why he's here in this great state to stand alongside of you, to save the American dream for you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our great Vice President, J.D. Vance.
All right, so there is a Vice President J.D. Vance as he is walking there up to the stage. Earlier, we were hearing from Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler speaking in Brewer, Maine. Let's listen to Vice President J.D. Vance.
Thank you, everyone. Please take a seat. I want to give a thank you to our incredible Small Business Administrator, Kelly Loeffler, who, in addition to supporting our small businesses better than almost anybody else, is also one of our real MVPs when it comes to fighting fraud in the federal government. She has found tens of billions of dollars of your tax dollars and given it back to you rather than the fraudsters. So give it up for Kelly Loeffler for doing a great job. I gotta give a few other thank yous as well. First, thanks to House Minority Leader Billy Bob Fockingham and Senate Minority Leader Trey Stewart. Where are you guys? Stand up. And I gotta give a few shout outs here to a few people who couldn't be with us today. The first is Bobby Charles, who I know is running for governor. Give a round of applause for Bobby Charles. Now, Bobby has got, as you all know, an amazing record of standing up to the drug cartels and the international criminal gangs. He has been an amazing fighter for the state of Maine. He's going to make a more amazing governor for the state of Maine. And of course, the second shout out I got to give is to my dear friend Susan Collins, the senator from Maine. Thank you. Now, whenever I'm in the great state of Maine, which is one of my favorite states, it's beautiful, it's got hardworking people, amazing industries. I love a state like Maine, which has got this incredible natural beauty, but is also a place of hardworking Americans. So I love to be here. And whenever I'm in Maine, I got to give Susan a little bit of crap. Because as you know, Susan is the most independent member of the United States Senate, and as the president of the United States Senate, she sometimes makes my job just a little bit harder. But she makes it harder because she is coming to work every single day and fighting not for a political party or not for any abstraction. She comes to work every single day and she fights for the great people of Maine, and I've seen it. Susan has been, I'll tell you a little story about Susan. She has been to my house probably a half dozen times, the vice president's residence at the Naval Observatory, and I've never seen a person who is more attuned to the details of every single thing. She's always asking, what does this do for Maine? How is this good for Maine? How is this bad for Maine? And she tries to get as much good for this state out of Washington and as little bad out of Washington for this state, which, by the way, is a very hard job. But she does it an amazing job. And so please give it up to our very independent friend, Susan Collins. And last but certainly not least, we are here to celebrate and give a big shout out for former Governor Paul LePage, who is going to make a great congressman for the state of Maine. This guy is so much fun to be around, and his love for Maine is infectious. This is not a politician who punches the card. This is a guy who loves this state. And we got to remember, when he was the governor of this state, Maine went from a place that couldn't pay its own Medicare bills, Paul remembers this, to a state with huge budget surpluses. And Paul didn't just do that. Paul used those surpluses to do what? He cut your taxes, he tamped down on welfare fraud, and he eliminated the shortfalls that existed in Maine's pension system, while all at the same time protecting the most vulnerable members of this state. He stood up for you. He stood up for retirees. He stood up for the disabled. He stood up for every law-abiding citizen that required Maine's public services to function, but to function for the people who actually paid into them and actually need them. So take it from me, a guy like Paul LePage, he is not a go-along-to-get-along politician. He is an independent-minded guy, but he is independent for you. There's one thing I know that Paul cares about, and that's fighting hard for his people every single day. We got to send Paul LePage to Congress. Now, I'm here in Brewer to tell you that the Trump administration, we're here to send a signal. We're here to send a signal that we fight for you. We're here to send a signal that we're standing with Paul LePage. And most importantly, we're here to send a signal that we are standing up for the good people of Maine every single day. We're standing up for your workers. We're standing up for your families. We're standing up for the incredible natural beauty of the state of Maine and every single citizen who relies on it, who enjoys it, who has made this place their home for generations. Because here's the thing, I am sick of towns like Brewer falling behind. I want towns like Brewer to get ahead. I want Brewer to thrive. We want great manufacturers like the one that we're standing in right now, Compotech, the fastest growing manufacturer in the state of Maine. I want to reward companies like Compotech that invest in their workers rather than in trying to ship jobs overseas just to make a quick penny. So with the help of our friends in Congress and future friends like Paul LePage in Congress, the Trump administration enacted the single biggest tax cut in history for Maine's workers. We brought down drug costs, Trump RX, and ensured that our nation's housing supply goes to citizens, not to private equity investors. And we provided historic tax relief for Maine parents and families. We have invested $1,000 in every new baby born in the United States of America thanks to Trump accounts, which we're very proud of. And as you all know, the Second Lady and I just welcomed about 5 weeks ago a beautiful fourth child, baby Alec. Thank you. Somebody behind me is very excited about that. Trust me, I'm excited too. But, you know, the Second Lady, when the president asked me to join the ticket and become his running mate, the Second Lady said, well, you can have one of two things. You can be vice president or you can have a fourth child. Ladies and gentlemen, I must be pretty persuasive because I got both. But I got it in part, I like to joke, because, you know, Usha was not sold on having a second child. And then I said, honey, the Congress just gave us the $1,000 Trump account and the working families tax cuts. She was like, all right, I guess we're going to have a fourth baby to take advantage of this. But when you hear Kelly Loeffler rightfully talk about the rise of socialism, one of the things we believe in the Trump administration is that the way to defeat socialism, it's not to throw slogans at people. It's not politician talk and repeating the same old thing. It's giving people a real stake in the future. Now, $1,000 may not sound like much, but you take $1,000 to a child born tomorrow in the United States of America, and you give that child 18 years of compounding, 18 years of interest accrued, 18 years of investing in something, and that's how we make the next generation of Americans have a real stake in the next generation of the American economy. And that's what you gotta do if you wanna fight socialism. Give people a stake in the future. The Democrats are running a very corrupt game, which is they're trying to tear down this country, tear down our young people, tear down our military. And what's left over with the ashes of what they've torn down is socialism. Well, we've got a different approach, my friends. We want to invest in you. We want to fight for you, and we want to fight for your children's future. We're going to defeat socialism by giving you a stake in the American dream, and that's how we're going to win the future. But I got to say that what we're doing it's not just a 2-year or even a 4-year process. Think about this. This country was plundered over a generation. Our goal is to reverse a consensus that has screwed over communities like this one for decades. I got to be honest, it was Republicans and Democrats that did it together. For 40 years, places like Brewer have been told that it doesn't matter. That it doesn't matter if we make things here in Maine or 5,000 miles away with foreign workers. Think about this. The people who are running our country, the people who are supposed to be devoted and dedicated to this community, they said that we were stupid or stuck in the past if we wanted good manufacturing jobs right here in communities like Brewer. What we really needed, they told us, was just to juice the short-term profits of a few big corporations. We needed to open that border and prioritize foreign workers over our own citizens. They would cheer on the corporate raiders as they slashed headcount and shifted all those businesses either to foreign countries or brought in illegal aliens to employ. And as our politicians and some of those corporate cronies got rich, who bore the cost? We know it was us. You bore the cost. We bore the cost. Communities like mine in Middletown, Ohio, and communities like this one in Brewer, Maine. Men and women who built their lives around a factory or around the community that existed and was supported by that factory, they were left powerless. And they were left destitute when decisions by far-off politicians made this community poorer so that a few people could earn a few quick bucks. And it wasn't just the businesses, my friend, it was the politicians. But just as it was a policy choice by people in Washington to let that happen to you and to your community, in 2024, Brewer made a new choice to reverse 40 years of American decline and send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. And if you think about it, in just 18 months, we have seen an industrial renaissance all across the United States of America. Nationwide, all across our country, factory construction employment has exploded. 83,000 new jobs in factory construction just since Donald Trump came back into the White House. Trillions of dollars, trillions, are pouring into our country to support new facilities, new jobs, and of course, new workers and to train workers in the new jobs of the future. And as companies start building, orders for new factory machinery and other capital goods are breaking records. We're seeing the very foundation laid for a manufacturing renaissance all across this country. Did you know demand for metal cutting and machine tools has hit its highest level in almost 40 years in the United States of America? And all that construction, my friends, it's supporting, as Kelly said, an America First manufacturing boom. with last month's activity in the manufacturing sector reaching its highest level in years. We've created, in just 18 months, 29,000 new manufacturing jobs, and we've reversed years of wage decline where people were getting poorer. Now, finally, we're seeing wages up 4.2% just over the last year. And who are the beneficiaries? The workers at companies like Computech are reaping the benefits. Now, you don't have taxes on overtime. If you work a little bit harder, the federal government ought to keep its hand out of your pocket, and it is, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut. And this business is the perfect example of what we want to see thrive. Our vision of America is that we want businesses and workers investing in their communities, investing in their homelands, and thriving together. Where previous generations of Washington leadership would reward the people who are shipping factory jobs overseas, we are rewarding factories and manufacturers right here in Brewer, Maine, like Computech. Now, one of the reasons I'm so happy to be here is because I think this factory has an amazing story, and it exemplifies a lot of the rise and fall, and under President Trump, the rise again of American industrial might. If you visited this very facility 16 years ago, you'd have seen a much, much different sight. In 2010, the previous tenant closed up shop, cutting 100 good-paying jobs in the community and leaving this massive, beautiful space completely empty. Fast forward today, 16 years later, and what you've got is the perfect example of the revolution in smart manufacturing occurring under the Trump administration. This is a business that's gone from 2 to 85 employees, hiring back a whole lot of the men and women who lost their jobs in 2010 under the administration of Barack Obama. And it's not just that they've got great jobs, they're doing something really important in the process. They are building the critical defense tech that keeps our service members safe overseas. I was in one of these cans, and it was unbelievable how strong it was and how capable it was, and you can put them up almost anywhere in the blink of an eye. So they're not just working good jobs, they're not just making good wages, they're investing in their own community, and they're hiring local, and they're teaching technical skills to Mainers in the process. I want to give a special shout out to one of the very impressive people, Jamie Beers, who I believe is behind me. Jamie? Now, they didn't tell me that Jamie was a good-looking guy with a beard. And Jamie, I hate good-looking guys with beards because they make me feel jealous. But I got to say, Jamie is an amazing human being. He's a maintenance manager here who worked his way through high school to learn his trade so he could take care of his 3 daughters. Now, Jamie is a real son of the state of Maine, having been born and raised in northern Maine. This is his home. And I want to give him a quick congratulations as well, because this past June, he got married to the love of his life, the beautiful Danielle. So congratulations, my man. This is right there. Not just the love of your life, but a fellow employee at Computech. All right, man, this company's been better to Jamie than I realized. Now, my friends, this is exactly what I love to see in states like Maine. This is exactly what we want to support in the Trump administration. We want companies that buy American, that hire American, and that invest in American communities. The Democrats have this idea that business is bad and everybody else is good. Our attitude is much more subtle, but it's much more real and true. That if you're a business that's building in your backyard, if you're investing in your workers and trying to make a great American product, then we are on your side because you are on the side of American workers and American patriots. We want companies that help our country and our workers lead the world in innovation. without selling anybody short. And thanks to the efforts of folks like Kelly at the SBA and, of course, the Working Families Tax Cut, we're lifting them up. We're making it easier and rewarding them for investing right here in Brewer so they can continue to expand, continue to build, and hopefully have a couple more love stories like Jamie's. Now, our administration's policies, is that really your brother? Okay. Well, God love you guys. This is a family affair. Our administration's policies, look, we've allowed manufacturers like Compotech, we've encouraged manufacturers like Compotech to invest more in tooling and then to get reimbursed for the training and the apprenticeships that they are actually working on and that their people are doing. We took action to allow our small businesses to worry less about ridiculous red tape that had been put in place by congressional Democrats. Here's the basic principle. If you run into issues with federal contracting, they can work directly with Kelly's team at the Small Business Administration so they can go toe-to-toe with their bigger peers. Because think about it. The big businesses, they've got an army of lawyers that can cut through that red tape. Compotech doesn't. So what have we done? We have put the government on the side of companies like Compotech and the workers who are building this community. It's a great thing. And when places like Brewer thrive, when Compotech thrives, they make our whole nation safer. But it also means good wages, it means stability and dignity for the men and women who work here. It means workers can raise their families. It means people can not suffer under financial stress, but can have the space to fall in love and spend a little bit of extra time with their families, maybe take a vacation. That's what this is really about, ladies and gentlemen. It's not about, you hear people talk about growth and the importance of growth. Why do we talk about those things? Because we want good jobs. We want dignity. We want the dignity of knowing that if you work hard and you build something, if you play by the rules, your country is going to have your back for a change. And work naturally, that's the only thing that is actually going to give people that real dignity. A welfare check is never going to replace a job. And we've got a choice in November. Do we want a party that provides good jobs or a party that provides a lot of welfare checks? I vote for good jobs. How about you? But it's not just good jobs that protect your dignity. Another thing that we've got to do and that we've been doing to protect your dignity is stopping that terrible poison that was flooding across the southern border and costing thousands of Maine citizens their lives. By closing the southern border, the media and the Democrats, they say that it's heartless. It's heartless to enforce your border. But our border enforcement is not based in fear or hatred of anybody else. It's based on a love of our countrymen, of a love of the people, the men and women in this room. Because what we did is that we helped keep drugs out of Maine communities. Don't take my word for it. Last year in 2025, did you know that overdoses in the state of Maine were down by 20%? And already in 2026, they're down by another 17%. We sealed the border, and that's what happened, my friends, and that's why we did it. So even as Democrats call for abolishing the police or for slashing the funding of the people who are keeping that border secure, we have backed the blue and fought for our police officers because they fight for us every single day. Let's give a shout out to our great law enforcement officers. They deserve it. To our police officers, our sheriffs, and everybody else, our firefighters, we are never going to abandon the men and women who put their lives on the line to keep communities like this one safe. And because of their work, and because of our efforts to support them in Washington, America is undergoing one of the largest reductions in violent crime in the history of the United States of America. Did you know that homicides in this country plummeted to their lowest levels in 126 years. That's amazing. That's an incredible thing. Now, it's not rocket science. On the one hand, you back the blue, and on the other hand, we've deported thousands of violent predators, criminals, fraudsters, and other people who are making it harder for law-abiding citizens to live their lives. And it's not just the effect on crime. You know, I was always asked during the campaign, they'd say, one of the things that are causing housing prices to go up? And I'd say common sense, it's supply and demand. That if you bring in millions and millions of illegal aliens, you got to put them somewhere. And when you give them houses that ought go by right to American citizens, that's going to increase the cost of housing for everybody else. Well, it's 18 months, ladies and gentlemen, and the verdict is in. Where housing doubled under the leadership of Joe Biden, rents are falling for the first time in a decade under the leadership of Donald Trump because we got people who shouldn't be here the hell out of our country. It's very simple. Now, you hear me talk a lot about job growth, and obviously that matters. We care a lot about job growth, but I don't just care about job growth. I care about where the job growth goes. And did you know, this is the craziest statistic of the entire last administration, that all of the net job creation under Joe Biden's leadership went to foreign-born Americans, mostly illegal aliens. Under this administration, all of the net job growth has gone to native-born American citizens. It's gone to you, because that's who we're here to fight for. Now, we in the Trump administration, of course, joined by our good friend Paul LePage, we operate under a simple principle. The government exists to put you first. But who do the Democrats put first? Well, unfortunately, everybody else, not you. At every turn, the far left has opposed our work to put law-abiding American citizens first. They opposed our effort to cut your taxes. They opposed our effort to secure the border. They opposed our effort to support the police, and they opposed our effort to bring down those fentanyl overdoses. And unfortunately, I got to say, Maine has been a perfect example of this, because as amazing as this community is, natural beauty, hardworking people, Maine has every single bit to be a recipe for success. But if we compare the last couple of years to when Paul LePage was governor, what do we see? We saw that Paul LePage cracked down on the epidemic of welfare fraud and abuse happening in cities like Lewiston. He doubled the number of investigators he had in the state going after fraud. And meanwhile, the current group of jokers running the state of Maine, they have doubled down on fraud. They have doubled down on stealing your tax dollars and giving it to people who shouldn't deserve it. They've doubled down on making it harder to find and catch and prosecute the fraudsters. They've made it harder for your tax dollars to go where they ought to. And this is where I want to close out, because everything that I've talked about, all of the good work that we're doing, the tax relief, everything is going to be jeopardized unless we stop allowing fraudsters to take advantage of the state of Maine. We got to put the fraudsters behind bars and fight for you for a change. Now, I asked Paul, I said, how in the name of God did a state that was doing so well when you were governor and has the most amazing people anywhere in the world, how did Maine become one of the main capitals of defrauding the American taxpayer? And the answer, turns out, is, well, I've heard a lot of answers. All of those are right. But look, one of the answers is somehow you guys hired an auditor who is not actually an auditor and failed the auditor exam. Well, call it old-fashioned common sense, but if you want somebody managing your money, maybe they ought to actually meet the constitutional requirements to do the job. And for Matt Dunlap, if you've got a guy who cannot protect your tax dollars from fraudsters, who has turned your state into one of the fraud capitals of the United States of America, maybe you should be saying to Matt Dunlap, you're fired, not promoted to the United States Congress. So when I look at the choice before you, it's very simple. Are we going to choose somebody who fights for businesses like Computech, or going to choose for people who encourage companies to ship jobs overseas? If we're going to fight for companies like Computech, we need to fight for Paul LePage. Are we going to fight for the people of Maine who have been victimized by the fentanyl coming into our communities? Or are we going to fight for the drug traffickers who have brought it in? If we're going to fight for Maine, we got to fight for Paul LePage. Are we going to fight for the fraudsters who are stealing your money? Or are we going to fight for your children to have a safe and prosperous community right here in the state that they love? Because if we're going to fight for the children of Maine, we got to fight for Paul LePage. Are we going to crack down on the food stamp fraudsters so that the food stamps can go to the needy Maine children who actually depend on that program? If you're fighting for the people of Maine, for the food stamps, for the people who actually deserve them, and not for the fraudsters, we got to send Paul LePage to Congress. At every step of the way, you guys are blessed to have a congressional candidate who has actually fought for you rather than the fraudsters, rather than the criminals, rather than the illegal aliens. So I'm going to say very simply, my friends, everything that we've accomplished over the past couple of years, it could be undone if you send a lot of crazy people to Congress to fight against us. What I'm asking is that you send an independent voice, a voice for Maine. You send somebody who's going to fight for you and against the fraud. Send Paul LePage to Congress, and let's get to work to save our country. God bless you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, guys. All right. Now, please, have a seat. Sorry, I told the media I'd take a few questions. I forgot about that. So, I would like to start with the local press, and if we've got a little time, I'll take some questions for the national pool after that. Local press, fire away.
Vice President Vance, Grace Blanchard, ABC 7 and Fox 22 News here in Bangor. On the topic of fraud, just a few months ago, you were across the river in Bangor addressing fraud concerns and expressing an openness to work with the Mills administration. Can you speak on any progress that has been made since then in terms of regarding cooperation between the Trump administration, the fraud task force, and the Mills administration?
Well, what I said back in Bangor a few months ago, and I'll repeat it here today, is we don't want the anti-fraud issue to become partisan. We really don't. Democrat, Republican, or independent, whoever you voted for president in 2024, you should be standing behind the principle that the hard-earned tax dollars of the people in this room ought to go to what they paid for, not to the fraudsters. That's simple. So we've reached out to the governor, to the attorney general. We've gotten, some people in their office have been responsive, but I hate to say it, that after a few months of working with these guys, I don't have a great amount of confidence that they're going to lean into this anti-fraud effort. And I think the problem is that their incompetence or their something worse is one of the reasons why Maine has become such a capital of fraud, and particularly it's a lot of healthcare fraud. You think about this, the two big federal programs, Medicaid and Medicare. Medicare is the program that you paid into if you're an elderly American for your entire life to ensure that you've got good health care on retirement. Medicaid is the program that ensures that our low-income Mainers and low-income folks across the country have access to basic medicine. And I like that. I don't want a kid who can't afford to go see a doctor to suffer. We say in the United States of America, we're going to take care of our fellow citizens when they're down on their luck. And that's a good and amazing and generous thing. What do you see? You see fraudsters taking advantage of those programs. You see people saying that they're providing healthcare services, collecting a whole lot of money, but not doing a single bit of healthcare. It's got to stop. And what I'd say to the governor and the attorney general of this state, we continue to have open arms. Come and work with us. Fight against the fraud. Fight for your own people. We'd love to work with you.
Rachel Ohm from the Portland Press-Herald. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the negotiations over the tariffs with Canada, and particularly what might you say to businesses and consumers that are worried about the impacts of those tariffs and how those negotiations are going?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'd say we're very mindful of the fact that Maine is a border state with Canada. There's a lot of cross-border transaction between Maine and Canada. And what we're trying to do here is just make sure that Maine actually gets a fair deal. If you look at the amount of tariffs that have been applied, not just on Maine, but on a lot of our northern states that are doing cross-border trade with Canada, Canada and China have been the two worst countries when it comes to trade policy anywhere in the world. What a shame that is. China, you of course expect. They're our biggest economic competitor. I would expect that from China. I would not expect that from Canada. We have to remember, Canada is a state, sorry, Freudian slip. That was actually an accident. Canada is a country that has underinvested in its military that quite literally would get invaded by a foreign country were it not for the umbrella of protection provided by the United States of America. And so how does Canada actually respond to that? By treating the people of Maine fairly? No. They apply ridiculous tariffs and other non-tariff duties on Maine products coming into Canada, and they don't expect Maine or anybody else to fight back. We're sick of that. We are actually going to fight back against unfair trade practices, whether it's coming from China or Canada. Now, and let me just give you a very, very simple and concrete example. If you buy dairy, cheese, butter, milk that comes from Canada into Maine, you probably are buying a product that has 0% tariffs on it, okay? And by the way, if Canada applied 0%, that would be one thing. But you know, if a Maine farmer sends dairy products into Canada, they could be paying as much as a 250% tariff. Now, how is it fair to the farmers of Maine that they pay 250% when the Canadian farmers pay nothing? That unfairness is something that we just have to fix. And here's what happened with the most recent round of negotiations. They're still ongoing, and I want to be respectful of the process. But we know that Canada allows itself to be used as a backdoor for Chinese goods. They treat Chinese goods more fairly than they do the goods that come from the people of Maine. It's insanity. And what we've said to Canada is stop it. Apply a basic principle of fairness to the trade that you're doing between North Dakota and Canada, between Maine and Canada. And what happened at the very end is they came in with a bunch of unreasonable last-minute demands. I frankly thought we had a deal. I think that we should have a deal, but I think that we need to send a message loud and clear to the Prime Minister of Canada. Stop taking advantage of the people of Maine. Stop taking advantage of America. It's over. We expect fairness in our trade policy. I'll take a question from this gentleman up front. Uday? Well, I appreciate that question. The question was, how do we ensure accountability for the people who've committed fraud? And I do know that the Maine Wire and Paul LePage and really everybody who is a patriot in this community has been on top of the fraud issue, frankly, well before I was. Paul LePage has been the biggest advocate in state or federal government anywhere in the state of Maine at protecting your tax dollars and protecting these programs. It's one of the reasons why we got to get Paul LePage to Congress. I need the help, ladies and gentlemen. You got to send Paul to help me. But the two big things that we have to do to ensure that there is real accountability, number one, is when somebody commits fraud, they've got to go to prison and we've got to prosecute them, and that's what we've been doing. If you look at the number of anti-fraud prosecutions you've already seen, but also at a new, we set up a special position within the Department of Justice, an anti-fraud guy within a deputy attorney general who's just going after fraud. That's his 100% day-to-day job, and we've massively ramped up the prosecutions. The second thing you got to do, and this was shocking to me when I started this work, is that if you had low-level fraud in the United States of America, we would largely, it wasn't an official policy, but if you committed fraud of, let's say, $1 million, the federal government would just look the other way. Isn't that crazy? So what we've done is we've said, no fraud is too small. If you are defrauding the American taxpayer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison and send a message to the other fraudsters. The gig is up. Commit fraud against America and go to jail. Let's do one more.
Jackie Mundre, I work at WMTW, the ABC station in Portland, Maine. You touched on immigration a little bit, and I know immigration enforcement has been a priority of the Trump administration. I'm sure you're also aware there was a fatal shooting at the hands of an immigration agent in Biddeford 6 weeks ago. Last week, there was a shadow hearing with Democrats that say the Trump administration is not investigating this shooting. Where are we on that investigation?
All right, so it appears as though we have lost the audio from this feed, but Vice President J.D. Vance taking this final question right here as he is speaking at a manufacturing facility in Brewer, Maine. We were also hearing from Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler as she introduced Vice President J.D. Vance. We still have that audio raised, but it sounds as though they don't have audio on their end inside that facility. So what we're going to do is we're just going to step away for a break. But before we do that, I did want to bring your attention to this live event that we're expecting to get underway in just about 15 minutes time. So this is taking us inside the room where we're going to hear from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent as he talks about the economic D-Day sanctions against Iran. And a little bit more information here coming from Fox News talking about what Secretary Bessent is calling an economic D-Day. He is set to announce new sanctions against Iran as the Trump administration intensifies economic pressure on Tehran. The move comes as the U.S. naval blockade in the Middle East remains in effect, with the administration saying shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has nearly quadrupled in the recent days. Now, President Trump says reopening the strait is key to lowering oil prices and removing a major constraint on economic growth. So that was reporting from Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News. This is set to get underway in just about 15 minutes or so at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So a live look again inside this room. We are going to be carrying this live without commercial interruption once it gets underway. What we're going to do now is step away for a break as we continue our live coverage on this Monday. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. A live look here inside the room where we are expecting to hear from Secretary Bessent as he unveils what he has called an economic D-Day, focusing on new sanctions the U.S. will impose on Iran. So we have seen just a little bit of activity. This is set to get underway at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and we are going to transition to this live event once it happens. But we also have another event out of Washington, D.C., and this is Dr. Ben Carson here. This is an event with Secretary Rollins and Secretary RFK Jr. This is called the Harvest to Hallways event. Let's listen in live.
Use that influence in an appropriate way to help to push these programs for good nutrition and healthy upraising of our children, which will strengthen our nation. And now we're going to get a chance to actually hear a little bit about that food preparation from Chef Irvin.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Well, good afternoon, I should say. Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy, thank you both for taking this mantle and allowing Robert Irvine and the Robert Irvine Foundation to be part of this amazing work. A lot of you don't know, but for 20 years, I made it my personal mission to improve how we feed the men and women that wear the cloth of our nation and serve our nation. We have shown that on military installations that fresh, healthy, delicious food that people actually want to eat, doesn't automatically require a bigger budget. It requires a smarter purchasing, better preparation, and responsible use of what we already spend. Nutrition isn't the whole answer, but it's the foundation to readiness. Our service members are athletes. We ask them to perform the highest level under extraordinary pressure, and we have to fuel them in that way. That makes food a matter of national security. And that just isn't about feeding today's military. It's about feeding the future that you see sitting in front of you. Readiness doesn't begin on the first day somebody puts on a uniform. It begins years earlier, at home, in our communities, and especially in our schools. That's why the school nutrition is more important than just public health. It's not just a public health issue. It's a long-term readiness and national security issue. 1 in 4 of these children will join our military. 1 in 4 will become a doctor. 1 in 4 will become a teacher. National security. The health and the habits that we teach these children to build on today will shape the strength of our country for tomorrow. The next step is to apply what we've learned thoroughly to serve America's children, and thoughtfully. It isn't enough just to put a healthier food on a tray or a plate, because that's what we do now, or up until now. What counts is if the children eat it. We put healthier food on their trays, they eat it, they understand, and it builds habits that they will carry home. No single agency, company, chef, or nonprofit can do this alone. But the word difficult does not mean impossible. Most of you know that. There's no such thing as impossible. I don't believe in it. And looking around the room and looking behind me, neither do any of the people behind me. The government brings scale, the private sector brings speed and innovation, and myself and the foundation, Robert Irvine Foundation, to help turn those strengths into action on the ground. And a news flash. Today, right now, while I'm stood here, my corporate chef is at Fort Bragg at the first Dowia school, checking out this week. His name's Shane Cash. He's listening, learning, and doing on-the-ground diligence what we need to understand to make a pilot for the Dowia school, 176 schools, so we know how to build it at scale, quickly. Yes. That change happens when we listen, we learn, we prove what works, and scale it responsibly. We're not just here to talk about healthier food. We're here to actually put it on the plate. People can talk all you like, but unless it's on the plate and these folks are eating it and these folks are supporting it, it does not happen. This is the beginning of a network that is run by two amazing people. Thank you very much for taking this on, because I know it's a big deal. Now, the real work starts. And those who watch my show, there's a saying, let's get to work and let's make America healthy again. Thank you.
This is a momentous announcement, a joyous announcement, a bipartisan announcement, a unifying announcement. And I think it's a historically important announcement that matters to Americans across their kitchen tables around the country. And I want to give some context of why. 2 years ago, if you said that fixing school lunches would be a top presidential priority, most people in Washington would probably laugh at you. Today, on this stage, we have the federal government, governors, doctors, farmers, schools, some of the largest food companies in America. They're sitting in the same room asking a very different question. We're asking, how do we make sure every American child has access to real, delicious, nutritious food? And that change did not happen by accident. The partnership between President Trump, Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Rollins, has put something incredibly basic at the center of American health policy and at the center of the national conversation. Food matters. For decades, nutrition was treated like a side issue in medicine. At Stanford Medical School, my sister raised dietary interventions as a potential treatment and was essentially told, you didn't go to dietitian school, you're trained to be a real doctor. Do the prescriptions, do surgery. Think about how backwards that is. We've become extraordinarily sophisticated at treating chronic disease after people get sick, and strangely incurious about why so many Americans, particularly kids, were getting sick in the first place. This is changing, and it's a major historical development, and it is because of the Trump administration's leadership and the leadership of Secretary Kennedy and Secretary Rollins. America is confronting a reality. We cannot solve our devastating chronic disease crisis without fixing our food. We spend more and more treating diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular disease, and other chronic conditions that make up 9 in 10 causes of American death. Our children are getting sicker, younger, and ultra-processed food has become the dominant part of an American child's diet. This is not because of willpower. It's an incentive problem. And when government itself spends billions of dollars buying food, government has an enormous opportunity to change those incentives. That is what Secretary Rollins and Secretary Kennedy understand. And look at what has happened. When Secretary Rollins arrived at USDA, she challenged the idea that taxpayer-funded nutrition programs should subsidize products that contribute to the very diseases taxpayers then spend enormous sums treating. People said changing SNAP 2 years ago was impossible. Now we have governors on the stage, and more than 50% of governors, red and blue, have submitted waivers to take soda and candy off of SNAP to the USDA, and the USDA for the first time has accepted those waivers. People said the dietary guidelines could never seriously challenge ultra-processed food, refined carbohydrates, and added sugar, and they did. The message today is simple: eat real food. And the principle has enormous implications because the federal government isn't merely giving Americans nutrition advice. The federal government is one of the largest food purchasers in the world. What we buy matters, what we serve our troops matter, what we serve our kids matter, what we serve in hospitals matter. And as we're talking about today, that food on a child's tray, those 45 million meals a day, matters. There will be people who instinctively criticize anything this administration does, but school lunches should be bigger than politics. Look around this room. Thank you. That's worth a clap. But we can tell that's becoming true by looking around this room. We have leaders from government, medicine, academia, school systems, agriculture, and corporate America who don't agree on everything, and that's okay. But they agree that America's kids deserve better food. Some of the backbone of American food distribution and food service is here. School nutrition leaders are here. Farmers are here. Health organizations are here. And all over America, schools are demonstrating something important. This can be done. Kids can love real food. Schools can serve real food. American farmers can grow that food. They grow the best of any farmers in the world. And government procurement can help connect those farmers with schools. Nobody is pretending that the logistics are easy, that changing supply chains isn't hard, that changing menus isn't hard, that changing procurement contracts isn't hard. But as Chef Irvine said, hard and impossible are very different things. Again and again over the last 2 years, we've been told food reform wasn't possible. Impossible to reform SNAP, impossible to change the dietary guidelines, impossible to put nutrition back into medical education. When we took office, 80% of medical schools did not require a nutrition course in medical school. Today, the majority of U.S. medical schools require it as their standard curriculum, and the head of the AAMC, which arbiters medical schools in the United States, stood with Secretary Kennedy and said that understanding nutrition, the root cause of disease, is foundational to medical education. People said it was impossible to change food procurement. And again, this supposedly impossible has started happening. School lunch is next. This will not change overnight. It will happen school by school, supplier by supplier, contract by contract, state by state. But the direction is now unmistakable. Government food dollars should increasingly support real food. They should increasingly support American farmers. And above all, they should increasingly support healthy American children. To every company in this room, help us build the products and supply chains that make that possible. To every school leader, show us what works. To every farmer, we want more of what you grow reaching America's children. And to everyone whose business model depends on taxpayer dollars continuing to buy food we know should not be feeding kids, the world is changing. Please change with it. There is no Republican school lunch and no Democratic school lunch. There is just the food we feed our children. We have the resources, the farmers, the companies, the schools, and the ingenuity to make the healthiest and most delicious food in the world in the United States for kids. We can do this. And by judging by the people in this room and the momentum this has had, we already are. I think we need one more round of applause for recognizing the extraordinary group of leaders, federal, state government, agriculture, schools, medicine, academia, industry, all the people in this room who have come together to make this happen. Let's hear it for them. And it's now an honor to introduce one of the great leaders in the country, one of the great leaders for healthier kids, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas.
All right. Unfortunately, it does appear as though this live feed has frozen
disappointed
right
because
there.
you thought
That
I wasn't
was out of
coming.
Washington, DC.
And
you can see that it's back up and established. Let's continue to listen in.
quick, but it is an honor to be here and great to be back at the USDA headquarters. I have to say.
All right, so the audio is back up, but you can see that the video isn't of the best quality. Okay, it looks like they've gotten that fixed. Let's continue to listen in.
If only we could get members of Congress to behave as well as you guys, we would be doing even better. But it is such a great thing and such a beautiful reminder of why we are all here, and so thankful for the awesome job you guys are doing on the front row. And it's wonderful to be back and see some of my good friends, Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy, and Dr. Ben Carson, three of the most impactful and effective members of the entire Trump administration who are true public servants and doing an absolutely incredible job. It's also exciting to be with one of my favorite colleagues, Nebraska Governor Pillen. Always good to see you and join you, especially as we gear up and head into the next football season. So we get to be friends now. We don't know what it looks like here in a couple of months. And Kelly Means and Chef Robert for their leadership of the MAHA movement, which is really taking our country by storm in the best way possible. Thank you for what you're doing. And I hate hate that I missed Dr. King's prayer because I know it would have been beautiful. I have had the chance to hear and see her many times.
All right, it does appear as though Secretary Bessent is now walking up to the podium to talk about sanctions against Iran.
Today, at President Trump's direction, the United States Treasury has begun Operation Economic Outcast, an unprecedented campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran and its enablers. In the Second World War, D-Day marked the historic beginning of a campaign with our allies to target and drive the enemy from its positions, including those in third countries. Today, in that same spirit, we are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. Iran's fanatics devote themselves to death to America and seek nuclear weapons to do just that. They have murdered and maimed more of our citizens and service members than any other terrorist regime on earth. And they have been at war against America, their neighbors in the Gulf, and much of the world for 47 years. President Trump has taken action that his predecessors have long deferred. And under his leadership, America is no longer managing the Iranian threat. We are ending it. Our great armed forces have laid the groundwork for achieving the president's objective of preventing Iran from ever obtaining nuclear weapons. They have shown America's resolve to finally end this threat. And the strength of America's economy under President Trump allows us to wage this sustained financial operation alongside the might of our military. Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them: complete global isolation and a subsistence economy, or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. Today, we are launching Operation Economic Outcast to foreclose every other option available to the Iranian regime. Treasury has mapped every node, every facilitator, and every network that Iran has used to smuggle oil and evade sanctions. Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We are enforcing a zero leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America and the world. The final refuge of this regime is the mistaken conclusion of nations that still finance the Iranian threat in the hopes of evading it. It is no longer acceptable to operate in the gray spaces of this conflict. Countries cannot claim they are blind to enabling this activity. Iran's enablers purchase, transport its petroleum. They facilitate the flow of its finances through exchange houses and free trade zones. They welcome Iran's flights and maintain registries on its behalf. They turn a blind eye to seaborne fuel transfers and overland transits. They condone illicit use of their banks, all the while concealing the extent of their complicity. The president is making phone calls to world leaders with specific requests to cease their interactions with the regime. We are already seeing results. Over the weekend, comments from Iranian leadership clearly acknowledged the effect of this campaign, and nations that facilitate any interactions with the regime should quickly heed our message. Those who stand with the United States will reap the rewards of our partnership. Those who tether themselves to the Iranian regime should expect to share in the isolation of a withering regime. Teams from Treasury, State, and the U.S. military are now meeting with their global counterparts to tell them that the United States expects action. Every country has a defined timeline to shut down activities we have identified. If they do not take action, we will do so unilaterally through Treasury authorities. For example, every branch of Bank Melee must be shuttered and dark. And let me be clear, any entity that facilitates money laundering on behalf of Iran will be removed from the US dollar system. The clock just started ticking. The new sectoral sanctions determinations issued today target 5 of Iran's most vital lifelines that it exploits in other countries: digital assets, technology, gold, aviation, and shipping. These measures broaden secondary sanctions risk for anyone foolish enough to continue conducting business with this regime, and will accelerate the speed with which we pursue them. As I speak, Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control is also sanctioning over 60 entities, individuals, and vessels around the world that enable the Iranian regime to procure illicit nuclear and missile technology, conduct cyber operations, and generate oil revenue. This is a sustained campaign to collapse every last option for Iran. Let there be no ambiguity as to the position of the United States. An economic engagement of any kind with this murderous regime will expose those responsible to the full reach of American power. For decades, this regime has drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over. To the ordinary soldiers supporting this regime, as more and more of your paychecks stop or are supposedly just delayed, ask whether your commanders are leading your country to triumph or to ruin. And recall that the Berlin Wall fell when ordinary soldiers decided not to shoot at their own people. And to those who enable Tehran, do not discount the cost of testing Washington's resolve. No nation should expect to enjoy the rewards of our system while helping those who seek to destroy it. It is now a time for world leaders to make a decision between prosperity and isolation, peace and terror, America and Iran. The campaign we begin today will gather force with every day that follows, and it will not end until this regime stands alone. With that, I welcome your questions. David from Reuters.
Hi, thanks, Secretary. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to impose secondary sanctions on banks and financial institutions that facilitate transactions for Iran. Chinese banks have often been talked about being targeted, but we don't see any of those institutions targeted here. Is that something that is coming in this campaign, or is the very delicate trade truce with China something that could prohibit you from going that far and taking that very big step?
We want to make clear here today that no one is above the reach of U.S. sanctions. That if they facilitate transactions and are part of the ecosystem that turns Iranian oil into money, into repression, they will be targeted. We find that the best way to engage with countries is through quiet diplomacy, and we are level setting with every country to tell them our expectations. We know who they are, they know who they are, so when the hammer of U.S. Treasury actions falls upon them, they will have no one to blame but themselves. So, Richard from CBS.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You said the president is calling world leaders with specific asks and that there's a defined timeline. Who is he calling and what are the asks?
We're not going to name names. That we've already seen some results, and that I am confident the president, as you all know, is quite persuasive, and we are following his calls up with calls from visits and calls from the State Department and from the U.S. Treasury, expecting them, or telling the leaders, the countries, and the entities exactly what we expect and the timelines. And I would expect that very quickly, if they do not respond, then you will see the ramifications of their actions.
Can you say how far the timelines are?
Again, I'm not going to set timelines, but we do not have infinite patience here. Jennifer?
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You just said moments ago that no one is above U.S. sanctions. What specific secondary sanctions or penalties is Treasury prepared to levy against Chinese banks and shipping firms if they do not comply? And then secondly, as you look to take these unprecedented sanctions, you've also said that as the Iran conflict fades and oil prices recede, that will help bring down long-term bond yields. In the meantime, you have mentioned your toolkit, and I'm curious if you're looking at reducing auction sizes for longer-term dated Treasury debt going forward, and what other actions you may consider from that toolkit.
Yeah,
Thank you.
well, why don't we work backwards? We issued the quarterly refunding announcement 2.5 weeks ago. We are going to continue with our regular program of auctions, so you will be hearing from us again at the beginning of next quarter. In terms of, as I said, every country, every entity should know that they should be prepared to face U.S. sanctions. And no one is above this. We are going to hold everyone accountable, and this is economic asphyxiation of this regime. And Jennifer, as I said, no one should test our resolve. So, Josh from New York Post.
You said you weren't going to name names, but there's been some reports that the United Arab Emirates is among some of the first nations to take seriously these words from the United States to cut off all business interactions with Iran. Is UAE leading the way in this respect?
I would think that the actions that they took last week were not coincident, but likely causal. And I would expect that we would see a broad array of countries taking similar actions as we continue our engagement. The UAE have been very good partners and have taken the brunt of the Iranian attacks in the Gulf. And what have these countries gotten over the years from appeasing Iran? They were subject to violent attacks. While we were bombing Iran, they were bombing them. So it shows that with this regime, appeasement does not work. And on the other side, with this regime, trying to buy appeasement will no longer work in the eyes of the United States of America. And I want to emphasize that we are spreading out across the world as we speak, that you will see a wave of sanctions when you leave this meeting today, and you should expect that cadence to continue. And I would expect that you will see a major announcement of a financial institution being sanctioned by the end of this week. So, Samira from Sky. Yep. No. No. Are you? No. I'm looking for Samira from Sky.
Al Jazeera. And what did you do again?
No. Hi.
Does the United States and President Trump still want Canada to become a state? He did say that they're getting all the benefits of being a state without being one.
I think he would like Canada to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform. I believe he was more than 20 points behind, and he seems to have gone back to his old playbook. And I think one has to ask oneself, is he trying to benefit himself, the Liberal Party, or the Canadian people? Because they were offered a very good job. So, yep, you.
Thank you to Secretary Bessent. If I could shift to bond yields quickly. We saw them tick down today after some turbulence and going up last week. Can you tell us if there's any possibility that there will be more bond buybacks anytime soon?
Again, we haven't bought a single bond yet. The next time we have an operation is September 9th. So we will see on September 9th. All right. One more. Let's see. You in the front.
You described this as an economic D-Day, but D-Day wasn't a threat of an invasion, and the U.S. didn't give a timeline to Germany. So why not impose the sanctions today?
Well, we are giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that that will move very quickly and that we are serious. Secondary sanctions are a very powerful tool, and we here at Treasury, this is Jean Lang, the acting Undersecretary for Terrorism Finance, and in the Terrorism Finance Department and at OFAC, the reason we are able to use secondary sanctions is because we do not take their use lightly. So we believe that a warning shot and a level set of expectations is appropriate. And if people do not want to meet our expectations, then we expect, and they should expect, that they will leave the dollar system. Okay, thank you all.
All right, so there you have it. Secretary Bessent talking about the economic D-Day sanctions against Iran, taking a number of questions there before leaving the room. And I did want to share this with you. If we could take the QR code down so we can read you that statement in full right here. This is from Fox News saying Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent gives Iran a major economic ultimatum, declaring the regime can choose between isolation and economic collapse or a return to normalcy and an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. The announcement marks the launch of an aggressive new financial strategy aimed at squeezing Tehran's remaining economic lifelines. Quote, Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them: complete global isolation and a subsistence economy, or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. So he did announce that today the Trump administration is launching Operation Economic Outcasts to foreclose every other option available to the Iranian regime, including countries that help and support Iran, saying that those countries will also be met with isolation. Secretary Bessent also said that we should expect an announcement of a major financial institution to be sanctioned by the end of this week, but he provided no additional details about this. He was very clear, stating that nobody is above the reach of American sanctions, including China, because that relationship did come up. We, of course, will continue to follow all of the reactions and responses here on Live Now from Fox. A live look here at the White House coming up at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is when President Trump will be speaking, and perhaps he will also be answering some questions on these sanctions against Iran. So we're going to keep a very close eye. We are going to be bringing you that event once it gets underway. That is scheduled to begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time as he is speaking from the Rose Garden. We're just going to step away for a brief break here on Live Now from Fox. We have many more live events to get to. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We do have another live event. Secretary Rollins is taking questions from the media right now. Let's head to that. And also, Secretary RFK Jr. now taking to the podium.
The center of the American ballot and the center of American health and the center of our school lunch program for children. For millions of children, as Brooke said, 30 million school lunches a day, 15 million breakfasts. These are among the most important meals that they eat. We're not going to spend taxpayer dollars in ways that undermine their health. That's why HHS and USDA are moving forward with a major new overhaul of the federal school meal standards to align them with the dietary guidelines that we released last year. The rule is now under final review. We intend to significantly reduce added sugars, move children away from toward whole grains, put high-quality protein back at the center of the ballot, reduce reliance on ultra-processed foods, and make it easier for schools to cook nutritious meals from scratch. We're already seeing progress. Just today, America's dairy processors announced that they have eliminated certified artificial colors from school milk, cheese, and yogurt. Last year, they delivered on their commitment to reduce added sugars and flavored school milks. But raising the standard is only half the job. We also have to give schools a practical, affordable way to meet it. That's why today I am announcing the DEPEND program, developing evidence for programs to ensure nutrition for development, a new $32.5 million HHS initiative. Through AHRQ and NIH, DEPEND will rigorously evaluate practical, cost-effective ways for schools to serve healthier food within their operating budgets. We will study what works, from upgrading school kitchens, expanding scratch cooking, to reducing added sugars and ultra-processed foods, and use that evidence to build a playbook that schools across the country can then replicate. Secretary Rollins and I share a simple goal: bring real nutrient-dense food back to school cafeterias and give the schools the tools to afford it. Every school meal should make the children healthier, and together we're going to make America healthy again. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Dr. Ben Carson.
Well, it's such an important issue that we're talking about, child nutrition. You think about the most important part of the body, the brain. Of course, I would say that as a brain surgeon. But think about it. At conception, that brain starts to develop. And the development depends on the kind of nutrition that it's getting. Millions and millions of neurons every day. Later on, billions of neurons a day. Hundreds of billions of interconnections, all dependent on the substrate that you provide for it. So that's one of the reasons that this is so incredibly important. And we need to start early, and we need to be persistent in it. Because we want to produce young people who are smart, who have the kind of brains that will allow America to continue to excel and to be an example in the world. And it's not just the brain, it's the rest of the body too. But obviously, what made America number one in the world? It was our collective abilities to achieve, the spirit of innovation, the entrepreneurship. All of those things are dependent very much on brain function. So no matter where you come from, I think we would all agree that that is an essential part of who we are as Americans.
Thank you, sir. Governor Sarah Sanders has been one of the leaders on this issue at the state level. She came from Arkansas this morning, and we're so grateful to have her. Governor Sanders.
Well, I'm not a brain surgeon, so don't worry, I won't go into the inner workings. So I'm going to take Dr. Carson's word on that and a lot of other things, but I am a mom, and I have 3 kids, and I see the difference that quality, good, nutritious food makes at my own house. And so I am so thankful that we have a federal administration and a partnership and the leadership in Secretaries Rollins and Kennedy that are taking this issue head on. There are few things that are more important that our country can invest our dollars in than making sure the next generation is healthy, is prepared, is ready to lead. And that's exactly what they're doing by making sure that every kid, no matter where they are in our country, has access to good, quality, homegrown foods. It makes such a critical difference. And we know it is going to be so impactful for generations to come, the work that they're doing. And we are thankful to partner with them in Arkansas. I'm incredibly grateful for the generous contribution of Tyson's, an Arkansas company who is leading. This is not just going to be something that works if government is the only one involved. It will require partnership across the public sector, the private sector, the nonprofit sector, and individual homes. We have to collectively come together, but it starts with good leadership, and I'm thankful that we have that here for the first time in Washington. People like Secretary Rollins and Secretary Kennedy and Dr. Carson and Callie Means, who are leading on this front and are going to make a lasting impact that will literally change the future of our country. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for the great work that you're doing.
Thank you, Governor. And similarly, in Nebraska, Governor Jim Pillen, himself an agricultural producer, fifth-generation pork. I think I've got that right, Jim, but a great partner in all of this as well. Governor Pillen.
Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Really privileged to be here. I'm the first governor of Nebraska from agriculture in 100 years. Agriculture in Nebraska is what drives. We have an extraordinary economy. It drives it. I think that what's really, really important in this conversation that I'm incredibly grateful for, I'm grateful for President Trump's leadership to be pragmatic. I think it's incredibly important as governors that we're pragmatic and we look at the issues and solve them. I spoke about it before. I think it's important to say how we all agree our kids are our future. We can never give up on kids. How on earth did we get here? I'm old enough. My belief is really simple. Government can protect us. Highest calling in government is protect us. Sometimes government makes some decisions that go the wrong direction. We had government policy when we had inflation and high energy prices in the 70s that said we got to have cheap food. So it stimulated the growth of processed foods. Processed foods that, and I'm a veterinarian as well, is processed foods that from my seat, we fought for 35 years that beef and pork and poultry is really good food and healthy, and simply watched through raising our kids, from my older kids to our adopted son, seeing extraordinary obesity take place over 20 years. So what on earth's going on? So my view is this. We've been eating, and you just can't eat one, we've been eating this stuff for 20 and 30 years, causing incredible obesity as we are starving in the midst of plenty. That doesn't talk about where we have poverty and kids growing up in tougher circumstances and me more. So it's really simple. We have to do away with food. We have to do away with processed foods, and you don't have to be a PhD dietitian. All you got to do is buy stuff on the outside circles of the grocery stores, buy fruits and vegetables, buy proteins, buy whole milk. Anybody buy almond milk? Just so you know, it's not almond milk, it's almond nut juice. Buy milk from cows, right? It's just common sense. So those are things I think that are incredibly, incredibly important. And I believe it's all of our responsibilities. All of our responsibilities, because there's no ifs, ands, or buts to say what Governor Sanders, Huckabee Sanders said, is that our children have to start the day with great nutrition. Everyone, and that's where schools are going to have to step up more. Our children have to start the day with love and nutrition so they can read and write and live the lives that all of us in this room have the privilege. So privileged to be here. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Governor. All right, we'll take questions, and please introduce yourself, and if you don't mind. Okay, perfect. Yes.
This is for you, Secretary Rollins. You mentioned Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. You mentioned farmers and ranchers multiple times. Republican Senator Tom Cotton says that rolling back tariffs on beef is an ill-advised action. We have heard cattle ranchers are also outraged about this. How do you respond to that criticism?
Well, I was in Iowa on Friday doing a data modernization roundtable and did a press conference after at the Iowa State Fair. And not surprisingly, the first, second, third, and fourth question was on the beef announcement Friday morning. So a couple of really important points. And then if Secretary Kennedy or even Governor Pillen, who comes from the #1 beef state, I certainly want to give him a chance to respond to. Elizabeth, good to see you. So the first thing I'll say is this, that in American history, I don't know that you could ever find someone that is more pro-rancher, pro-farmer, pro-rural America than this president. And I think that's important context in the middle of this discussion. Whether it is a $250 million investment from the One Big Beautiful bill that the president put forward, opening up 5 million grazing lands for our farmers and ranchers, stopping lab-grown meat has been a big priority, stopping the silly wastewater regulations from the last administration that basically put processors out of business, investing $500 million in more regional processing. That's just on the ranching side. So I think that's important. The second thing I'll say is this president is also hyper-focused on the American family, making sure that they have what they need. In the last administration, the average cost of food increased 25% in those 4 years. In the last year and a half, it's been about 3%. So we're right-sizing the increase in food. But there's no doubt that with the lowest herd size in at least 75 years, that with drought that is facing our country, and you marry that to the Make America Healthy Again movement. I point to Bobby a little bit. I said, you are gotten people so excited about eating beef that we have a 10% increase, not just in the purchase of fresh foods, but also for our great American beef. And that's the good news in all of this, is that the demand is so high, and that trying to meet that demand has proven to be challenging, especially with the beef herd. But the fourth thing I'll say directly to the announcement is this, that certainly ensuring that we're doing everything we can to incentivize our ranchers to rebuild their herds. We got good news for the first time in 10 years 2 weeks ago, because for the first time the heifer retention rate went up 3%. And also talk about the price of beef for the first time. We hit the greatest decrease in the cost of ground beef since 2020, and that was just 2 weeks ago. So everything is trending in the right direction. But our president, in looking at the numbers and understanding where the American consumer and the American family is, believed that 3-month lift, just 90 days of the TRQ on imported beef, would potentially really solve a lot of Americans' challenges. And let me be very clear, this is just ground beef, and ground beef is what a lot of our lower income, socioeconomically disadvantaged families use as a source of protein. So President Trump hyper-focused on the short term, making sure that families have what they need and can afford it, but also building that long-term infrastructure to rebuild the herd for the long term. I don't know, Secretary Kennedy, if you wanted to add to any of that.
I would just reiterate what Secretary Rollins said, that we have a president now who is more focused on supporting American agriculture and rural America than any president in my lifetime, probably since Franklin Roosevelt, the most supportive of any president in history. He faced blowback from Biden-era policies that had reduced, as Brooke said, the cattle herd to the lowest level in 75 years, and have caused now the closures of processing facilities because they could not get beef into their facility, and that further dampened the market. But we're doing everything that we can to increase demand on beef. We ended the 50, 60-year war on saturated fats in this country. Since 1957, FDA had been erroneously advising Americans not to eat meat or to reduce their consumption of meat for reasons that were not science-based. They were based upon the mercantile and commercial desires of the companies that were influencing FDA at that time that wanted to sell margarine and ultra-processed foods. We've ended that. We understand that we cannot make America healthy again without a healthy farmer and ranch community, and that has been the focus of all of our policies.
Thank you. Governor, before you come up, one thing I want to show everybody, because we haven't really talked about this yet, but since the question came up. So this is the U.S. cattle inventory beginning back in 2011. All the way up to 2016, up to today. Why I wanted to show you this is because policies and elections matter. These are the Barack Obama years, right? And this is the cattle inventory up until right around 2015 or so. Then you can see under the first Trump term, the rebuild of the cattle herd had begun. But then you see under the Biden years, the cattle herd begins to decline again. Again, these policies matter, and the importance of our ranchers knowing that we are going to open up the grazing lands, that we are going to stand next to them, that we are going to invest in more regional processing, that we're not going to stand for lab-grown meat, that we are going to put forward labeling like product of the USA that lets our consumers ensure that they know what they're buying. I am on record as supporting mandatory country of origin labeling. Our administration is working on that right now. There are a lot of really good steps that we will continue to take. And you think about the announcement today, right? Our announcement today is about getting more protein into school lunches and on school plates and spending money for local procurement. For our ranchers, I don't know that there is better news than the idea that $400 million a day that we spend at USDA on nutrition programs is going to be pivoting toward buying real food and real food that can hit our school lunch plates. One more thing that's really important, I forgot to mention, we did close the ports for 14 months because of the New World screwworm. And I would like to note, even though a lot of people won't write about it, as of today, 2.5 months in, we only have 2 active cases in America, and I don't know that anyone thought that was possible. But closing that port for 14 months, that's about little under 1.5 million head of lean cattle that would have been used for ground beef that did not come across. So the 300 metric tons that the president announced on Friday is equivalent to roughly 500 to 700,000 head of cattle. So that doesn't even get us back to where we were before the ports were closed. But I apologize for that very long-winded answer, but I know there's a lot of conversation going on about this right now, so thank you. Governor, I don't know, being from the #1 beef state, if you want to address any of this.
Thank you. Well, I think a couple things are really important in this conversation. I'm not a politician. In business, I've never had any success talking about a problem I have with you in public. So the first step, number one, I'm incredibly grateful for all the work that President Trump's doing to address costs for American people across this country and in the state of Nebraska. Number one. Number two, I'm old enough to remember when I remember exactly where I was when Secretary Kennedy's uncle was assassinated, and I remember exactly where I was when his father was assassinated. I have extraordinary respect for the president. So I'm very, very disappointed for Nebraska cattlemen and ranchers, and he and I are going to have a private conversation that we're going to talk about things that I've spent my life in, and to give him a perspective maybe that he hasn't heard, and that's how I prefer to do it.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Helena Bottomiller-Evich with Food Fix. Can you talk a little bit more about the school meals rule and how, I know it's still under final review, but how the department is thinking about limiting ultra-processed foods or highly processed foods in schools? Will there actually be a limit? How are you going to approach this in terms of implementation? Thanks.
You know, I don't want to get ahead, and our great hope was that it would be final today so we could talk about that specifically, but just know we are highly focused on it. But once that rule is announced, probably in the next week or two, we'll have a long time, a comment period that will allow, we're expecting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of comments to make sure that we're doing it in the right way. But just know, I hope you and others who've been watching this, who've been part part of it, helping us understand the big issues that are out there and how to fix them, that we are so serious about this. And I think Callie may want to say a couple words too, but what Callie said out in the big room is right, that this is not easy. We are fundamentally changing how school lunches are procured, how they're cooked, how they're served, et cetera. And that just takes a significant amount of effort and energy. You're breaking up the status quo. And but I couldn't be more proud of the work. Callie, you may want to add a few things to that, but more information coming.
All right, so we're continuing to share with you some of those live comments from Secretary Rollins and Secretary RFK Jr., among others, as they're talking about child nutrition. This comes after their Harvest to Hallways event. We are going to step away for a brief moment, but we do have some breaking news to share with you. 49ers owner Jed York arrested, and this is a social media post by TMZ. Arrested in Ohio on a prostitution-related case. We're going to get to all of those details in just a moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinio. We are continuing to follow some breaking news involving 49ers owner Jed York, who was arrested in Ohio in a prostitution-related case. And I did want to share just a little bit more information, as this is a closer look at his mugshot right there. He was arrested and arraigned in East Palestine, Ohio, on suspicion of, quote, engaging in prostitution and possessing criminal tools charges that were later amended to misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. That is according to court records. So what we know, according to Fox News, is that York was booked yesterday morning and released that afternoon on a $5,000 bond. That's according to Columbiana County Sheriff's Office. The arrest occurred at the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community, a mobile home park. And police there said that they should contact, the media should contact the Mahoning Valley Human Trafficking Task Force for more information. That task force, though, has not responded to a request for comment. York did appear in a municipal court this morning, pleading no contest to the two misdemeanor charges after the prosecutor filed a plea agreement. He does need to serve 2 days in jail, with one of those already credited for time served. He was also ordered to pay $1,150 in fines. And York, who is 46 years old, will be subject to NFL discipline under the personal conduct policy. Now, the NFL did not immediately return a request for confirmation that York's arrest will be investigated. The 49ers have also not commented on this news. York has been the majority owner of the 49ers since 2024 and was previously the team's CEO. He is originally from Youngstown, Ohio. So we did want to share that very latest news as we continue to follow this, as 49ers owner Jed York was arrested for, quote, engaging in prostitution in Ohio. He has pleaded no contest to lesser charges. Any additional information, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We do have a new live feed coming out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and I did want to share this with you. This is Secretary Hegseth as he tours a facility right here. Let's just raise the audio and see what we can hear.
But it's the 40% that makes a difference to the warfighter. So at Oshkosh, we often call ourselves a purpose-built truck company as mobility provider, and it's the 40% that makes it a tool for the job. And so an example of that, if we want to come down here, oh, you want to point this out? Who's that?
This is a transfer case.
There you go.
Looks very similar to the one you saw in Betsy, but about 100 times larger.
Yeah, so take a look at the cut across. So as we mentioned, Old Betsy had our transfer case, led to four-wheel drive. This is an example of 100% Oshkosh design, but we ship it out to get produced. And so you'll see commercial parts like the bearings, specifically milled, obviously a bit beefier than an F-150 or some other pickup truck. But this is then fabricated here in-house, put together, and shoved into the line to actually work on a product. So this is part of the 40% that's very critical in making a purpose-built.
And what I always tell our engineering team is we don't innovate for the sake of innovation. We innovate when there's a need. Perfect example is the commercial engine. You have Caterpillar engines in excavators, ships, all over the place in your logistics system. There's no reason for us to reinvent the wheel and design that ourselves. And we're coming up on our first stop here. We'll take a look at the main line. So this is our main production line. Most of the time when people think of a production line, they think of high volume, the same thing over and over. Yeah. If you stand at the end of a F-150 line, loaded, you'll see an F-150, an F-150, and an F-150. The difference here is we have a 3-axle medium truck. So this is an independent suspension with a hydraulic spring. Right behind it is a concrete vehicle that's straight axles on airbags.
So I did want to share this live look with you as Secretary Hegseth is touring this facility in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. The audio quality not the best, as we're hearing from these microphones that these individuals are wearing there. But we're going to continue to put this on your screen. In the meantime, though, we're going to head back to another live event that we were carrying live as Secretary Rollins and Secretary RFK Jr. are talking about child nutrition. Let's listen into that.
And patrol officers are being trained since they're not as busy as they were under the last administration. They're actually now out battling the New World screwworm. And you can go, again, one agency after another that has been such great partners. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate the partnership across the administration. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so that is what happens, that live event wrapping up right there. But we were hearing from Secretary RFK Jr. and Secretary Rollins talking about getting real food back into the lunch trays of students across America. And part of that initiative is the cattle industry. So we were hearing them at length right there. Let's turn back to Secretary Hegseth and see if that audio is just a little bit better. It's always interesting to see some of these behind the scenes as they happen live.
Here in our production team is 17 years average.
We started doing this, just a little history. We did it in the 60s. The F-Series truck that we made served as the foundation of the Army's HED program. And so we ran military commercial right down the same line.
So speaking of tenure, Mr. Richard is coming up on his 50th anniversary with Oshkosh. Veterans Day of this year, he'll achieve 50 years. He actually has badge number 437. Richard, thank you very much.
Everything like and when I first started here, I was going P-15, which is the world's biggest player truck. We drove those. Back then. The strikers that we built were nearly $2 million.
All right, so we can't really hear much audio there as Secretary Hegseth is having a conversation there with one of the workers at the facility in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. What we're going to do is we're going to transition to another live event, taking us out to Canada, where one of the premiers is speaking directly about the tariffs the U.S. has now imposed on Canadian goods. On the other side, my colleague Ryan Schmelz will continue our coverage on this Monday.
In response to these tariffs, the federal government needs to work with us to take urgent action to strengthen the competitiveness of key Ontario industries. We need to eliminate federal greenhouse gas emissions standards for Canadian-made vehicles and exempt tariff-impacted sectors from federal emissions performance standards, which together add hundreds of millions of dollars in compliance costs for Canadian businesses. Tariff rate quotas on steel imports need to be dropped to zero on countries that do not have free trade agreements with Canada, and to 12% on countries that do have a free trade agreement. And of course, the federal government needs to invest significantly to support our auto, steel, and manufacturing industries, redirect revenues from our counter tariffs on the U.S. to tariff-impacted workers and businesses, and cut taxes to increase Canada's competitiveness and attract new investment. If President Trump escalates, Canada needs to be ready to do the same. Everything needs to be on the table. We need to use Canada's many points of leverage to create maximum impact, targeting deep red states and making sure that America's economy feels the pain. And make no mistake, Americans are already feeling the pain, because President Trump's tariffs are nothing more than a tax on the American people, raising the cost of everything from homes to food and making life more uncertain for the tens of millions of Americans who depend on trade with Canada to bring home their paycheck. Canada did not start this fight, but we're prepared to win it. Team Canada needs to stand united, stand up to this attack on our economy, use our leverage to protect our workers, and make clear to President Trump that Canada is not for sale. As I've always said, we can't control President Trump, but we can control the choices we make here in Ontario. And from day one, our choices have been to build the most competitive, resilient, and self-reliant economy in the G7. Since April of last year, we've announced nearly $30 billion in relief and support for Ontario workers and businesses impacted by tariffs. We're diversifying our trade away from the United States, reshoring critical supply chains, and supporting workers who've been impacted by tariffs. We've also stepped up to support small businesses with a $1.1 billion tax cut that is saving more than 375,000 small businesses up to $5,000 every year. And we're helping those businesses grow by breaking down internal trade barriers so Ontario businesses can sell to more Canadians and build a more united national economy. One of the key measures our government launched to protect workers and businesses affected by U.S. tariffs is our $1 billion Protect Ontario financing program. This program provides Ontario-based businesses hit by higher tariff rates with loans for things like payroll and utilities to keep workers on the job and keep businesses open. Today, I'm announcing that Ontario will immediately expand the program to businesses hit by President Trump's latest tariffs, including those producing electrical and mechanical equipment, plastic and paper products, packaging, furniture, beverages, including alcohol, and many more. So we can provide support where it's needed most and protect workers and businesses. Canada and Ontario have what the world wants, and we have what the United States needs. Despite the challenges we're facing, our economy is leading North America when it comes to job creation. In fact, over the last 4 months, our economy added nearly 120,000. Well, last month, and the world-class workers that are the most resilient, self-reliant, and competitive economy we're in the world.
Right now, we're going to stay
Everything
with this,
we need to protect Ontario is right here at home. So we aren't going to roll over. We're going to stand up for our country. We're going to do whatever it takes to protect every family, business, and worker in this province. I want to thank you, and may God bless the people of Ontario. Thank you so much.
We will now take questions from the media. Media present can line up and ask their question through the microphone. As a friendly reminder, the format is one question and one follow-up. Please state your name and your outlet before your question. First question.
Good afternoon, Premier Mark McAllister from City News.
Hi, Mark.
You had called on the federal government to do quite a bit in that speech. At the same time, you have the opportunity to do something as a province. You've mentioned cutting off electricity, for example, in the past. There's the opportunity to cut off critical minerals. You've mentioned those things. What can we expect specifically from the province? And have you spoken with the Prime Minister about those things?
Well, Mark, I'll answer the first question. I was speaking to him as I was pulling up, and that's why I was a little delayed. I spoke to the Prime Minister a few minutes ago. We're all part of Team Canada, and we're going to have further discussions. We're putting teams together across Canada to make sure we're all on the same page. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. But I can't do this alone, folks. I need every premier playing on Team Canada. And I'm confident that every single premier will be part of Team Canada.
You also measure it. Well, you've announced the expansion of one of the measures that you had already implemented to help businesses and individuals. I'm curious, among those different programs that you had already implemented, what kind of effectiveness you've had to this point? Because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot coming back in terms of information to us in terms of how effective things have been over the last year or so.
Well, thanks for that question, Mark. You know, I think it's been very effective. Ontario led North America in job creation last month with 52,000 jobs. And that's during uncertain times. Even when we have certain times, those are record numbers. Over the last 4 months, we've created another 120,000 jobs, attracting investment from all over the world. Well over $230 billion, and I want to give a shout out to Minister Vic Fideli that travels around the world. He sends me a message every single day, 365 days a year, about companies investing billions, hundreds of millions, tens of millions, and even millions, even the small businesses. So we have to create the climate and the conditions to attract new investment here, which we have over the last 8 years. And an additional 1 million people are working today than they were in 2018. We are leaders when it comes to nuclear, small modular reactors. We're leading the G7, large-scale nuclear that we're building, which everyone needs, including our neighbors south of the border, want our energy. Folks, remember, we power 1.5 million homes and businesses. What I find ironic about this is we're actually giving electricity to companies to make products to compete against us. That needs to stop, and we're going to address that. As this escalates, everything will be on the table. Our critical minerals, we have more than anyone in the entire world. And matter of fact, my Minister Greg Rickford is making an announcement up in Narrowland First Nations to move the road forward to the Ring of Fire, to get those critical minerals out of the ground. But every single person in this province, in this country, has to play a role. When you go out shopping, look for Made Ontario, Made in Canada, or Made somewhere else in the world. Do your very best. And I know it's easy to say, but do your very best to look at the labels. And I know it's not always possible, but the people, the consumers, play a massive role. Let's put pressure on the Walmarts. Let's put pressure on the Loblaws, the Sobeys, the Metros. I'm naming the big retailers to buy Ontario products from Ontario. That's my recommendation, and I'm confident that everyone will follow suit. And that goes for the 444 municipalities. Make sure your procurement buys Ontario goods. And that goes for other companies too. No matter if it's the meters that they measure electricity. I'm calling out Electra. Make sure it's not American. Make sure it's Ontario or Canadian, because I keep hearing rumors that we're going to spend hundreds of millions down in the U.S. That cannot happen. And that's just one company out of many. But we need a Team Canada approach.
Hi, Premier Rob Ferguson, Toronto Star.
Hi, Rob.
Hi there. Just wondering, since you've talked to the Prime Minister shortly before getting here, what did you talk about the 25% electricity surtax, bringing that back? Did you talk about bringing the Reagan ad, and bringing it back? And if so, what did he say?
Well, I did talk about playing a Team Canada approach, making sure that no matter if it's our electricity that we ship down there, but many other provinces' electricity, and other areas that we can really put pain on the U.S., no matter if it's the oil or if it's potash or if it's uranium, any of those. I am going to have a call with Danielle Smith at the end of the day here, or 4 o'clock roughly, have a discussion and get her opinion on what we need to do to protect Canadian workers. So it has to be a Team Canada approach. Everyone has to be singing off the same song sheet, and there can't be any detractors, because I know that every single Canadian wants to protect our sovereignty, wants to protect jobs in their communities. So we're going to work collectively together.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not going to freelance any of these moves. You're going to do it in conjunction and with perhaps with the approval of the feds.
But it is on the table, and he agreed.
Okay.
I said that electricity surcharge is going to be on the table. I'll hold off on the ads for now. I don't want to escalate it anymore, but we need to fight back.
Okay, I was just wondering, you sound a little more subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So
Well done.
I just do. I'm a big dude. What can I say?
Premier Sean Jeffords, CBC News. I know you haven't had an opportunity to see this, but we were just looking at a very fresh post here from President Trump on Truth Social, taking aim at you personally, taking shots at you, suggesting you should fall in line, and that you are a flunky of the Prime Minister. Do you want to respond to these shots? What would you say to the president?
No, I don't respond to a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump. As I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people. And I'm going to make sure I communicate through the U.S. media. I'm going to be reaching out to every single governor, every single senator, and every single congressperson. And when it comes to the midterms, I have a message to the Americans. Don't vote in a person that's going to kill your jobs. He ran on creating more jobs. Last time I checked, jobs went down in the U.S. and Ontario created more jobs. He ran on reducing the cost of living. Last time I checked, foods are more expensive down there. Homes are more expensive. And the reason homes are more expensive because he has a tariff on our lumber, which 33% of all homes that are built in the U.S. use Canadian lumber. So I'm not going to take lessons off President Trump. He's the last guy that I would take any lessons off. And it's about Team Canada. Well, we'll see how this goes, but he wants to put pain on Canadians. We'll leverage every bit of pain we possibly can on Americans. And you know what I feel bad for? I've always said I love the American people. I still stand by that statement because there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are calling me saying, way to go, keep going. You know, your own people, President Trump, don't even like you. And they're going to speak loud and clear when it comes to the midterms. And if I was allowed to, I'd be down there door knocking.
Premier, you mentioned a number of times today that tariffs are a tax on Americans. If that principle stands, and I'm sure it does here in Canada as well, you know, how do you impose retaliatory tariffs without impacting Canadian, spending here?
That's good point. It is going to hurt. That's the cost of war. We have two choices, folks. We either roll over and he dismantles Canada and he says 51st state. We'll never be the 51st state. We'll do whatever it takes to protect our sovereignty. We're proud Canadians. And I'll tell you one thing, you know, we'll wait it out for 2 years. We'll wait it out for 2 years, even if he lasts 2 years, but we'll wait it out. And hopefully they'll come to their senses when they see the pain he's putting on the American people. And we have to focus on the red states. And folks, I know up here, red is liberal, blue is conservative, it's opposite down there, just to explain to the people. The red states are Republican, blue are Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard.
Hi, Premier. Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
Hi, Siobhan.
I just wanted to sort of figure out your thinking about how you thread this needle with the president taking very specific aim at you in deeply personal ways.
Good.
While also, why is that good?
Well, good. He can, you know something, I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? Y'all become losers because you're a loser.
Are you worried when you hit back that way that you are making Ontarians and Canadians vulnerable because he is such an unpredictable figure?
We have two choices, Siobhan. We either roll back and let him take over our country, watch the steel sector bleed out, watch the auto sector bleed out, the auto part manufacturers bleed out, all the manufacturers bleed out. That's his game. But we aren't going to play his game. We're not playing his game. Folks, we're an economic powerhouse. Make no mistake about it. He says he doesn't need Canada. I'd love to see, he wants to take our auto sector. I'd love to see him run cars without any oil. I'd love to see, you know, him try to grow vegetables and fruit and everything without the potash. I'd like to see when we have our critical minerals. Matter of fact, high-grade nickel, that 65% comes from Ontario for their military, for their manufacturing. But that's not my message to the American people. My message to the American people, let's create Fortress North America. Let's make the pie larger. Let's create more opportunities and more jobs. We buy more autos, 400% more autos than anyone in the entire country, in the world. So now the choice is, do we keep buying American vehicles? And that's very personal to people. So, you know, where we can, let's try to buy Canadian. But they'll have multiple auto plants closed down if that's the case. He says he wants to attack the auto part manufacturers. Like, maybe he just doesn't understand how parts go back and forth 8 times. It would actually shut down your auto plants in the U.S. But we need to hear from the American people. We need to hear from the governors and the senators, which we have heard from northern governors, that this will hurt them. It's not going to help them. And I've heard from Republican and Democrats, this is not good.
And you mentioned that everything remains on the table if things were to get worse. What would worse look like? Do you have a line in mind already?
Well, if it gets really, really bad, I say everything's on the table. I cannot speak for other premiers. But a couple premiers have a lot of power to protect Canada, massive power. And I can't speak for them, but we need everyone to be on Team Canada and throw everything in the kitchen sink at them, no matter if it's electricity, if it's fuel, again, if it's potash or uranium. We need to have everything on the table, but we need a buy-in from coast to coast to coast. And we'll work together with the other premiers. I know the Prime Minister will. But we could put massive, massive pain on the U.S. President Trump underestimates us, and that's the biggest mistake, underestimating your opponent.
Hi, Premier. Jeff Gray, Globe and Mail. I just wanted to go back into the events of the last few days. You mentioned on Saturday that you did not like the deal from the start. But can you clarify just when, was it Friday that you told the Prime Minister, no, I'm going to leave the booze ban in place?
Well, right from Wednesday, I said it wasn't a good deal, but I'm always willing to be on Team Canada. And as the week went on, I spoke to the CEOs from the auto sector, auto part manufacturers, the CEO. And I want to give a shout out to Ron Bedard, a true leader. He's the chair of all the steel manufacturers. He is a champion for Canada. He was up till midnight the other night, but I've never believed in this deal from day one. And I'm so glad that the Prime Minister, and I know there was other situations that happened, that he took our advice. Not just my advice. Advice when he talked to CEOs, be it Ron Bedard or auto manufacturers. He made the right call. You know, you have a little pain for long-term gain. And yeah, there's going to be a little bit of pain, but we're going to be there. The federal government's going to be there. The provincial government is going to be there to support companies, diversify our trade, lower cost of taxation and regulation, and make ourselves more competitive. I'm confident when my minister, Vic Fideli, goes around the world and talks to companies, they look at Ontario as a safe haven, pro-business, cutting red tape, creating more opportunities for their companies to grow and thrive and prosper. And that's why we're fortunate enough to see 120,000 people employed, full-time jobs in the last 4 months.
But Premier, was it advice, or did you say, I'm not lifting the booze ban, so this deal is going to be, is not going to happen? And did you make those things we talked about the other day, and you mentioned today, the environmental, tailpipe issue, yes, and the industrial carbon tax? Did you make those preconditions for accepting any sort of deal?
The day and the night, I did tell him I can't support it. I can't go to Dofasco and look a steel worker in the eyes, knowing that if we took this deal, he wouldn't have a job in a couple of years. I couldn't go to the auto part manufacturers and the auto companies and looking up the auto workers in the eyes and say, you aren't going to have a job in a couple of years. The total opposite. They're going to have jobs for long-term in the steel industry. They're going to have long-term jobs in the auto sector. So I have to go with my conscience. I have to go with what I believe in protecting people.
Matt Christie, the Hamilton Spectator.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. In light of the threatened new 50% tariff on steel, what measures is your government contemplating to protect steel workers in Hamilton and the Ontario steel industry?
Well, we'll be there for anything they need. We're going to protect them through financial support, and we're going to be there for them to make sure that they're going to be competitive. But they're going to feel the pain too, because who is the #1 customer for steel in the U.S.? Canada is. Ontario is. So they're going to feel the pain in the steel sector as well down there. But we're going to protect them.
The NDP is calling on you to immediately recall the legislature to pass emergency relief for Ontario workers. Do you plan to recall the legislature?
No, I find that real ironic to start doing gutter politics in this time, that they want us to call the legislature back, that they actually voted against every single thing we've done for the last year to protect Ontario. Every recommendation they gave, they voted against. So I find it pretty hypocritical. We have a job to protect Ontario, protect communities, and protect companies. That's what I'm focused on. Folks, I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm going at 6 in the morning. I don't stop till midnight, after midnight. And the death of me is going to be my cell phone. I get 1,000 messages a day. So my message to the people out there, I apologize if I can't get back to you right away. I do my very best. I return as many calls as possible. I love people that send me ideas. And I have certain groups. That call you up and say you're a bad guy. Fine. Isn't that great democracy? You can actually call a premier up and tell him he's a bad guy or whatever. Then I have the second group that says, I love you, keep going and keep moving. And that's the #1 comment that I get when I'm out there talking to thousands of people, no matter if it's going into a store or going into events. Everyone says, you're doing a great job, keep going and don't stop. That's the single #1 message. And then I have people that send me ideas, which I love. And then there's frequent flyers that want to call you every day or every second day. Those frequent flyers, just hang in there, and I appreciate everyone's calls. But yeah, it's overloaded. I think I'm behind 11,540 as of today. They're coming in every single minute. So just bear with me, folks. I'll get back to you as soon as I possibly can.
Hi, Premier. Fatma Sayed with the Narwhal. In your letter to the Prime Minister, you wrote that you'd like Ontario's considering exempting tariff-impacted sectors from emissions performance standards.
Yes.
Today, you've asked for the elimination of some of them. At the same time, you've often said that companies come to Ontario because of our clean manufacturing pitch. So how do you reconcile those two positions?
Very
and
simple.
Are you now willing to weaken climate rules that were part of that pitch?
No, it's very simple. We have the cleanest grid in the entire world, folks. 90%. I'm going to pass this over to Sam Oosterhoff that takes care of the energy file, but 90%. We were at 94, and then we had to refurbish a couple of the plants, be it Pickering. It dropped down to 90, but our goal is to continue leading the world in clean energy with nuclear energy and other forms of energy. That will bring us up to close to 100%. So that's not a problem. What we have to do is create the climate for companies that come here knowing that they aren't going to have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars. I'll give you one example. DeFasco, in 4 years, they'll be paying $500 million. Do you know what happens? They're up. Talk to Mr. Mattel, the owner of the largest steel company in the world. He'll get up, see you later, and go down south. That they don't have it. But I'm all for making sure we have a clean environment. We're spending tens of billions of dollars to make that happen. We're going to continue investing in nuclear energy that has zero emissions, clean, green, reliable, cost-effective energy. That's why everyone, you see the whole shift in the world, especially in the U.S., are going to nuclear. We have the best in the world. Sam, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Premier. The Premier is absolutely right. We are committed to defending workers, defending industries and jobs, but we should make no apologies about having one of the cleanest grids in the world. And we have a clear plan laid out in the Integrated Energy Plan, Energy for Generations, that Minister Lecce and the Premier announced last year, that gets us to 99% emission-free power by 2050 as we build out small modular reactors. You saw our recent procurements, the long-term different procurements where we secure more renewables, more battery storage. In the meantime, we do go through a dip in the late 2020s and into the early 2030s as we build out all of this industry, as we build out our new nuclear, as we build out a massive expansion that supports 180,000 good jobs. Be under no illusions. Those are jobs that are supported by Canadian content, Ontario content. We're going to double down on building out a clean, reliable source of power that we have in our nuclear sector, that we have in our renewable sector. But Minister Fedeli can tell you, our plan to get to 99% emissions free by 2050 doesn't mean that we have to force businesses like ArcelorMittal Dofasco, like other producers. I'm going to be in Sarnia tomorrow with Minister Lecce, folks who are producing fertilizer in Sarnia, for example, to force them to pay billions and billions of dollars. It's really a premium on the cost of doing business if that's maintained when we know how important it is to not only get to that net zero or that 99% plus zero emissions grid that we have, a plan to achieve. We don't need to tax workers, tax industry, and ultimately put more cost on the backs of those industries in the meantime. We can do it both.
Okay, now I'm going to ask Minister Vic Fedeli to come up and talk about what people say to you when you're overseas about Ontario.
Thank you very much. When I look at Minister Oosterhoff, it reminds me of the session that we had in Europe with a company called Young Bunzlauer. And thank you, Sam. And the importance of coming to Ontario for that clean energy, for the talent, the raw talent that we have, the skilled talent that we have, the 90,000 STEM grads that we produce every year. This is why these companies come. Sitting in front of a room in Switzerland with Roche, 150 managers from around the world assembled, listening to a pitch from Ontario, that we are a safe jurisdiction, we're reliable, we're dependable, and unlike the United States, we are predictable. And that's why we were able to land their latest large multi-hundred multi-hundred employee business here. These are the kinds of companies that we continue to bring. Last year we landed $35 billion here in Ontario from 750 companies who alone hired 64,000 people. And for the companies here in Ontario, the same message goes for them. We always have this clean energy, talent, land, servicing, protection. The Protect Ontario Fund last year, the Ontario Together Trade Fund, $150 million protected 89 companies who then invested $1 billion of their own money here in Ontario, as the Premier said, in very uncertain times. 89 companies, 89 Ontario companies pivoted and began onshoring. Things they were having made in the States, they're now making themselves. That's going to be our success.
Cans.
Doing it.
Cans.
Tin cans. Premier was on us on day one. Why don't we make cans in Ontario? We went to France, met with a company called Massili. They're manufacturing their plant here in Ontario, in Brantford, right now. Sandvik, a company in
Sweden.
I wanted to say Finland, but it's Sweden. I'm getting them confused today, I can tell you. Company in Sweden, $85 million investing in a plant in Sudbury, Ontario. These are the kind of successes that we keep having, whether it's in South Korea or Japan or in Germany. These are the kinds of successes because Ontario, because Premier Ford, because our team has created the conditions for these businesses to be set up for success.
Thank you. Sorry. No, that's all right. That's good.
With all due respect, I appreciate the clean energy argument and the pitch that all the ministers just made.
Okay, y'all, we do need to pull away from this because we are very much behind on our breaks, and we are going to go into commercial free when President Trump begins speaking. And we did just get the feed here of the Rose Garden all set up. He's starting to see people roll in. So it appears that President Trump will be speaking momentarily. And of course, when that happens, we will take this in its entirety. But this is coming. I mean, that was just a fiery press conference you just heard there from Ontario's premier there, including him saying things like "kiss my you-know-what" related to President Trump. He didn't respond. He says he doesn't respond to a dictator. Said President Trump is the king of bankruptcy, and he's reaching out to all people in the government of the United States, whether it be governors, members of Congress, other senators, saying he's encouraging them not to vote for President Trump's party in the upcoming election. Said he's going to be targeting red states when it comes to retaliatory tariffs. So that's something we're going to want to follow down the road. Said retaliation is going to hurt both the United States and Canada, and the red states we're going to hit hard, as I just mentioned. Now, interestingly, President Trump responded to the Premier of Ontario while this press conference was happening. Let's pull up President Trump's statement right here that he put out on Truth Social, saying lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the Premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known as the less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. America has been carrying Canada for decades, but no longer. The USA will always be far bigger, richer, and stronger than Canada. Without the United States, Canada couldn't survive. It's where they get all of their money, and because of their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney and his flunky Ford, they will not be allowed to keep taking advantage of the United States. Their key to survival, remember, much of the electricity, oil, and gas that Canada gets is transported through the USA. Someone should get these clowns to fall in line, or the consequences for Canada will be far worse. Canada's unemployment rate is now at 10% and rapidly rising. Their businesses are fleeing for the United States, and it's all because of their failed policies and inept leadership. The days of ripping off our farmers and other businesses are over. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, remember, this comes after President Trump today announced that the U.S. is going to impose a 50% tariff on Canadian vehicles, steel, and other items starting in 2027 after trade talks between both the United States and Canada fell apart, I believe, either over the weekend or earlier today. So a major development and quite a fiery press conference that we are seeing right now involving Ontario's premiers, and we could probably see some more harsh reactions from Canadian leaders over the next couple of hours. Again, I'm Ryan Schmelz, and as I just mentioned, we are up against our first commercial break of the hour. We'll go ahead and get that 2-minute commercial break in right now, and have more news for you coming up in just a little bit. Stay with us. welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. As the audio just showed right there, looks like the music and some of the ceremonial parts of this upcoming presentation with President Trump are about to get underway. We just had a Pledge of Allegiance that happened just now, but it appears we're probably going to hear from President Trump momentarily. So we're getting very close. And of course, as soon as this begins, we will go ahead and take it in its entirety. Let's actually go ahead and get our feet up right now, and let's go ahead and listen in live. And if President Trump is not expected to come soon, then we'll go ahead and go back to the Ontario premiere. So let's go ahead and pull up the audio real quick. All right, so it does sound like we are in for this for at least a couple more minutes. I do want to go ahead and see if we can go back to the conclusion of this press conference involving Ontario's premier, who's been responding to this threat from President Trump to impose 50% tariffs on steel as well as vehicles from Canada starting in 2027. So let's head out to the premier there, and then as soon as President Trump gets to the podium, we'll go ahead and take this in its entirety commercial free. So let's go ahead and pull up the audio right now.
Going in 2 years, and he might even be going sooner if the Dems get their act together and win the midterms. So everyone down there, independents, Republicans and Democrat, kick this bully out of office. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Well, that was the end of it right there, but we did get quite the soundbite there. As he was walking off the stage, he had a message for the Democrats, told the Democrats to get it together so that they can take back both the House and the Senate in the upcoming midterm elections. And he pretty much said, kick this bully out of office, making that reference to President Trump. So a very fiery press conference that we just heard that lasted quite a long time there. We were commercial free in that from the time that Stephanie Quinn and I made our switch roughly around around 56 and then going into now. So that was very a made-for-TV press conference quite extensively from Canada's Ontario premier there. And it looks like we do have a shot right now. You can see on your screen of President Trump in the Oval Office. Can't really tell who he's talking to, probably some members of his security staff, but it looks like he is getting ready to walk out here. We'll go ahead and take this full and see if we can listen in to any audio that's happening right now. So let's go ahead and listen in. Okay, we're still awaiting President Trump. Again, as I said before, we are going to take this in its entirety as soon as President Trump does walk out there. It'll be commercial free when he does, in fact, walk out. But I did want to get to right before, because we'll probably hear President Trump address this. It'll definitely be shouted, most likely, from members of the press after the ceremony does conclude, with President Trump saying this new statement on Canada, responding to Doug Ford, the premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, mid-press conference. So it appears that President Trump may have been watching as Doug Ford was firing off some pretty fiery statements, and we're showing it, but it looks like we do need to now transition over to President Trump, who is now walking out. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
It's Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. What a nice setting this is. This is something we spent a lot of time and effort bringing the White House back to a level that it should be at for essentially 200 years. No work was done on it. It lived on its own merit, but we thought it was proper. If you look at the exterior, you'll see it's all been redone and in perfect shape. It's good for another 200 years, okay? That's the way I look at it. But very important. It's such a symbol, such a representative symbol of us, of what we stand for. And we're very proud to have done it. We're building outside. We're building a beautiful heliport which has been asked for many, many years. A helicopter would land on wet grass, and it was bad and dangerous. And as you know, over there, we're building a military complex and a ballroom that will be second to none anywhere in the world. We have President Xi coming in 2 weeks, and I was over in China 2 months ago, and we saw the Great Hall of China. Well, now we're going to have a Great Hall, too, in the United States, so it's very important, very, very important. And I want to thank you all and welcome you to the White House as we celebrate back-to-school season in America. It's a big deal. We're delighted to be joined by many incredible parents, devoted teachers, exceptional educators, and star students from all across the nation. In fact, we have so many star students. I want to make offers to some of you to come and join us as soon as you get out of college, because we want stars. We want smart people. We like smart people. Some people say, oh, that's not nice to say. No, we want smart people. I want to thank our great Secretary of Education, a fantastic woman, by the way, my friend and all of that, but she's a fantastic woman. Nobody like her. Linda McMahon, Nebraska Governor Jim Pillen. Jim, thank you very much. Thank you. Look good. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Chairman of the House Education Committee, Tim Walberg. Thank you very much, Tim. Good job. And our press secretary, a mother of two. And, well, she decided she loved her children more than she loved Donald Trump. I'm very upset about this. She has to go home and spend time with her children. That does happen on occasion with some people when they love their children, and she does. And Caroline, congratulations on your newborn, your perfect newborn. And she's done a fantastic job. She's been a great, great press secretary. Now, if I say you're the best of all time, I have Sarah sitting here, so I'll have, but let's put it this way, they were both great, okay? Is that all right? But from the very beginning of our country, Americans have understood that there's no job more important than teaching our children to become happy, healthy, proud, productive, and flourishing citizens. And unfortunately, in the 4 years I took office, and since I took office, our educational system itself was really, I mean, it was incredibly, before I got here, it was weaponized like everything else in our government. Everything was weaponized against the goals that we all stand for. And under the last administration, extreme ideologies such as critical race theory and transgender insanity were forced upon our children as young as 4 and 5 years old. Transgender didn't work. Students were taught that our heroes are villains. The FBI was used to target patriotic parents at school board meetings. And meanwhile, far too many government-run schools failed at the basics. And you just have to look at the charts. They were failing at a thing called education, with only 30% of in reading and math. That was under the last administration. Under the Trump administration, we're systematically ending every single one of these radical left betrayals, and we're putting the parents back in charge. They're the ones that love our children. They're the ones that should be in charge. So immediately upon taking office, I signed an executive order to ban critical race theory and to ban transgender ideology from public schools. That was a big deal. We banned men from playing in women's sports. That was so easy to do. I don't get it. They're still arguing. They're still fighting. I saw a Democrat congressman the other day fighting an anchor that was, I would say, somewhere in the middle, but fighting an anchor on men playing in women's sports. And I said, I hope they keep doing that, because it's got to be impossible to win a race politically. Just crazy. I've never seen anything like it, but it continues out there, although we've had big court victories, as you know, and we've largely stopped it. Every public school in America is now on notice that if they tell a child that they're trapped in the wrong body, they are committing child abuse. And as we remove the far-left extremism from the classroom, we're taking historic action to ensure that every child in America has access to a first-class education. The United States spends more money on education than any other country in the world by double, and our results should be better than they are. I would look at lists where we're rated out of the 40 top nations, we're rated number 38, 39, and number 40 with all the money we spent. But Linda has changed that so rapidly and so drastically, and frankly, it's shocking how fast it's gone under her leadership. 1 year ago, as part of the great big beautiful bill, we passed the Education Freedom Tax Credit, the largest ever expansion of school choice, and we want, thank you, and we want every parent to have the power to send their child to a high-quality school that shares their values. It's so important. With us today are Caleb and Jocelyn Griffith and their beautiful family from Statesville, North Carolina, great place. They've 3 biological sons and 2 foster children. School choice and education freedom scholarships are going to give these kids more opportunity than ever before. And I'd like to ask Caleb and Jocelyn to come up and say a few words, please. How are you? Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
This is my lovely family. Mr. President, thank you for the honor of speaking today. I'm Pastor Caleb Griffith, and I'm joined by my 5 beautiful children. As President Trump said, 2 of them came to us through foster care, which is wonderful. But my children, 1 of them has autism, and 1 has developmental delays. And although they qualify for an IEP, because of the situation, they were unable to get them. So we've been unable to access the support and help they need to be successful. And we're blessed to be from a state that offers school choice, and it has helped part of our children's educational needs. I personally have seen the benefit of the Opportunity Scholarship for my family and the school my children attend, Cornerstone Christian Academy, who is up for running for the Yaz Prize. But it's thanks to great organizations like Parents for Educational Freedom, who have helped 105,000 families just like mine access the Opportunity Scholarship. And now, because of you, Mr. President, and because of you, Secretary McMahon, the Educational Freedom Tax Credits will give my children the access to the services they need to be successful in the most formational years of their lives. I want to tell you, we only get one chance to educate our children, and our children are the future of America. The Bible says to train up a child in the way that they should go, and that's to parents, and this allows parents to do that. So on behalf of my family and every family in America that will access this, thank you, President Trump, and God bless America.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What a great job. Beautiful, beautiful family. Whoop. He made it. Well, as many of you know, no one cares more about America's children and foster youth than our great First Lady. She works hard at it and loves the children. Through her Fostering the Future initiative, Melania is helping transform the lives of children and young people aging out of the foster care system. And she's bringing hope and countless, and you have to see so many people, so many phone calls, so much work, but really bringing hope to countless numbers of families and children, and it's really something to see. It's so difficult. They go through foster care, and then all of a sudden they're released into the world. And, you know, many people have something to fall back on, but they don't. They can't go back to their parents for a little help or for staying overnight or for staying for years in some cases. And it's a very, very tough. So I want to thank Melania. She takes it so seriously. She's done such a great job. It's been so effective. Thank you. And as part of the great big beautiful bill, we have massively expanded 529 education saving accounts tremendously, doubling the annual withdrawal cap from K-12 expenses to $20,000 a year, and allowing families to save the education and money for education at the private or religious school of your choice. So that's something that never happened before. Nobody could even think about doing it. They can't believe it's happened now. And it's largely Linda and her representatives that have done this. And now, for the first time ever, families can also have their 529 accounts to support homeschool education. And then, thank you. And then one of the biggest things of all is what's happened with the Trump accounts. where kids will have money. I mean, every child is given at birth, newborn, $1,000, and you're going to watch that money grow. People like Michael and Susan Dell have put up a tremendous amount of money, over $6 billion. But we have many people. Some people have taken on an entire state, like the state of Indiana, by a very, very fantastic friend of mine, Brad. Thank you very much. And some very wealthy people and very wealthy companies are putting up tremendous amounts of money. The Trump accounts is being talked about all over the world. It's very good and very hot. Joining us today, Marina and Hubert from Jacksonville, Florida. They've been homeschooling their 3 children for 11 years and will benefit enormously from the new policy. The amount of money they're getting is something that they can very much use, and it's something that wouldn't have happened without the Trump administration. So Marina and Hubert, please come up and say a few words. Hi.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. President, thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. I have with me my beautiful family, my wife, Marina. We homeschool our 3 kids. We've been homeschooling for the last decade. My oldest son is going into 9th grade, my daughter going into 6th, and my youngest son is going into 3rd grade. Homeschooling is something that is very personal to me. Back in 1988, my parents made the decision to homeschool me. And so I was homeschooled from kindergarten all the way through the 12th grade. And I've been blessed with the opportunity to do the same for my family. Back in 1988, homeschooling wasn't popular. And there was not, I don't think, a president who was supporting us. At this time, to see your administration and all that you've done for homeschooling families not only means the world to me, but to also all the other homeschooling families that are out there. With the great big beautiful bill, the expansion of 529, oftentimes with homeschooling, there were 1-income households because I'm working and my wife is schooling the kids. So being able to have the extra resources to provide them with their needs and also the option to support our children in the way that we see fit means the world. So I just want to thank you for everything that you've done.
Great parents. You have great parents.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's beautiful, beautiful family. Thank you. Well, I'm very proud to say that the Trump administration's achieved more for the benefit of Americans' children in less than 2 years than most administrations do in many years. 8 years, or frankly, you can take 2 or 3 administrations, put them together. They haven't been able to do what we did. After decades of racist policies and illegal quotas, we brought back the merit system into education. We're back on the merit system, which is what made our country great in the first place, so that our children will always be judged by the achievements and qualifications, not by the color of their skin or any other reason. We issued a guidance for protecting the right to prayer, and we now protect prayer in the public schools. They're totally protected. And last year I signed a historic executive order to begin the process of eliminating the Federal Department of Education, getting them out of Washington, and bringing education back to the states, the most important thing. And working with me on the Council on Physical Fitness, we've proudly brought back a wonderful tradition, the Presidential Fitness Test. I signed the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which people loved, and the farmers love it because they know how good it is more than anybody. But the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, they weren't allowed to have whole milk, if you can believe it. They could have anything else, but they couldn't have great milk the way it is supposed to be, paving the way for more than 30 million children who drink whole milk in school. And we introduced the Real Food Pyramid and reformed the vaccine recommendations to protect America's youth. We're making America healthy again. We're strongly requesting, even telling people when you get your shots for your young child, and this has to do, we think, with preventing autism, that you go to the doctor for 5 small shots instead of 1 big, massive shot. You do it in 5 different shots. 5 different shots, small little shots where those beautiful little bodies can handle it. And I think you're going to see a very big difference in the rate of autism, which is like an epidemic, what's happened with autism. And this year, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding, we're also bringing back patriotic education for our youth through the Freedom 250 Mobile Museum. Students from over 3,750 schools are learning about the heroes who have made America the most exceptional nation in history. And we're teaching our children to love America, not to hate America. There's a lot of love going on right now. Our country's never done this well. We have billions and billions of different things happening, money pouring in at the rate of not even billions, trillions, over $19 trillion being invested in America right now. The last administration had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We had 19, more than 19, 19.2 to be exact, and that's over a period of 12 months. We haven't even included the additional 5 months. So there's never been anything like that in history. No other country in the world has ever had investment like we're having right now being made, which is building factories, car plants, everything, all over, AI, all over the country at levels that nobody's ever seen before. No other country has ever seen what's happened. It's a revolution, a positive revolution. So in everything we do, we're empowering our nation's parents, we're restoring high standards and the pursuit of excellence, and we're proving that the golden age of America education is just beginning. And I want to thank you all for being here. You're incredible people. I know so many of you in the audience, but one in particular who's just an outstanding person, an incredible woman, Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Please come up, Linda. Thank you.
Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, sir. Nice to see you. We'll get it down to my speed, which is always the case when I come up to the microphone. We have to adjust it. Thank you, Mr. President, for assembling this incredible event this afternoon, because nothing is more important in our country than educating our students. Parents, educators, and students, happy back-to-school season. This school year marks a return to common sense in American education, and it's all thanks to the leadership of our president, President Trump. I remember when President Trump called me shortly after the Biden's administration 2024 Nations Report Card, or NAEP, as you've heard, scores were released, and he told me he was angry and he was also embarrassed by where these scores were. We spoke about what a travesty it is that Americans have invested $3 trillion in a federal Department of Education meant to improve student outcomes, and yet only 30% of our students can read or do math proficiently. This is why President Trump demanded a hard reset to our education system. And under his leadership, we are delivering it. We are taking very deliberate and thoughtful steps to return education to the states. This school year, American parents and students have so much to be excited about, because the Trump administration is steering education back to its rightful focus, serving students, so that they are prepared for successful futures. Our administration has cut billions in funding for radical DEI programs and redirected those dollars to teachers, classrooms, and results, supporting evidence-based literacy instruction, pouring record funding into charter schools, and energizing workforce training. Key decisions that once sat with bureaucrats here in Washington, D.C. are moving to where they belong, to the hands of educators, parents, and local leaders who know these children best. 6 states now hold the first ever returning education to the state waivers, freeing over $100 million from federal micromanagement. These waivers allow state leaders to direct federal dollars towards what makes the most sense for their students, and not what Washington thinks is best for those students. Additionally, a record 25 states are exercising EdFlex authority, which allows them to immediately free thousands of local school districts from mountains of red tape without first having to receive approval from the Department of Education. And under President Trump's leadership, we are restoring parents' sacred role as the first decision makers in their children's lives. Children belong to their parents, not the federal government. And through the Education Freedom Tax Credit, President Trump has delivered the largest national expansion of education freedom in history for over 50 million eligible children, giving parents unprecedented freedom to choose the path that is best for their child. So it's no surprise that over half of our nation's states, both red and blue, have raced to this historic choice option, benefiting families whether their child attends public or private school. Parents can also rest assured that wherever their child goes to school, this administration is vigorously protecting their right to know what's happening inside those walls. After the Biden administration allowed schools to secretly transition students without parents' knowledge, President Trump is defending parental rights like never before.